battling for it down racing. They both go deep into the corner. Welcome to Spain for the first time this year in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series after 3 weekends and 20 races held in Portugal. We've now crossed the border and joined the Circuit Ricardo Tormo at Valencia with the Formulas, their second round of the season in the Formula Winter Series, the GTs and the GT4s in round 3 of their season. So it's the 4th event in totality, day 1, a packed afternoon of racing for the GTs, the GT4s, the Formula Winter Series, and a pre-season event as well for TCR Spain. Myself, Adam Weller, joined once again in the commentary box by Andy McEwen, TCR expert, and of course Izzy Browning down in the pit lane as well. And we are very excited to be here in the Valencia region. Great to see fans here in their thousands to watch the action around this 4-kilometre circuit established in 1999 and named after the great motorcycle racing talent Ricardo Tormo. 14 corners, not much elevation change, but one of the words on the lips has been degradation, at least in the Formula paddock. It is a circuit with some interesting traction zones, some interesting camber on some of the corners as well. The traditional apex around some parts of this circuit is not necessarily the way forward, at least in the bigger GTs, and that is one of many interesting points we're going to have to take in during these races. We will be getting started with the Formula Winter Series today, and that race, as with all races for today, is scheduled to take place in nice sunny conditions, and it does look as though the skies are going to keep their promise on that front. So good conditions, quick conditions, importantly. It will be sunny by the British palette, it will be relatively warm, but of course the engines can breathe quite well in these middle teen temperatures, which means we can get fast lap times. The fastest ever GT3 racing lap here at Valencia was Finn Wiebelhaus last year in the GT Winter Series. Lap records within the car categories, quite a possibility for our drivers in Formula Winter Series and GTs and indeed GT4s. So then we are looking out over the circuit at the moment. The cars will soon be making their way out onto the circuit for their sighting lap in the Formula Winter Series. 4 races today, Andy, and plenty, I would say, to look forward to.
Indeed so. I'm particularly excited about this weekend, actually. It really feels like a proper big race meeting, doesn't it? We've got big grids of cars, lots of teams deciding perhaps to focus more on the Spanish leg of the Winter Series than the Portuguese leg for whatever reason. So we do anticipate over these final few rounds, big grids, and with bigger grids doesn't always come better racing, but I think in this case it is only going to increase in levels of action compared to what we had in Portugal, where we've already been treated to some fabulous racing. We haven't had a dull race really across any of the Winter Series categories, be they single-seaters or GTs, and yeah, here at Valencia I'm sure we'll see more of the same. It's a fantastic circuit and a great circuit for racing. It has lots of overtaking opportunities, lots of sequences of corners that naturally lend themselves to side-by-side racing. Quite difficult sometimes to get the upper hand on an opponent round here, because often a right-hander is followed immediately by a left, by a right, by a left, but that, certainly from a neutral standpoint, should produce some pretty good racing.
Action points to watch out for then, turn 4 and 5. We often see a lot of side-by-side action through turn 4 and 5. It is pretty common to see people, should we say exchanging paint? Let's say exchanging paint or vinyl, as it were, through that section. Turn 8 as well, a good run out of turn 6 will create opportunities into turn 8, and then often you end up with drivers, shall we say, leaning a little bit at turn 11 as well. Just maybe pushing their comrades ever so slightly into the gravel, but not enough to annoy the stewards in any particular fashion. We have deluxe grids, as you can see, an armada of Formula machines waiting in the pit lane at the moment. 31 set to take the start there. Just behind them in the garages is 38 GT Winter Series entries, some 15 of which actually are Cup 1 Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. So a huge entry in the GTs, especially within that Cup 1 class. A great grid once again in the formulas. The GT4 Winter Series, always hugely competitive. And of course, we have the excitement of welcoming the TCR touring cars onto the grid as well. For now, though, we are eagerly anticipating this first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. And, well, obviously, we'll talk a little bit about this on the pit walk with Izzy as well, Andy. But Gabriel Gomez and Leo Robinson, it's feeling a little bit mirror image, this, isn't it? Once again, they're up the sharp end.
Definitely a feeling of familiarity, isn't there, about the front of this grid? But we sort of expected this, and I think this is going to rumble on all season long, which actually I'm really not against. When you get two drivers who are so evenly matched and they are capable of sort of putting themselves at the front for every round, you can really focus in on that head-to-head battle, and especially amongst youngsters, young up-and-coming single-seater drivers, these are the kind of rivalries that fascinate me. I love trying to get into the head of these young drivers and see who's going to blink first, who will make the first mistake. And yeah, certainly from what we saw last time out at Portimao, very little to choose between those two. Perhaps Gabriel Gomez had a slight pace advantage at Portimao, but Leo Robinson was right there with him, able to capitalise if Gabriel did stumble. Not that he did often stumble last time out, but Leo certainly was able to give him a real run for his money. It's a shame, really, that Leo had that non-finish in race 2, because actually without that, they'd be a lot closer together in the points. Edu, of course, is up there as well. Edu Robinson had 2 podium finishes out of the 3 races at Portimao, and really the only blot on his copybook was in that sort of weird wet to dry 3rd race where he slipped towards the tail end of the top 10. But yeah, 2 or 3 drivers who already have established themselves as the pace setters, but this is a very different kind of circuit. There are 3 more races this weekend for others to establish themselves as favourites, and if they're going to have a shot at the championship, they really need to do that in a hurry.
We're looking down at Van Amersfoort Racing at the moment. There's Peyton Westcott. We previously saw her new teammate in the form of Gennaro Trapper, otherwise known as Gino Trapper, the Argentine racer who was a race winner in last year's Formula 4 Brazilian Championship. So great to see a 4th Van Amersfoort Racing car on the grid. Other grid changes, we've got Jan Köhler joining the US Racing stable. You've got Guy Albag making his car racing debut this weekend for AKM Motorsport. You of course have Chloe Chambers here now alongside Alicia Palmovsky in the Campos cars. The 2 Campos entries rotating among the F1 Academy lineup from the Campos Red Bull-backed entries into the F1 Academy this season. Great point of intrigue there. Again, there have been some car issues for those both teams and both garages to contend with down at Campos. And at the moment, I think diagnostics have been going on post-qualifying, and they're hoping that some radical setup changes might find that little key that they need to get the car up to racing speed properly. It is US Racing, Hitech and Van Amersfoort up at the sharp end again, but we can't rule out the cars from the likes of Yenza, from the likes of AS Motorsport, AKM, and even Maffei Racing, who are a little bit further down on our grid sheet for this race. All of the teams have competitive drivers who can do it. It's just a matter often of finding a lap in qualifying, of course, because we have seen, let's be honest, a few red flags in quali as the drivers now go out under green flags.
Indeed so, yes. They have had slightly interrupted practice and qualifying sessions, haven't they, the Formula Winter Series drivers in particular, and that will have created quite a lot of frustration for certain drivers. There will be some of them, I'm sure, who feel that they are a little bit out of position on the grid. I'm looking at the likes of NEF Fry, for example, top 10 runner last time at Portimao, only 12th on the grid for this one. Andrea Kostic also was a top 10 runner, only barely getting into the top 10 on the grid for this first race of the weekend. Nina Hardeman as well. I mean, she was solidly in and around the back end of the top 10 in all 3 races in Portimao. Didn't have a great qualifying, 18th on the grid for this first race. There are quite a few drivers I think who will be a bit frustrated, but to your point, Adam, that is because it is an incredibly difficult championship, this, to come in to and do well in, because it is so competitive. You only have to be a fraction off the pace and you're going to be right the way down the grid. Pole position time was 1:33.5 earlier on this morning for Gabriel Gomez. He, in fairness, had 0.4 of a second in hand to pivot Leo Robinson, but the next second takes you all the way down from second place on the grid to about 18th or 19th on the grid. So about 20 cars within a second of each other. That is pretty close, and so you don't have to have a terrible qualifying session to all of a sudden find yourself in a world of trouble.
It's fine margins, it's differing backgrounds, whether you came in from karting, whether you are coming directly from karting, or whether you've done something like Ginetta Juniors, maybe some older spec F4 racing, as we have in the UK and Denmark and a few other places. A huge variety of backgrounds, and that is also reflected in the nationalities as well. It is 19, and in fact I believe maybe a late change in the seats, 20 nations with the addition of Gino Trapper, in fact, from Argentina. It is 20 nations in the Formula Winter Series grid alone, and a total of 30 in the 3 GEDLICH Racing categories this weekend, which is searingly impressive, realistically speaking, to have that many countries represented here in a Winter Series localized within Iberia. Really interesting to see. Gabriel Gomez then from Brazil on the front row of the grid. The Algerian flagged Anglo-Algerian racer Leo Robinson second, Maxime Riem of Germany third, and Singapore's Kabir Anurag in fourth place. Incidentally, those are 2 drivers on the second row of the grid who are going to be looking to make strides. Kabir Anurag had a fleet of technical issues in Portimao. Maxime Riem had a good solid run. He would have been in the top 5 in the point standings coming out of race 3 last weekend. However, he was running brakes that did not quite comply with the technical regulations. It was the correct part. It was just a little, effectively a scrutineering sticker, if you wish to look at it in that manner. And that, unfortunately, meant that by the rule book, he was having to be disqualified from the meeting. So therefore, he is on 0. Kabir Anurag only has a few points to his name as well. Both of those drivers on row 2 of the grid are going to be hungry. And if Gomez and Robinson don't get off the line well, they can be assured of a lot of pressure from behind. Meanwhile, I understand we are going down to the grid for the first time with Izzy Browning.
Yes, hello everyone. Welcome down to the grid here in Valencia for the first race of our weekend, the second round of the Formula Winter Series. And the first thing that I want to do this afternoon, is to show you the look down to turn 1, because especially in a Formula 4 car, this is a very, very long run down to turn 1. From here you can see turn 1, the left-hander, the safety car, just going round there now, just on its sighting lap. So very, very long run down to turn 1 for these drivers. It is, as I said, the second round of the Formula Winter Series. The first round in Portimao just a few short weeks ago was dominated by the man who is once again on pole position, the number 78 of Gabriel Gomez. I'm going to jump in and have a chat with him. Gabriel, great first round of the championship. You come in as the championship leader. You got the best look down to turn 1. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a very good morning today at Valencia. Our quali was completely perfect and the car was feeling great, so I need to say a lot of thanks to the team. And now we are full focused for the race.
And a very long run down to turn 1. So what's the plan going into turn 1?
Yeah, I need to focus on a good start. Focus to manage to still on the lead of the race.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Right, we will continue back to the number 6 who is on P2. This is going to be Leo Robinson. Now, you'll remember if you were with us in Portimao that Leo dominated the first race but didn't actually take the win. He took 2 P2s that weekend and something that I'm sure he will be looking to change this weekend. Leo, P2, front row start, first front row start of the year. You're looking to change the record book and get a P1 today, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully that's the goal. We're starting one place higher up than we're at Portimao. Hopefully the clear one ahead, we can make that happen.
And with Gabriel, who's won 2 of the 3 races already, obviously the championship leader alongside you, a good start here is going to be crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, they changed the clutch compared from Portimao. It's going to be a bit more difficult, but I still think we can do it. It's up to, as long as we get the overlap, we'll be fine going into turn 1. So hopefully we can get the overlap.
All right, we wish you best of luck. Thanks for the insight as well. We are going to continue back on our grid. We've just had the 3-minute board, so we do have a little bit of time to speak to some more drivers, hopefully. But I want to just point out the next row of the grid and all us racing row of the grid. We've got Maxime Rem just alongside here on P3. Now, Maxime was actually disqualified from all of the races in the first round of the championship. So definitely looking to get a better weekend here in Valencia and a great start to the weekend. I am going to dive in quickly and have a little chat with him. Maxime, I mean, a difficult start to the season, obviously disqualified from the opening round of the championship, but you're on a good place to start the day today. So how are you feeling here in Valencia?
I think the weekend started off a little bit better than Portimao, but still 3rd place is not really where we want to be. Obviously we want to win, but I think starting 3rd we can do a lot, you know. So let's see what we can do in a race, and yeah, let's make the most out of it, maximize the points that we lost in Portimao. So everything is still open. Looking forward to the race.
Great stuff. Wish you best of luck. Right, we'll continue back just quickly because I think we are going to get the 1-minute board very shortly, but I did just want to point out the number 19 of Kabir Anurag. Now, he's also looking for a better weekend. He had a tricky weekend in Portimao, the team suffering with technical issues on this car. He had a DNF in the first race, didn't start the second race, but then did manage to salvage some points in the 3rd race. I spoke to him earlier this weekend, feeling very positive going into this race, which is just about to start. Enjoy the first race of the day.
The boards are being shown at a rate of knots. The marshals are clearing the way, and our drivers are about to head off on the formation lap for race number 1 of the Formula Winter Series. I shouldn't say things like this, but last year, race 1 was quite dramatic. Let's see what happens this time around at Valencia with Gabriel Gomez, current runaway championship leader, on pole position alongside Leo Robinson. Row 2 of the grid, the hungriest row of all potentially, as Maxime Riem and Kabir Anurag are there on row 2 for us racing. It does appear that we have a staller out there on the circuit. It is the number 10 car of Andrea Kostic, who has not gotten underway there. But there we are, 3rd and 4th place, Riem and Anurag. 5th and 6th place, Popov and Vinci for VAR Van Amersfoort Racing. Finn McLaughlin and Eddie Robinson, 7th and 8th on the grid. McLaughlin in just his 2nd weekend, already an overall race winner. Andrea Kostic meant to be starting from 9th, but he started at the very tail end of the field there. He is currently overtaking people to get back to his position. I'm not sure that's going to work. Bart Harrison might be alone on row number 5. We'll have to see how that shakes out in the wash. Let's run through the rest of these as quick as we can. Artem Severikin in 11th place alongside Enya Fry on row 6 of the grid, all Yenza Motorsport. Thomas Behrman for High Tech in 13th. Gino Trapper in his first appearance in the Formula Wind Series in 14th. Jan Köhler and Joanne Ciconti in 15th and 16th place. Joanne, the first of the female trophy drivers. Sebastian Bach and Nina Hardeman in 17th and 18th on the grid. 19th and 20th place, Andrea Dupé and Guy Alvag in 19th and 20th respectively. Then it is Alicia Palmovsky. She is alongside Matilda Pat, 21st and 22nd. 23rd on the grid, Peyton Westcott alongside Chloe Chambers. 25th on his debut, David Walter alongside Albert Hurup Larsen down to 26th place. 27th and 28th, Theo Borenstein and Alexander Ruter. Our 15th row of the grid after that is not our final row. Simon Schranz and Cornelia Olkutska. We've got one at the rear, and that is another debutante in the series. That is Ricardo Miranda Baptista, one half of a father-son duo this weekend. His dad is racing in the ComTU Aston Martin in the GT Winter Series. So a multi-generational assault from the Brazilian clan there. Very much excited to see how they do. He had some issues in qualifying, incidentally. The car we see there, the number 83, I think maybe had an off after his first flying lap, unfortunately. So I expect that car to elevate through the order during this race. Well, we go into all of these races with an inordinate number of questions. With a grid this competitive, a depth of field this significant, we never quite know what to expect when that yellow flag stops flying in favour of the green flag. And once it does, with any luck, we'll have 5 lights that then go out, and we will go racing in the Formula Winter Series. It is Gabriel Gomez and Leo Robinson on the front row. It is Gomez to the left of your screen, and it is Gomez who gets a good start, but Robinson seems to have the edge once again off the line, but he's squeezed out by Gabriel Gomez. Gomez will lead into the first corner, Robinson second. All bets are off further back as everyone scrabbles for position going through the first corners, a few of them running wide as you would expect here at turn 1. 3 wide for third place. Maximilian Popov there trying to go around the outside of the US racing cars of Reem and Anurag. Looks like everyone's got the first couple of apexes right then, and Gabriel Gomez, in spite of maybe not quite having the purchase in the lower gears of Leo Robinson, remains in the race lead.
Yeah, it looked to me like the initial reaction was better for Leo, but then Gabriel squeezing him onto the grass, I think lost Leo some traction, and that is what ultimately decided the order into turn 1. Gennaro Trapper there was running wide into the gravel out of turn 5. The debutant, though, bounces back onto the circuit and didn't appear to lose too much ground. It was a surprisingly clean run, really, through those first few corners. A little bit of flouting of track limits at turn 1, as you'd expect, but they've all settled down nicely now as they make their way through this middle sector for the first time of asking and come towards the completion of the opening lap of the race. On the outside line there was Thomas Behrman. He didn't have a great qualifying session, only 13th on the grid, and I fear he has slipped backwards from there. So the number 7 car is one to watch, I think, as the race develops. The leaders, though, head towards the final turn. Dare I say this, Gabriel Gomez already getting away as Leo Robinson's attention turns perhaps more to defending second place than it does chasing after the leader.
Finn McLaughlin there was under significant pressure from Edu Robinson, and indeed here comes Robinson to his inside as they run down the main straight. The Red Bull-backed number 5 car from High Tech under pressure from US Racing's Robinson, the Spanish-clad car, of course. The number 15 US Racing machine getting through, and here comes one of the Yenza Motorsport drivers going to the outside there of Andrea Kostic, who did take his original starting position. I believe that might be Bart Harrison there. No, Enya Fry, in fact, going side by side with Kostic. Bart Harrison just locking up behind, all scrumming for positions here in the outer fringes of the top 10. Artem Severikin, it actually is, rather than Bart Harrison, the second of the Yenza drivers. Here comes Bart to the inside of Severikin. We found him eventually, and I'm sure now that we've got the cameras trained on Harrison and Severikin, the Yenza Motorsports collective heartbeats just went up a bit there with that close moment. Eddie Robinson, though, up into 7th place. He, I think, was fairly disappointed with his qualifying, given he was usually first 2 rows on the grid. And unfortunately, the 84 of David Walter is into the wall. The youngster who had his birthday just yesterday here in the paddock on his car racing debut. Looks like that was turn 4 potentially that he went off the circuit. And on the second lap of the race, we are under safety car.
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? Fairly lively second lap of the race, certainly, but early safety car, not good news if your name's Gabriel Gomez, because he pulled out nearly a second in hand over Leo Robinson. And we saw last time, didn't we, at Portimao, safety car restarts can trip up the leader of the race if you don't have your wits about you. That being said, Gabriel Gomez really ought to know what he's doing here. He handled safety car restarts last time out pretty effectively, and will be keen to do the same again as and when we get there in this race. But yeah, interesting then, Gomez leading, Leo Robinson second, Maxime Ream in third, so grid order right at the front of the field, even with Anurag fourth and Popov in fifth. Not a lot of shuffling of the order at the front, but behind it was really all bets off, wasn't it, as drivers tried their best to dig their way up the order. Finn McLaughlin, interesting to see Finn McLaughlin a little bit further down the order this weekend than he was 2 weeks ago. He was getting stuck into that battle towards the back end of the top 10, but the Red Bull number 5 car there, just coming into shot, we did expect to see a little bit further towards the pointy end. He's got an AF Fry behind, who's got a point to prove after being tapped into a spin and ultimately retirement in one of the races in Portugal. And those two, I think, set to do battle upon the restart, I have to say. What have you spotted, Adam?
I've spotted Peyton Westcott Sands' front wing. Now, I believe she was around where David Walter was in the middle 20 positions at the start. That does potentially mean those two things may correlate. They might be two separate incidents, but just coming through your shot now, the Van Amersfoort racing car behind Alba Herup Larsen's red machine. You can see there no front wing on Peyton Westcott. So it looks as though Peyton will have to come into the pit lane, whether or not she was involved in David Walter's incident. She's obviously going to have to come in and fix that. And the team are ready down at Van Amersfoort Racing. We'll have to see quite how long that takes. Hopefully she will stay on the lead lap. Nina Hardeman has made up some good positions, incidentally. 14th across the line as we went into safety car conditions. She started from 18th on the grid, so the driver who has taken a sweep so far of the female trophy category in the Formula Winter Series. We'll see how she does this time around, but is currently in position to do well from there. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Joanne Chiconte, who was the pole sitter in female trophy. She is no longer leading the class, of course. She is now down to 22nd, unfortunately. I think just got caught out there in the scrum on the first lap and lost some positions as a result. So Nina Hardeman has inherited some places and inherited the class lead in female trophy. The 94 car trundling in the pit lane, and Peyton Westcott coming in for a service.
Yes, indeed. Nina, of course, Nina Hardeman, who you were mentioning then, has inherited the lead of the Female Cup. 3 times a winner in Portimao in that category. So, despite not qualifying quite as strongly here this weekend, she has managed to find her way to the front. That's not ideal for Peyton Westcott as she tries to get out of the pit lane, stall the car, something that's very easy to do in these Formula 4 machines. We've heard several drivers saying that, and Peyton thankfully got it fired back up without the assistance of the team, and is back on her way. Because of a behind safety car, she should be able to catch up to the tail end of the queue without losing a lap, and therefore able to take part in the restart. Now, how long will we be behind the safety car? That's the next question, Adam. That car looked fairly well embedded in the tyre wall, didn't it? That could take a few minutes to extract.
They heard you, I'm afraid. Safety car in this lap. So we are going to go back to racing conditions this time. Peyton Westcott should just about rejoin the field, and Gabriel Gomez will now get to see for the first time this weekend, last, I am touching wood, to see how he handles the restart here at Valencia. We saw a couple of different approaches at the Portimao circuit, some electing to really wait it out and others going early. Now there are still yellow flags at multiple locations per the timing and scoring, but the safety car is coming in this lap. We'll see then quite what Gomez does next. He's going through the long, sweeping turn 13 at the moment, and at any point from really now onwards, as the safety car comes into pit lane, he can decide to pull the trigger. I think, though, he might just wait and try and square up that run out of the final corner. But let's see. There are multiple ways you can attack it, and Gomez has decided to attack the apex at full kilt. He's underway. We're racing once again. I did say full kilt instead of full tilt, but nonetheless, Gabriel Gomez is mastering his restarts. We've seen that all season so far, and he should have a clean run to the first corner.
Yes, but certainly Leo Robinson is within the slipstream, so closes back in by the time they get to turn 1. Bit of side-by-side action nearly further back, as Finn McLaughlin didn't get a great restart, and as I did sort of predict, Enea Fry is keen to try and get past the Red Bull car as soon as possible, because I think Fry believes that he's got some decent speed in this race. Through turn 2 they go, out wide over the curbs, a couple of them further back. Oh, and in fact more drama. It's for the Van Amersfoort car, isn't it, Adam?
It is indeed. I think it might be Peyton Westcott, unfortunately, because the 3 that are further up the field were all still running there. Indeed, it is the 94, unfortunately, of Peyton Westcott. Meanwhile, Nina Hardeman again on the offensive here, trying to make up positions. Artem Severikin under pressure there from Hardeman in at the number 4 high-tech entry. We'll see if we can stay green. Peyton was not trapped in the gravel at all, but we do have yellow flags down at turn 1 for the time being. She was on the inside of the first corner, so that's grass at the worst. And in fact, the yellow flag at turn 1 appears to have been lifted. And I do believe that Peyton Westcott is running. Yes, she is. So we are hopefully going to stay green here, as we can see the hustle and bustle through the midfield. Oh, goodness me. Finn McLaughlin there taking the outer line through turn 12. And McLaughlin under big pressure here from Enea Fry, locking up a little bit there. Fry, incidentally, in the Yenza Motorsport car, and Andrea Kostic in the number 10 machine. But it's Gabriel Gomez up front by 0.7 of a second. Some big battling going on further back between the 2 high-tech teammates there, of Thomas Behrman and Nina Hardeman. Behrman got past on the previous lap and is now in a battle there. And unfortunately, we've got Alicia Palmovsky coming into the pit lane as well with a crabbing Campos Racing car. So we have multiple issues around the circuit at the moment. For Finn McLaughlin, though, the issue is the pursuing Yenza Motorsport car. And as I just alluded to, unfortunately, Alicia Palmovsky is in the pit. And I would say in the pits definitively.
Someone ran wide coming out of the final turn. It may have been Alicia, and then upon the rejoin there was quite a bit of wheel banging, and I think that is what's broken the left rear suspension on her car. That's a real shame. Tiny mistake, but because they're all on top of each other after a restart, unfortunately it's very easy to end up tripping over other people. So Alicia, sadly, her weekend going from not great to pretty awful now, halfway through, not even halfway through, a third of the way through the opening race of the weekend. Going much better for Gabriel Gomez, though. Already is re-establishing this little lead that he had before the safety car. And again, it's that second place battle pack that is developing. Really a long line of cars from second down to about 15th. Just as was the case in qualifying. Gabriel had that 0.4 of a second in hand over the rest, and the rest were absolutely nip and tuck.
Yes, they were. There we see Thomas Behrman just outside the top 10. We've got some side-by-side action a little further up the field, as well as Andrea Kostic continues to fight now with Enea Fry. Here they come past our camera on the start-finish line. That was Kostic on the gearbox there of Enea Fry. Fry to the inside line for the first corner. Kostic considered a switcheroo, but it wasn't going to work on that occasion. This is a battle for 9th position. Further forward, Kabir Anurag there challenging his teammate Maxime Ream. It's Gomez now leading by 1.2 seconds over Robinson. Ream in third, Anurag fourth, then it's Maximilian Popov, Edu Robinson in 6th place, Vinci, McLaughlin, Fry and Kostic, your top 10. And Kostic would very much like to put the number 10 car further than the number on its nose cone.
Interesting then that Fry has dropped back into the clutches of Kostic. Fry was right on the tail of Finn McLaughlin a lap ago, so don't know whether he had a go at getting past McLaughlin, didn't quite work, that's why he's lost ground, I'm not sure, but certainly he has lost a bit of ground, and that has sort of split the pack now. So you've got Gomez on his own, then the next sort of 7 cars in a line, back to McLaughlin in 8th, and then everybody else trying to be 9th, and Enea Fry just trying to get back into the rhythm now and pull back clear of that group. We've got a yellow flag Anurag now we're seeing at turn 8 on the timing screen. So we'll try and figure out, oh yes, there's a car gone straight on at turn 8 down the escape road, possibly more mechanical than accident. No, never mind. Well, it is both really, possibly accident damage, but certainly mechanical issues taking the number 12 car of Joan Chiconte out of contention. That car though is a long way off the road and right next to a marshal's post, so one hopes this will not require the interference of another safety car.
No, they've already scrambled a vehicle to go and try and catch Joanne's car. Unfortunately, Joanne was just starting to move back up towards the top 20 and into the team positions at the time of that issue. So unfortunate for Joanne Chiconte that she hasn't been able to capitalise on her good starting position for this race. But I believe she will also have some strong starting places for other races this weekend, qualifying 1 second fastest times defining race 2's grid, race 3 defined by qualifying 2. Both sessions have already taken place. You can see them there extending the circuit out of turn 4 and 5, really pushing the limit towards the gravel trap. Now yellow flags here at turn 8, so everyone should behave themselves coming out of turn 6 through the kink at turn 7. I can see the drivers there taking a slightly steadier approach to turn 8 than they would under normal circumstances, so I think everybody staying on the right side of the law and indeed on the right side of our race director Neo Santa Maria for the time being.
Interestingly, on the previous lap, Adam, Leo Robinson was a 1/10 of a second quicker than Gabriel Gomez. Now, a 1/10 of a second is not headline news, I'll grant you, but that's the first time he's been quicker than Gabriel in this race, and I think he was continuing to close on this lap. There is another car now stuck at the side of the road. Couldn't see the number from there. That car, though, wasn't for moving by the looks of it.
That was one of the cram cars, so it'll be Alexander Ruta or Ricardo Baptista that has come to a halt. Both of them currently in the fringes of the top 20, top 30 actually. So we'll see if they can get that car running again. Meanwhile, Kabir Anurag is on the offensive. Anurag moving on. Incidentally, the car that was stranded at turn 5 has continued on its way, so they have managed to get that car fired back up again. It looks like it may well have been Ricardo Miranda Baptista, unfortunately. But here we are then with the third place battle. Us Racing, Maxime Ream, Kabir Anurag, both drivers competing on the stable of the team founded by Ralf Schumacher, and goodness me, Kabir just getting a little bit of a snap on there. And for Kabir Anurag this weekend, it really is about making up for lost time. It's about getting those results in, bouncing back from a very tricky Portimao weekend. Really none of his own fault that he was having troubles across that weekend. The car was just not quite with him, with some technical issues in race 1 and indeed in race 2. And for the Alpine Academy member, he wants podiums. Frankly, he wants victories this weekend.
Yeah, and he's got decent pace as well, hasn't he? Qualified 4th on the grid, still in that 4th place for now, but looking to try and convert that into 3rd position at the expense of Maxime Ream, another driver looking to bounce back from what was a promising Portimao weekend that ultimately ended pointless, but he was running very well, finished very well, had a podium finish in race 3 taken away from him because of that technical exclusion that Adam mentioned earlier on. So across the line we come then at the end of another lap. We're into the second half of the race. Is this where Anurag maybe starts to build a challenge? Not close enough into turn 1. Definitely do a lot of braking into turn 1 in these cars, but it looks to me like Anurag had a tighter line, therefore drifts a bit wide on the exit though, isn't close enough to have a go into turn 2, and so still Maxime Ream will hang on to the place for the time being. All of this though, of course, taking the pressure off Leo Robinson, and you would think perhaps freeing him up to go chasing after the race leader, but actually on the previous lap it was the fastest lap of the race for Gabriel Gomez, and so that gap went out by another 4 seconds. So Gabriel establishing himself out in front, Leo looking more safe in second place by the lap. It really is this fight for the bottom step of the podium that looks the most likely to ignite.
Must say a word in favour of Chloe Chambers for Campos, all the way up into 18th position now. That's an ascendancy of 7 places, as you can see on the graphics. Some big movers a little bit further back in the field at the moment. Drivers who perhaps qualified a little bit out of position, chipping away as this race goes on. But at the front, Gabriel Gomez is again cementing his advantage. It was 1.4 seconds last time across the line as Gomez set the fastest lap of the race. However, I do think maybe a tenth or two has been taken out of it on this tour by the looks of the gap as they come towards the final corner. Here, meanwhile, is the 48 car. This is our newest member of the paddock, Gennaro Trapper, and he is running nicely there, a little bit further back for now in 12th position, but he's been rising up through the positions as well, and I'm sure for Van Amersfoort Racing it would do them a world of good and certainly make them very happy with their newest driver if they end up on the top 10 with no less than 3 cars if Trapper continues moving forward.
Indeed, so that's what they'll be hoping for. They round the first corner then. The 48 car still at the front of this group then. Trapper in 12th place. That's a pretty decent place to be really on debut, you'd have to say. 23 car behind is Severikin. Thomas Behrman in 14th. Now Thomas Behrman, we saw qualify quite well in Portimao, had issues in race 1, had some contact at turn 1 that knocked him down the order, but then he was a top 5 finisher in the other 2 races, claimed a rookie class win, did Thomas Behrman, but here he is all the way down in 14th place. He probably, on a good lap, is every bit as quick as the top 3, but just didn't get that lap in qualifying, and it's quite difficult to overtake round here in a single-seater. The downforce creates a little bit of dirty air, lots of sort of medium-speed corners where you're really having to rely on that aerodynamic grip, and it just isn't there if you're running in the wheel tracks of another car. So Behrman staring frustratedly at the back of the number 23 car ahead of him, but just not able to get within striking range.
Yeah, some moving and shaking going on throughout the field, but yes, it is difficult if you've got someone evenly matched just ahead of you to try and mount a position change. Dante Vinci has really come alive this weekend at the wheel of the 66 car. Of course, came in with limited experience, just a few car races to his name at the start of the Formula Winter Series season. I actually had journalists texting me saying, what's getting into Dante this weekend? I didn't have a good answer, but he was incredibly fast throughout the practice sessions on Thursday and Friday, and that is converting to race pace all the way up into 7th position for now. Maxime Riem, meanwhile, putting on an admirable race pace, given I don't think he's been able to avoid looking in the mirrors for more than 3 seconds at any point in this race. Kabir Anurag is making him work for that podium spot.
A couple of positional changes further back, by the way. Chloe Chambers now 17th ahead of Sebastian Bach, and also Alba Hurup Larsen, after 2 or 3 laps of trying to get past Simon Schranz, has finally made it stick, trying that move several times into the last corner, and finally Alba got through on the end of the previous lap. So there is overtaking going on, it's just going on a little bit further down the order. At the front they're all so evenly matched that it really does come down to trying to force a mistake almost out of your rival in order for the move to be made. I would say, as we get another yellow flag at turn 5, incidentally, we'll try and get to that in a moment. There we go, it's the 24 car off the road, and a long way off the road as well for Alba Hurup Larsen, who I just said had gained a place, and sadly that progress up the order was short-lived.
Yes, she and Simon Schranz were fighting very hard on the previous lap, actually, for 22nd position, weren't they, as you covered? And, well, we can't cast aspersions, but what we can tell you is that the safety car is back out on the circuit. That car, as you saw, was in the gravel. It's not really at a place where you can easily access the car to drag it off the road while the cars are elsewhere on the track. So unfortunately the safety car is back out, and for Gabriel Gomez, he's going to be throwing his hands up and going, again? Really? Okay. Well, his gap had gone down to 1.1 seconds, so he did lose about 3/10 over the last couple of laps anyway. So he is going to potentially be under a little bit of pressure here. I've heard a lot about tyre deck here at this circuit from the Formula Winter Series teams. They've been projecting that as a real issue. And don't forget, Leo Robinson led a majority of that first race at Portimao, but he'd taken too much life out of the tyres, and that is why he couldn't hold off the charging Gabriel Gomez when they did a 1-lap dash to the flag after a late safety car period. Has Leo Robinson learned that lesson and put a little bit more of Pirelli in the back pocket just in case of a late restart?
You would hope so, wouldn't you? These young drivers learn very quickly. They absorb information like a sponge. You would think that he'd have gone back and studied what happened at Portimao and will learn from that. Really struggling to figure out exactly how Alba Hurup Larsen's ended up where she has, because the car's just gone straight on at turn 5. You could see the marks through the gravel. That car made no attempt at going through the corner, almost like something had broken maybe on the way into turn 5. There is a big bump I've noticed between turns 4 and 5. only really off the circuit, but then they are off the circuit between turns 4 and 5, and it's really bottoming out on the car. So either that broke something maybe, or has just sort of unsettled the car enough that she's gone off. There's another there at the side of the road, is there?
That's still Joanne Conte, who's been there for several laps. They did scramble the crane and then didn't use it, but Conte is still there. Incidentally, you mentioned there the idea of potentially some bumps damaging cars. We have seen Thomas Behrmann replace his chassis on Friday. They found some damage on his chassis and swapped it out. I also got the impression, speaking to Alicia Palmovsky earlier today, that her car just felt like it kind of had a character change during Thursday, started to handle quite differently from how it had in previous sessions on Thursday. So I do wonder if maybe some of the cars are shaking themselves loose in certain regards, and that is why we are seeing why we're seeing maybe some of these issues. Now, safety car is out, and Gabriel Gomez, well, the safety car restart isn't happening yet, so I'm not quite sure why he's... now the safety car is being lifted without it actually coming out, so that is a safety car restart. The safety car was never actually on the circuit to pick them up, but we're back to green flag. So it was a very brief, in fact, phantom safety car. I've got to say, I've never seen that before. Gabriel Gomez more on the ball than me. Kabir Anurag more on the ball as well. He's around the outside here of Maxime Ream, all the way around the outside. Oh, goodness me, a little bit airborne going across the curb, but Maxime Ream carries his momentum well on the inside line. Max Popov just studying this from behind, as well as Dante Vinci potentially here getting around Eddie Robinson. Does get around Eddie Robinson. Lots of side-by-side action going on. Andrea Kostic also up into 9th place, back past Enya Fry in their forever battle. But Gabriel Gomez there, he must have been wondering, did I just hear safety car in this lap on the radio? He did. And look at this, Yenza Motorsport drivers going at it as well, Andy.
That was very close indeed, and thankfully the door was opened at the very last second there by Enya Fry, otherwise that would have certainly been contact. Meanwhile, that is Fionn McLaughlin now on the inside line, up through the left-hander and way wide over the curves. Was that Dante Vinci?
That's
no,
Kostic.
It's Kostic, isn't it, who got really squeezed out over the gravel trap, and I wonder whether that car has sustained some damage. These cars are not designed to take the jumps through the gravel trap, and that may well have dislodged something. A very lively restart lap then. Still, we have this wheel-to-wheel action going on further back. That's Thomas Behrmann up the inside, and finally now starting to make some progress up this time ahead of Gennaro Trapper in the 48. Thomas Behrmann inching towards the top 10, and now back around the in fact, losing another place now, unfortunately, is Trapper. So that's what happens around here. You get offline, you lose your momentum, and it's very easy to lose 2 or 3 positions at once.
Yes, Severikin and Trapper side by side. The 23 car got a magnificent run out of the final corner. Artem Severikin may have gotten back past Thomas Behrmann there. Or in fact, Nina Hardeman, I think, getting involved as well in the fringes of the top dozen. 13th to 15th place, proving very entertaining. And here comes Chloe Chambers now to the inside of Trapper. I believe that's 15th position now for Chloe Chambers. So Chloe on the move, and she will now be on the gearbox within a lap or so, potentially, of Nina Hardeman. She's got 1 car between her and Hardeman, as we see there Kolkutska, another of the female trophy competitors there, just having a bit of spin on the exit of turn 2 by the looks of it. But Chloe Chambers making headway, and it looked to me as though Eddie Robinson slowing. Yes, in the back of shot, Eddie Robinson slowing in the Us Racing number 15 car. Edu in trouble, as is the driver of the 83, Ricardo Baptista, who we've already seen control or delete the car once in this race. Hopefully he can do it a second time and get it rolling, but for Edu Robinson, clearly something amiss as well.
Looked to me like Baptista might have had damage to the left front corner this time, so that may be contact related. Not sure how far off the track that car is. Hopefully far enough off that we don't need a safety car, which we do. The safety car is scrambled for a 3rd time in this race, and now with only 3 minutes plus a lap to go, well, this is shades of Portimao again, isn't it, where we could end up with a 1-lap shootout to the flag if we get any more racing in at all. But my word, with every safety car restart that we get, the ante seems to be upped every time, doesn't it? That was a particularly chaotic couple of laps of racing. We've got a couple of cars, I think, now streaming into the pit lane with war wounds after their various altercations upon the restart. 15 is one of them. That, of course, is the ailing Eddie Robinson car. What a shame for Eddie. Another potentially decent result here that is going to slip away from him. Twice a podium finisher last time at Portimao, Eddie Robinson. That's not going to happen in race 1 here at Valencia.
Unfortunately not, no. So let's recap, let's take stock. It is Gabriel Gomez who will lead them behind what I think may actually be a physical safety car this time around. Leo Robinson for High-Tech in second place. Maxime Ream held third despite the advances of Kabir Anurag. There we see the abandoned 83 car. I thought it was at least off the circuit, but no. It is abandoned there between turns 4 and 5. It does look like it might be sitting a little low, unfortunately, as well. But Anurag 4th, 5th place Maximilian Popov. Dante Vinci in 6th, still leading in the rookie trophy standings ahead of Finn McLaughlin in 7th. Andrea Kostic in 8th place, Enya Fry in 9th, Bart Harrison now in 10th position. Of course, Bart now moving into the top 10 due to Eddie Robinson's visit to the pit lane and confirmation that the safety car is in this lap. Now, I believe the clock will hit 0 before or after they cross the line, so it should be 2 laps of racing left to go unless Gabriel Gomez performs the longest safety car hold of all time, which may well be the instruction he's receiving as we speak. This has been a thriller so far, Andy, and I believe one last chapter to finish the book off nicely.
A bit of a shame, really, though, because once we start getting into a bit of a run of green flag laps, Leo Robinson's pace sort of balances out against Gabriel Gomez. It's just that Gabriel seems better on cold tyres. That was the story at Portimao. He just was so on it after the safety car restarts, Gabriel Gomez, that no one else really could keep up with him. That, I'm sure, also benefited him in a slightly interrupted qualifying session where it was a bit stop-start. Being able to switch those tyres on straight away would have certainly favoured Gomez. Can he do it one more time? He's nailed the first 2 restarts, but Leo Robinson will be itching to go with him this time. It's not going to happen though, is it?
With our thanks to the marshals for their lightning fast actions over the last couple of safety car periods, we are going to race to the flag. 2 laps to go this time. Gabriel Gomez has cleared the blocks well ahead of second place Leo Robinson. Robinson should be safe from Maxime Ream. However, here comes Kabir Anurag for that 3rd position. Again, challenging, this time not trying to go all the way around the outside, trying to get the best run possible towards turn 2 up against his Us Racing teammate. Popov had a good run out of the first corner as well. They all remain in the same order, and Dante Vinci, well, he is going to be looking at what's going on ahead of him. He has to worry about Finn McLaughlin behind. A top step of the podium within rookie trophy at stake there for Vinci in the second of the Van Amersfoort racing cars as Finn McLaughlin studies in the Red Bull Junior team backed high-tech TGR machine. Very interesting situation that we have here, I think, in the middle of the top 10. That could go any of many ways. Nina Hardeman also is going to be watching out, of course, for Chloe Chambers. In fact, Chloe Chambers is past Nina Hardeman. I missed that. Hardeman is actually now down to 2nd in female trophy. Chloe Chambers currently leads that category.
Wow, what a drive from Chloe Chambers this has been then, moving her way nicely up the order from 24th on the grid, lest we forget, and she is now, in and around the back end of the top dozen, 13th position. Fantastic effort that, just to gain 11 places through all of the chaos, but to also inherit the class lead is particularly impressive. Right, round the final corner we go, onto the final lap of the race, and Gabriel Gomez has once again now been able to build this margin over Leo Robinson in 2nd. Maxime Ream in 3rd position, I think, has seen off the immediate threat from Kabir Anurag, who has really been on his toes over the last couple of safety car restarts. There they go, look, just into turn 1, still nose to tail. Even closer though, further back, that is the 23 car, and that's contact there, and into the back of him, around goes the number 23 machine at the first corner. Arthur Sebrican is off the road and taking, who else was that with him?
Chloe Chambers was not the one who started that. It was Chambers into Behrman, into Severikin, all 3 cars falling through the order, and unfortunately Chloe Chambers' great run to the front of female trophy is not going to pay off on this occasion. We are on the final lap of the race. I believe we will run to the line regardless, but an unfortunate conclusion to the race for three of our drivers there, Behrman, Severikin, and indeed Chloe Chambers. But it is Gabriel Gomez at the sharp end of the order. The 78 car leading the way, has not finished off the podium so far this season. His record right now reads first, third, and with a lead of over 30 points in the championship. A lead which has already grown this weekend because of a pole position for this race. And it's going to grow further with his first race win of the weekend. Gabriel Gomez comes around the final corner now, and the checkered flag awaits the Brazilian driver. Here comes Gabriel Gomez. Us Racing will be delighted with how the season is going. 3 wins in 4 races for Gabriel Gomez. Robinson second, Maxime Ream in third place, Kabir Anurag fourth, Maximilian Popov crosses the line in 5th position. Andrea Kostic in 7th place behind Fia McLaughlin, Enya Fry in 9th, Bart Harrison in 10th, Gino Trapper in 11th place on debut. That's a really solid performance for his first time here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo at the very least. And Nina Hardeman in 12th position does win at the female trophy categorization and gains some overall positions on that final lap as well as a result of the 3-car contact going into the first corner. That incident between Chambers, Behrman and Severikin is now under investigation, unsurprisingly, but our drivers, what remains of our 31-car starting grid, 23 taking the flag, our drivers just now soaking in what was a very, very entertaining, albeit for some of them, slightly trouble-filled race. No such issues, though, for Gabriel Gomez. One of his first questions down in the garage is going to be, why were there so many safety cars then? I didn't see any of it. He is our race winner once again for the 3rd time in 4 races. And that championship lead is going to grow. Some mental commentator arithmetic tells me that's going to be 96 points, I think, if he, as it stands, for him. And in fact, will it be 97? I think he had the fastest lap as well, so I think it might well be 97 points for Gomez, but that's about as good as it gets, really, just 4 races into the season. Really impressive effort so far from the Brazilian driver. Lots of promising performances there from our competitors in the Formula Winter Series. Yes, it was far from an uninterrupted race. Yes, Artem Severikin's car does need some help from the spare department, but overall it has been a very entertaining kickoff to the event. A sold-out event, lest we forget, here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Capacity slightly capped owing to the damage taken to the circuit in October during the floods. So we are down to 3,000 per day capacity, but those tickets did sell out. They are free tickets, but they did quote-unquote sell out. Lots of interest in the Winter Series here in Valencia, and the fans will be welcoming Gabriel Gomez to the P1 position very soon indeed, underneath the podium. Leo Robinson second then. Another second place for him. Didn't quite get the opportunity to put a lunge in against Gabriel Gomez, but more solid points for him. And Maxime Ream with a very hard-earned 3rd place, to say the least. He was having to defend hard against Kabir Anurag, make sure he put his car in the right places on multiple occasions. For Gabriel Gomez, this is becoming old hat. The partnership with Us Racing bearing fruit for a multiple-time karting champion, twice a runner-up in the FIA European Karting Championships, but he's a runaway leader currently in the Formula Winter Series, and scored his first ever F4 race win at Monza last year in Euro 4, and is now a 3-time race winner in the Formula Winter Series. Receiving congratulations then from the Us Racing crew. And will have to go, of course, to the weighbridge. As you might recall, the drivers do have to go and hop on the scales before they get a chance to have a chat with Izzy Browning down there under the podium. So it will be a couple of minutes, I suspect, before Gabriel Gomez is in a position to give us his instant reactions. But that was a stop-start race for sure. And every time the task at hand was start, Gabriel Gomez delivered. Whether it was that run to the first corner, Leo Robinson pressuring him, or indeed the subsequent safety car restarts, they were brilliantly managed on all occasions from Gabriel Gomez. So it is Us Racing from High Tech, from Us Racing on the podium. Van Amersfoort's first car, Maximilian Popov, in 5th place. He was very confident coming into this weekend and will be happy with a top 5 result, I'm sure. And good to see Jenza once again there in the top 10 as well with 2 cars. I know that both Enya Fry and Bart Harrison will be hungry for some top 5 finishes, perhaps even some podium finishes this weekend. You may recall Bart Harrison briefly leading in the rather bizarre start to race 3 of the Portimao weekend, where unfortunately the start gantry didn't properly work, and Harrison was leading only for the restart to be declared, red flag to be declared, and did not quite get the opportunity. I believe we are in the pit lane and ready to go. We are indeed. So it is time to go down to Izzy Browning under the podium for the first time this weekend with Gabriel Gomez.
I am indeed with Gabriel Gomez. I literally just joked with him off camera that he's going to get sick of me if he keeps winning, because he's going to have to keep talking to me. Gabriel, congratulations, another win and a perfect way to start the weekend.
Yeah, not can ask any more from today. It was a perfect day, to be honest. Yesterday we were fast in collective test, but not super, to be honest. And tonight we worked with the team very well. The team worked very good, and the car was amazing during the day. Today 2 poles, and the race was very good. The start was a bit tight with Robinson, but later I had a mega pace, and then it was just to manage the tires and the gap, and it was a perfect race.
Yeah, it sounds like you and the team have found something overnight to allow you to have that pace. 3 safety cars to deal with in that one, a lot going on, but you managed every single one perfectly, and definitely at the end as well. That one was the perfect restart to take it when it counted.
Yeah, I think I learned a little bit from the race last year here, and I studied a little bit it also during the videos, watching the videos and everything from the last race here. And today I managed to do a very good restart, always pulling a bit of the gap before already the straight, and then was easy to keep the position.
Yeah, certainly a good idea to study those previous races, and to certainly study the safety car restarts, as we're potentially going to see quite a few of those over the season. But for now, you've extended the championship lead once again, so that must feel good.
Yeah, it feels very good now to get a little bit more of a gap, and now we keep working for tomorrow, try to get more gap from the championship.
All right, congratulations. We'll get you up to the podium and go enjoy it, and we'll see you tomorrow. There is our first race winner of the day, Gabriel Gomez.
A well-deserved victory then for Gabriel Gomez in the Formula Winter Series. Race 1 is in the books. It was rather dramatic. The lights went out, we were underway for the first time, and once again, the fast-starting Leo Robinson lived up to the hype. However, Gabriel Gomez squeezing him out onto the grass on the approach to the first corner, and the 78 car led Gabriel Gomez from pole position with the early lead in the race. Remarkably, all 31 cars got through the first corners intact. Unfortunately, while lap 1 was clean, in inverted commas, lap 2 would be a little less forgiving. Gennaro Trapper found the grapple on the first lap of the race and was then struggling as some souvenirs were picked up by marshals elsewhere. Safety car was out. Peyton Westcott was in to receive a new nose cone. Unfortunately, David Walter was in the wall with what appeared to be a collision between Westcott and Walter. Westcott did just struggle a little bit to get the car underway, but she did rejoin the circuit just in time for the safety car restart. Gomez continued to lead the way. Meanwhile, Finn McLaughlin came under a lot of pressure from the number 20 machine. Enya Fry was on the charge in the early stages of the race. A lot of drivers thinking about the tyre degradation at this stage. However, I'm sure those concerns went down as they spent more time under safety car. Unfortunately, Peyton Westcott was having more issues out on circuit. Not the easiest start to the Americans weekend, but we'll see her bounce back on Sunday, I'm sure. Enya Fry with a bit of a lock-up, quite easy to under-rotate the tyre going into turn 14, and that would leave him open to an attack from Andrea Kostic, as we saw there in the number 10 car. A big oversteer moment there from Maxime Ream, who was under significant pressure. Joan Chiconte's number 12 car would end up damaged. That would not bring out a safety car. However, we were going to see more delays in the near future as the competitors continued to fight for grip, continued to fight to stay away from each other, frankly. Unfortunately, there was contact between Alba Hurup Larsen and Simon Schranz. They were fighting just outside the top 20, and Schranz would continue. Hurup Larsen would end up in the gravel. There would be a momentary safety car period, and just after the restart, things were looking very feisty between Maxime Ream and his teammate Kabir Anurag. Also, the Yenza teammates, Bart Harrison and Enya Fry, they were fighting it out for 9th and 10th place. Some rally crossing for Andrea Kostic, who lost some positions. Meanwhile, the 23, Artem Severikin, getting hung out to dry there by Trapper, who then lost a position to the charging Chloe Chambers. Chambers had got herself into the lead of the female trophy as her fellow competitor Olkuska had a spin, but then the safety car came out once more to recover that cram machine that was stranded in the road. Last lap of the race begun with Chloe Chambers on the back of Thomas Behrman. Unfortunately, Behrman would be nudged into the rear of Severikin, all three cars falling through the order. Chloe Chambers losing her female trophy win in that collision. So the overall victory going to Gabriel Gomez at the front. Masterful execution of all safety car restarts and building a gap every time he was offered the opportunity. The gap at the end of the race, a fairly spelt 1.2 seconds in favour of Gabriel Gomez. The number 78 car winning the race ultimately for Us Racing. Leo Robinson in second position, Maxime Ream third. Kabir Anurag will be gutted to have just missed out on that podium in fourth place. Then it's Maximilian Popov in fifth position. Dante Vinci in sixth place. Finn McLaughlin in P7. Andrea Kostic in eighth place. Enya Fry in P9. Bart Harrison is 10th in the standings. Gennaro Trapper 11th ahead of female trophy winner Nina Hardeman, who moved up from 15th to 12th with that collision that we saw on the final lap. Sebastian Bach in 13th ahead of Andrea Dupé. Guy Albag on debut in the series in 15th place. Jan Kuller in 16th. Matilda Patz in 17th. Simon Schranz in 18th. No damage in that collision with Alba Hurup Larsen. Theo Borenstein in 19th. Peyton Westcott recovering to P20 after a few dramas. Chloe Chambers in 21st. Cornelia Olkuska in 22nd. And Artem Severikin just about limping the car home to 23rd. Behrman, Edu Robinson, Ricardo Baptista, Alba Larsen, Alexander Ruta, Joan Chiconte and Alicia Palmovsky, as well as David Walter, all casualties of that race. Lots of damaged cars, lots of Tatus spare parts going at a premium rate, I suspect, ahead of Sunday and race 2 of the weekend. They do, thankfully, have the evening and possibly even the early morning to fix the cars up. For now, though, it's time to celebrate before we do any repairs. Andy McEwen is ready with our first podium of the weekend.
Thank you very much, Adam. Well, what a dramatic opening race that was for the Formula Winter Series here at Valencia. We have our drivers ready to go for our first podium presentation of the weekend. We will start, as always, with the female trophy and a fourth victory of the season for Nina Hardeman. Congratulations, Nina. Fantastic efforts. It did look as though maybe the win was going to go elsewhere in that race, but Nina came through the drama to claim the victory and gets a great reception from the crowd down below. Trophy handed out, the winners' trophies for Formula Winter Series today, handed out by Florencio Caso from Pirelli, who is here to hand the trophy out. Photos will be taken, and very shortly Nina Hardeman will exit the podium and begin celebrations with the team, and I'm sure begin looking ahead to tomorrow's further 2 races, where she will hope to add another 2 victories to her total. So congratulations then to Nina on another female trophy victory. We move on now to the rookie category then, and we start with our 3rd placed rookie driver, Andrea Dupé. Andrea heads out onto the 3rd step of the Valencia podium to bask in the sunshine for a few moments. Teams down below cheer. We welcome next our 2nd placed rookie driver, Finn McLaughlin. Finn McLaughlin out onto the 2nd step of the podium after a tough race in that midfield battle. The victory, though, in the rookie category for race 1 here at Valencia goes to Dante Vinci. And Dante gets by far the biggest cheer so far from the crowd down below. The Van Amersfoort Racing team on hand to celebrate. What a weekend Dante Vinci is having. A massive upturn in performance and immediately rewarded with a rookie class victory. Trophies handed out once again. Florencio Caso back on hand from Pirelli. We also have Robin and Stefan from GEDLICH Racing to hand over the 2nd and 3rd place trophies respectively. Photos again taken, a big crowd down below. Lots of spectators here this weekend, but lots of team members to join in the celebrations down below as our rookie podium drivers get cheered back off the Valencia podium. Well done, guys. So we now move on to the best team, and a team that did a lot of celebrating and trophy hunting last time at Portimao. They've continued that record again here at Valencia. Our winning team for race number 1, US Racing. US Racing celebrate the victory, and there are plenty of US Racing team members down below as well to cheer on their team member. Right then, top 3 overall, 3 drivers who we've seen on the podium already this season. In 3rd position, Maxime Ream. Technically speaking, Maxime's first podium of the season, but we did see him venture onto the podium in Portimao before that disqualification. A 3rd appearance on the podium, meanwhile, for our 2nd place finisher, Leo Robinson. Leo Robinson racking up the points. A solid drive there to 2nd position, just didn't quite have the pace in the end to challenge for a race victory. The race victory then for the 3rd time this season goes to our championship leader, Gabriel Gomez. US Racing once again will celebrate with Gabriel as he heads to the top step of the podium. And now we have the national anthem of the winning driver.
Escuchamos el himno de Brasil en honor del vencedor de la carrera.
Gabriel Gomez then victorious in our first race here at Valencia, a 3rd win of the season, and he extends his championship lead. The trophies then brought out once again by Florencio, Robin and Stefan to be handed over, not only in fact to our top 3 drivers, but also Anna from GEDLICH Racing to hand over the trophy to the US Racing team manager. And again, celebrations begin in the Valencia sunshine here after a fraught but certainly entertaining entertaining opening race of the Formula Winter Series weekend. They will, of course, have 2 more races to come tomorrow, and we look forward to seeing who will come out on top in the 2 further races around the Valencia circuit. For now, though, we turn our attention away from single-seaters and towards our first GT racing action of the weekend. The podium empties, but the grid very much filling up ahead of GT4 Winter Series Race 1.
So race 1 of the GT4 Winter Series is up next, and unfortunately, as you can just about see on this wide-angle shot, there are currently marshals running towards the exit of turn 11, where the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren is currently stationary. That is our pole-sitting car. The 812 that is supposed to be on the grid at the moment with Charlie Hart at the wheel ready to lead the race from the front is instead being pushed by about 4 manpower towards the escape road, and that is not what Charlie Hart was envisioning for his first start of the weekend. So if things stay as they are right now, this potentially means that J-Mo Hartling is going to be all alone on the front row of the grid in the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Alm machine. J-Mo P2 on the grid may become de facto pole position. This is not the site that Rafa Racing by Racelab wanted. We know the McLaren is strong here. It won last year in the hands of Elite Motorsport, but unfortunately, the Rafa Racing by Racelab car in the hands of the marshals. Meanwhile, down on the grid, Izzy Browning is ready with a slightly depleted grid walk.
I am indeed down on the grid, and as you can see, pole position empty, as Adam's just said. The Rafa Racing McLaren stuck around the circuit. The team just telling me that they can't get the car into gear, so an issue on the sighting lap to the grid. Not the start to the weekend that the Rafa Racing duo would have wanted, especially being on pole position. They will be gutted about that one, but I will come to the number 11, who turns out to be our pole sitter, I guess. Well, J-Mo, it's not a pole position, but you are the only one on the front row because the Rafa Racing McLaren won't be taking the start. So clear view down to turn 1. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, well, it's not good because we're standing here, we're driving qualifying, want to have a great fight, and yeah. But okay, it happens. Yeah, that's racing. Now we're standing here alone in the front row, and yeah, we will give my best to yeah, have a good start.
I'm sure you will. Thanks for speaking to us. Good luck. Right, we're going to continue back. As I said, there's an empty position here, so we will swiftly move past the where the pole position was supposed to be and come back. We are about to get the 1 minute board, but just quickly, the number 77 Elite McLaren. We weren't expecting to see the Elite boys back, but they are back, and a different driver is in that car, and that driver will be Tom Leben. But if you were with us last year in the GT4 Winter Series, you will recognise that name because he came 3rd in the championship last year with Zach Meakin. Now he's taking over the driving duties from Josh Rattican. Mackenzie Cresswell will be in that car tomorrow, so he remains in the championship, but Tom Leben will be taking over the driving duties of Josh Rattican. So great to welcome Tom back into the championship. I'm hoping to get a chat with Tom at some point, but I don't think now will be the time, as we are just about to get the race started. The teams and drivers leaving the grid, although the marshals haven't yet taken the 1 minute board, so I'll show you the 39 car that starts alongside that. It will be Max Hewitt in that car, and now we do have the 1 minute board, so this race about to get underway shortly.
So then, the GT4 Winter Series is up next, and already there has been some rather significant drama because our pole sitter, as we've seen, is absent. Ergo, it is one car on the front row. Jamo Hartling, a 139.111, is, as it turns out, good enough to potentially lead into the first corner. He'll have Tom Leben for company, though, on his return to the GT4 Winter Series, alongside Maximilian Hewitt, with what I believe to be the best starting position for Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin so far this season. It's an all WNS Motorsport row number 3. Alan Gabay alongside Tim Horrell in 5th and 6th position. VWT Muka Motorsports Tobias Bill Clausen is next. He is alongside Joachim Bolting, who of course had that heroic race in the wet in Portimao. The Invitational BMW M4 GT4 Evo of Ravi Ramyid is next, alongside Turkish newcomer Kazi Saitak. In 11th place, the leading of a rather large Cayman Trophy entry is Franz Linden in the number 66 Cayman Trophy machine from Speedworks. Mikael Sander is next in 12th position. In 13th place is Vili Kuna in the number 110, one of the 2 SR Motorsport entries. Thilo Goss in the glorious sounding Aston Martin will be 14th on the grid. And in 15th position, it will be Marcin Karzewski, another newcomer. He's racing for Foot Racing by Atlas Ward, and a familiar name in an unfamiliar steed, Oscar Rintovic. The Scottish flagged driver is now racing in the GT4s as well, the 3rd different car that he's raced in the last month of his life. Bear in mind that when he was celebrating Christmas in December, he'd never started a motor race. He's now taking the Porsche Cayman out there in the Cayman Trophy class of the GT4 Winter Series. He is also competing in the GT Winter Series this weekend in his Ferrari 296 Challenge car. So then, it is Jamo Hartling alone on the front row of the grid. As far as I can see, the number 812 car has been completely removed from the scene. Unfortunately, the Rafa Racing McLaren nowhere to be seen. The pole-sitting car is absent. Can Tom Leben sneak to maybe get to the inside at the first corner? He can't just drive forward into what would have been the pole position slot, of course, but once the race is underway, all bets are off. Keep an eye as well on Maximilian Hewitt in the Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4. Alan Gabay and Tim Horrell, they could be quick starters as well from row 3 of the grid. Jamo Hartling leads them away though from the front row of the grid, and it was the left side of your screen that started quicker, because here comes Maximilian Hewitt. Hewitt in the Aston is 2nd, Tom Leben 3rd, then it's number 30 of Tim Horrell in 4th position. Good start from Horrell. 5th place is Alan Gabay, the pro WNS Motorsport car, fighting its Pro-Am cousin. Horrell side by side now with Gabay for 4th place, and I think those two are going to stay side by side here through 4 and 5. Ditto Ravi Ramyid and Tobias Bill Clausen just behind them. Fast start here from Ravi Ramyid. He's moving up the field.
Yes, he is indeed then started 9th on the grid, but here he is knocking on the door of a top 5 on the round opening lap. He is in behind 30 cars ahead towards halfway around the first lap.
So then, the SR Motorsport entry, Jamo Hartling, leads the way. In 2nd place, Maximilian Hewitt was. However, it is now Tom Leben in 2nd position. Leben in 2nd place now. In 3rd place is Maximilian Hewitt then. And it is Jamo at the front. And Jamo building a big gap, actually, over Tom Leben already. Leben having to recover back to P2. Joachim Bolting, meanwhile, a little bit further back in the only AM car competing this weekend. He'll be looking to match the heroics that he had in the wet conditions a week ago, but he's self-admittedly very quick in the wet. He was as surprised as anybody, he told me, behind the wheel. But what a great day that was for him. Jamo Hartling with a great first lap, already 1.5 seconds clear.
Yeah, good stuff that from Jamo Hartling, with all of the battling going on behind in second position, just allowing him to pull a bit of a gap. But this battle for second ain't over yet, I don't think. Tom Leben certainly not escaping from Maximilian Hewitt. There is Tobias Bill-Klaassen up the inside of Ravi Ramjeed, and that was for 6th position. So Ramjeed losing out to the Mercedes, which moves up an extra spot. But remember, that is a pro-classed car, some way detached from the rest of the pro runners towards the front of the field. So Tobias Bill-Klaassen eager to get on with this. He also needs to, of course, clear the Pro-Am leading Porsche of Tim Harrell, which in fairness might be made easier if Tim keeps going rally crossing. 2 wheels on the dirt there coming out of turn 5, and already Tobias Bill-Klaassen is almost within striking range. They head towards turn 8, which is the next big braking zone. Is Tobias close enough? No, not quite just yet, but closing in rapidly on the Porsche ahead.
And there was the Cayman Trophy scrap. Unfortunately, one of them has had an issue. Crabbing is Franz Linden, the number 66 car, which of course is a regular entry, will be scoring championship points in the battle against the SR Motorsport cars in Cayman Trophy. And that, unfortunately, looks like Franz Linden, who was leading the class at the end of the first lap, heading into the pits at the end of the second lap. I think Mikael Sander will therefore inherit the Cayman Trophy lead, though he'll be under pressure from Willi Kuhne, also of the stable from SR Motorsport. And then it's Oscar Rinzovic. So Rinzovic in at the 80 car in the first of 2 races today, 6 races this weekend. He's made some headway further back in the Cayman Trophy battle. But here's Tom Leben with the sizable and rather intimidating looking Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of Maximilian Hewitt. That current generation Aston Martin Vantage made one of, if not its very first public appearance in Europe. In the GT4 Win Series last year, only in testing, mind you, with Forsetti Motorsport. But that car a year on has proven to be a very successful weapon, and it's exciting to see it in the GT4 Winter Series. And indeed, I think it's exciting to see Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Maximilian Hewitt, and indeed potentially Baudouin Detu, his co-driver, finally up there fighting for the podium positions. They've had a rough run of qualifying form and some luck in the races as well, but here they are in third.
It's interesting to me, though, that we've come from Estoril and Portimao, where really the mid-engine cars, particularly the McLarens, have had a distinct advantage, it seems, over the front-engine cars. And yet here we are at Valencia, a really tight, twisty, technical circuit, a track you would expect to favour the mid-engine cars. There's a Mercedes leading. The Aston Martin's looking stronger than it has all season. Ravi Ramjeed's BMW is competitive as well. The front-engine cars seemingly finding something this weekend and really taking the fight to the McLarens. So it's good to see. Maximilian Hewitt's Aston Martin, of course, is the biggest example of that, really. All of a sudden shooting up into a podium battle and really giving Tom Leben something to think about here, although Tom on this lap maybe just ever so slightly stretching the margin by the time we come round to the end of the lap. But yeah, definitely a few new players in contention for good results this weekend.
The only driver under the 1:40 barrier then is your race leader. There you see confirmation on the top of the screen. Jamo Hartling, 1:39.917 for the German driver. Of course, Jamo, last year champion in the GT Winter Series, and is back in a GT4 this season, showing exactly what he can do. But of course, it is Elite Motorsport that are in control of the championship right now in the GT4 Win Series. Mackenzie Cresswell, of course, specifically in the driver's title now, with Josh Rattigan on the bench and Tom Leben filling in admirably. Meanwhile, further back in the field, we see the 32 car, I think that might have been, of Kusi Saitak, under pressure from Thilo Goss in the big Aston Martin. Great to see James 3.0, as the orange Aston Martin is affectionately called by the Muka Motorsport team, in there and in amongst it, with the full VAT GT4 car of Saitak just ahead, and indeed some of the Cayman Trophy cars as well. 0.2 of a litre of engine capacity difference between the yellow and black car and the green and black car. And let's see if those legs help, because Saitak, he got a good run out of turn 6, and by the time they arrive at turn 8, he does get through back into 11th place overall, but he's fallen through the order a little bit in those early laps. I think just now recovering through the field. Next target is the other Speedworks car, the Oscar Rinzovic driven machine. Well, it is a Speedworks car, but I am seeing that it is now listed as Myrtle Motorsport, so I think that has changed a little bit from the version of the entry list that I've seen. It has certainly been hired by Speedworks, but I think Myrtle might have a role to play in running the car as well. Nonetheless, it is second in class right now and under pressure from Kusi Zajtak.
Yes, because a lap ago at this corner, we saw Oscar Rinzovic going past Vili Kuna just in the background of shots, so he moved up into second place in class. Of course, Zajtak now behind him, not running in the same class as those two, but Rinzovic within the Cayman Trophy, moving forward pretty nicely. Meanwhile, this battle continues to rage on for 5th position. Tim Harrell in 5th place, leading Pro-Am. Then Tobias Bill-Clausen, who's one of the pro drivers, and Ravi Ramid still running, of course, in the Invitational class in the non-homologated BMW. So 3 cars not really fighting for class position, but very much fighting for a spot inside the top 5 overall. And as I said earlier on, Tobias Bill-Clausen wants to get past Tim Harrell as quickly as possible to then start chasing Alan Gabay ahead, who is another pro entry. The Mercedes, though, not close enough to the Porsche this time as they turn through the downhill left-hander at turn 8. The top end of the circuit, where they are now, is the highest point of the track. As you get closer to the pit and paddock complex, you drop downhill ever so slightly. So this second half of the lap is filled with these sort of medium low speed corners where the ground drops away from you midway through the turn, and that can induce quite a bit of understeer. Maybe that's why the front engine cars are going so well. A bit more weight over the front end is really helping them to grip mid corner. Now, drive through penalty for Mikael Sander, the Cayman Trophy leader, for an unsafe rejoin, and when he serves that, Adam, Oscar Rinzovic will inherit the lead.
Started at the rear of the field, has been struggling a bit with the differences between the Cayman versus the Ferrari 296 Challenge car, and yet it seems as though Rinzovic is going to be leading Cayman Trophy before too long. Mikael Sander with an unsafe rejoin, as we heard there, and that might explain why Franz Linden ended up with a broken suspension, of course, because there was contact between, or there was Linden with damage, and we can assume potentially contact then with Mikael Sander. Meanwhile, the pro-class interloper in the Cayman Trophy battle, Kusi Zajtak, drawing alongside the Cayman Trophy spec car of Rinzovic. It should be slightly quicker in a straight line, and it appears that it is. Now, Rinzovic may not realise that's not a Cayman Trophy competitor that he's facing. Nonetheless, he wants his position back. Dives to the inside, and the number 80 car does move back up into what is 10th overall, and now the Cayman Trophy lead because Sander has been through the pit lane.
Vili Kuna was keen to get in on the action there as well, wasn't he? Almost outbraked himself into turn number 2. Thilo Goss behind, of course, in the Aston Martin as they round 5 and head uphill towards turn number 6. Fascinating battle this then between the 3 Caymans, running across 2 different classes, as Adam quite rightly pointed out, but it's a good on-track scrap nonetheless, as is this one. Tobias Bill-Clausen still hasn't found a way ahead of Tim Harrell, and he's trying to do it now as they head towards the end of another lap. The Mercedes closing in, not close enough though to have a go into the final corner. It's all about getting a good exit from this turn and maybe building a challenge down towards turn 1. He's closer now, I'd say, than he has been on previous laps, but I don't think quite close enough to force a defensive manoeuvre out of Tim ahead of him.
Tim Harrell there was really late riding the brakes into the apex at turn 14. I have to assume he's got some rear bias on in the car there to make sure it can rotate while under braking, and Harrell actually alluded to the fact that at the start of the season that the car feels good for him for the first time. He is a paraplegic racing driver. You can see the rather tongue-in-cheek disabled badge on him on that 30 cars door, and of course he is a really well-loved member of that WNS Motorsport team. Them, along with Paravan, their partner, who produce accessible vehicles for the roads, have been working very hard to get the car set up for Tim so he has optimal control with his hand controls, his lever brake, his throttle ring behind the steering wheel, and he said, I've got it this year. The car feels right, I feel like I'm in control, and we've seen him as a bronze driver fighting in amongst it with the pros, which we are once again seeing here as Tobias Bill-Clausen is just behind him in the BWT Muka Motorsport entry. This may be the final outing for the Pink Mercedes in GT4 Winter Series this year. That is to be confirmed, but they're not yet listed for Aragon. Nonetheless, certainly for Clausen, he would like to get himself into that top 5 position. A good, strong result for him as he continues to build his experience in his inaugural GT4 campaign, and this might be the move. Big lunge on the brakes. Those AP Racing brakes on the Mercedes-AMG GT4 working optimally into Adrian Campos' corner and through into 5th overall. But let's see if Tim Horrell can respond.
Yeah, that was all triggered by a little error from Tim. He just ran a bit wide in through turn 12, and that compromised his exit up the hill, probably the steepest incline on the circuit. Not a good place to be sacrificing speed, and that was all the invitation that Tobias needed. Now, of course, Tim's got to turn his attention to Ravi Ramid behind in the BMW, who looks to try and take advantage. Often when a driver does lose a position, that can knock them out of their rhythm a bit, and Ravi will be hoping that's the case for Tim Horrell, and that it opens the door maybe for the Century Motorsport car to move through. It's not happening just yet though, and Tim Horrell, I'm sure, hasn't quite given up hopes of tagging along with Tobias Bill Clausen here and trying to get away up the road with him. Tobias starting though to build a bit of a margin, and again Tim is a bit wide. Ravi Ramid almost gives him a helping hand out of the corner. Didn't want to sacrifice any of the extra momentum that he had because he wants to try and have a go into turn 8. He's not quite close enough, I don't think. No, Tim gets into the corner first, but again doesn't exactly make friends with that apex curb. Couple of mistakes starting to appear in Tim Horrell's driving, and that's music to the ears of Ravi Ramid behind.
Of course, Ravi Ramid is a bronze driver. That car was supposed to be a Pro-Am entry at the start of the season, but as it is with its new Evo kit, which is homologated in March, the BMW M4 from Century Motorsport running as an invitational car, but these are the 2 bronzes of what would have been 2 Pro-Am lineups. Meanwhile, there is some contact further back around the field for Thilo Goss, and I believe that could have been Mikael Sander or Willy Kuna. Those 2 have continued on their way, and while that's going on, Ravi Ramid continues to try and study Tim Horrell and see if he can find a way through, but Horrell a bit closer, a bit further away, sorry, from Ravi Ramid as they run towards turn 1.
Yes, I happened to glance out of the window and saw a flash of orange heading into the corner rather quicker than it should have been, and I suspect it caught Willy Kuna out slightly as well. There is Thilo Goss. He has lost a position out of all of that. Marcin Karczewski has gone through, and there is definitely a witness mark on the right front corner of the Aston. I wonder whether he may bring this to the attention of the team just to check it over. It didn't seem to want to go through the final corner terribly quickly, and yes, he's peeling into the pit lane, but that was... well, an audacious move. I'm not even convinced he meant to make it. I think he may have missed his braking point slightly, and a little bit of contact may have damaged the Aston Martin. Not significantly, we hope. Hopefully we'll see that car back out again tomorrow, but that has rather fragmented now what was a very congested group of cars just outside the top 10.
Well, if memory serves correct, there is at least one more James Aston Martin in the Thilo Goss camp. So if that car does have any significant damage, then I think he might still be able to race. Jamo Hartling in the lead of the race now by 6.7 seconds. It's just... metronomic pace at the front and systematic gaining of the gap. It was 6.7 across the line. We'll see what it is this time by as he has crossed the line. Let's see what Tom Leben's time is. It's some 7/10 slower, 7.4 back now is Tom Leben. The Mercedes-AMG GT4 coming on strong here. We had a win for an Aston, a win for a Mercedes, and a win for McLaren here in the GT4 Winter Series a year ago. It was Aston first. They took the first win of the season, or of the weekend, in 2024. Right now, you'd be a brave man to bet against Mercedes being the first winners of the weekend in 2025.
You certainly would. This has been a dominant performance from Jamo Hartling, and a performance that will put him into second place in the championship now, with the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren not starting. There were only 2 points between those 2 teams coming into this race, and of course this will very much favour the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm outfit, who will move into P2. Of course, not a terrible day at the office for Elite Motorsport either, but we'll have to wait and see how they get on in the races tomorrow to really see what the championship picture will be heading for Aragon. Out towards the end of another lap then goes our runaway race leader. Here, meanwhile, Oscar Rinzovic, the Cayman Trophy leader, still has Kazi Saitak behind. Saitak was briefly ahead a handful of laps ago, but ever since Rinzovic took that place back, which in fairness he did pretty much immediately, the positions have remained in this order, and this will be a little bit of a frustration, you'd have to say, for Kazi Saitak, who, remember, is entered into the pro class and simply can't find a way past the Cayman Trophy machine.
Oscar Rinzovic's racing career started at Estoril a month ago in the GT Winter Series. He moved from a 488 challenge car to a 296 challenge car for Portimao a week later, and he immediately put himself well up the overall grid, of course, in that 296 challenge car at Portimao, running within the top 10 and indeed in the Cup 1 lead for much of at least two of the races from memory. Now moving into the Porsche Cayman, looking to get some more races under the belt for an international license for one thing, but also just to be a well-rounded driver early in his career, taking the opportunity provided by the GT4 Win Series and the GT Win Series to get track time and race time, most importantly, and having great fun there in an all-Cayman battle, albeit in different classes, Cayman Trophy and the Pro category. Ravi Ramid still looking for a way past Tim Horrell there, who was right on the edge of the outer curbing there, coming through turn 5, really pressing on. And again, a little bit of a poor run there potentially for the driver of the Cayman. Could this be Ravi Ramid's opportunity? The Porsche may be a little bit quicker in a straight line. We've seen that a couple of times so far this season. The big BMW looking for any way he can to get through. Turn 9, they're making contact, and unfortunately, that's Tim Horrell into the gravel, just maybe slightly into the wall as well. But that will be the end of the race for Tim Horrell, properly beached in the gravel trap. And you could see that one coming for a good 3 or 4 seconds before it happens. Yeah, I think there was a bit of frustration from Ravi there, because I'd spotted a few more mistakes as you had there out of Tim Horrell. I think Ravi was losing ground to Tobias Bill-Clausen up the road. He wanted to get through and saw the opportunity to do so. And then neither of them really wanted to leave the other driver much room as they headed through turn 9, didn't they? So yeah, Tim Horrell's car well and truly beached in the gravel. It is a long way off the road though, so I'm hoping that won't require a safety car period in order to extract it. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, this is the fight for third position. Maximilian Hewitt, after a really strong start to the race, has now dropped about 3 seconds behind Tom Levin in the Elite Motorsport McLaren, and so as his challenge for second place fades, now he has some real defending to do to hold on to third. Alan Gabay right behind, and Gabay in the WNS Motorsport Porsche looking to try and find an advantage over the Aston Martin, which, as Adam said, is a car that had success here a year ago. It's clearly a circuit that suits the Aston Martin, but at this stage of the race, the Porsche looks the quicker of the two. Yes, indeed. So Alan Gabay firing back into action here to try and claim an overall podium. The 1-2 car of Willi Kuhne looks to be struggling a little bit as well. I think maybe carrying some damage from the collision with Thilo Goss several laps ago. But limping on, currently 4th in class, so has lost out to Mikael Sander, who of course had a drive-through penalty. So certainly Kuhne off the pace by several seconds, and also falling through the field. Meanwhile, was it Alan Gabay throwing shapes for you there? It was Maximilian Hewitt throwing gravel at Alan Gabay as they came through turn 12. I don't know if it was intentional, but it certainly had the effect of scaring Gabay off temporarily, because the gap between the two of them grew slightly as they climbed uphill, despite it being Hewitt who was dipping a couple of wheels into the gravel trap. Not an uncommon sight at turn 12, but one I think that maybe caught the attention of Alan Gabay in ways that he maybe didn't enjoy. But Maximilian Hewitt just needs to hang on. Well, still for another 9.5 minutes or so. Gabay looks the quicker of the two, as I said, but that little moment has just created a bit of empty racetrack between the two of them. Hewitt just needs to try and settle down again and unlock some of the performance that he had earlier in the race.
Wonder, though, how much tyre degradation does start to play a part in these races. You mentioned earlier on the Formula Winter Series drivers were complaining about that. It will be no different for the GT4 and GT Winter Series campaigners. This is a tough circuit. All of these sort of medium speed corners, the traction zones out of them. It can wear the tyres. Quite an abrasive surface too here at Valencia, I'm told. And it means that sometimes the drivers who are really quick at the start of the race aren't always the pace setters in the final third.
And while that's going on, let's take a quick look back at a couple of replays that we've had. This, firstly, is why Tim Horrell fell through the order. Again, we saw Ravi Ramid there trying to find a BMW's width on the inside at turn 9. He would have had the outside for turn 11 anyway, so he didn't really need that inside at turn 9. Bit of contact between the two of them. As you rightly said, Andy, there were some mistakes slipping in for Tim Horrell as he continued to try and defend the position. And unfortunately, going no further. That car has now been freed from the gravel, so there is no risk of any delays to the race for that. For Maximilian Hewitt then, as we continue to watch this battle for third place, of course, this is really promising stuff. Alan Gabay is behind him, a driver who has finished on the podium in the GT4 European Series, in ADAC GT4 Germany. Hewitt is on New Continent. He's previously raced Formula Regionals and Toyota 86s over in the United States. He's got some good measuring sticks around him here, and I can see the confidence growing in both him and Baudouin Detu, but particularly the GT4 newcomer really does seem to be coming into his own at this stage of the season. Meanwhile, we have had a switch in the battle for 8th place. Oscar Rindzovic, still firmly leading in Cayman Trophy, has now seen the full-fat GT4 Cayman of Kuzi Saitak get past. That happened a lap ago going into turn 1, or about half a lap ago going into turn 1, I believe. And Saitak now should theoretically be able to pull away from the car from Myrtle Motorsport. This is a little bit of a look back at what happened. A good run out of the final corner from Saitak led him to the side of Oscar Rindzovic, and then under braking he managed to get the move done. So Saitak up into 8th place, Oscar Rindzovic on his way to potentially a debut win in the Cayman Trophy in the GT4 Winter Series. However, Mikael Sander is lapping a lot quicker than him and is there second in class right now. The gap is 9 seconds. The lap time deficit is about 2.5.
Not convinced that was the end of that story, though, because when I looked out of the window half a lap later, Rindzovic was back in front and then completely missed his braking point at turn 8. Hence why the positions then came back to the favour of Kuzi Saitak. But anyway, finally now I think Oscar might have to admit defeat and just try and hang on to the Cayman Trophy class lead, as you said. Hewitt and Gabay, meanwhile, continue their scrap for third position on that particular lap. Hewitt was, well, they were almost identical, really. He was ever so fractionally quicker, half a tenth of a second quicker than Alan Gabay behind. But two completely different cars, front-engine Aston Martin, mid-engine Porsche Cayman, still takes a bit of getting used to say that. Around a circuit like this, they will both have strengths and weaknesses, areas of the circuit that suit the Aston Martin, and areas, I suspect, like this first sector that really suit the more agile Porsche. The changes of direction there through turns 3 and 4, and then 5 up into 6. This is where the Porsche seems strong. Some of those longer medium-speed corners in the middle sector of the lap, I think, that really seem to favour the front-engine Aston Martin. Fascinating racing, but Alan Gabay, as much as he flashes the lights at Maximilian Hewitt, is not having an easy time of relinquishing the Aston Martin driver of third place.
No, he's not going to go down without a fight, is he, Max Hewitt? I felt like watching Detu and Hewitt around the paddock this weekend. They seemed more confident. I think they unlocked something in the car. I believe they were here Tuesday, Wednesday as well for the Endless Summer track days here at Valencia. So they've been pounding around the circuit all week. They have found some time. Incidentally, we did lose a car, the Blue Garage Racing Lotus Emiro. We're set to see a Lotus Emiro in the category for the first time, but that car unfortunately had an incident on Tuesday, so is not taking part this weekend. We hope to see the Czech team in the GT4 Winter Series at some point in the future. For now, though, J-Mo Hartling, well, Tom Lebanon would like to see him at some point in the future, but I doubt it's going to happen. 12.8 seconds, the gap between the leader and Lebanon in second place. Further 4 seconds back, almost 5 seconds back, Max Hewitt with Alan Gabay on his tail. And look at that, Gabay closing in massively, I think just slightly overdoing it when it comes to the braking zone at turn 2 there. But it does strike me as though as this race is wearing on, perhaps the tyres on the Porsche aren't wearing quite as much, because it does look as though the Porsche is allowing a bit more of a gun-ho attitude from Alan Gabay.
Yeah, I think Gabay was so keen to close in through turn 2 because he was heading into the section where the Porsche is quicker. Mid-engine car maybe a bit lighter on its tyres, perhaps certainly the front tyres. Does seem like it's got a bit more attitude than the Aston Martin, doesn't it, on corner entry. And that is favouring, I think, Gabay in his quest to get through, and well wide of the apex there goes Maximilian Hewitt. But then he gets the traction on the exit of the corner and so keeps the Porsche in his rear-view mirrors. Gabay might think about jigging to the inside here, but no, not close enough into turn 11. Hewitt, though, just starting to make a couple of mistakes, and we saw this earlier with Tim Horrell. As soon as you start making mistakes, it can be a bit of a snowball effect. Then you have to defend more because you've lost some time. The more you defend, the more easy it is then to miss a braking point or run offline and end up handing the position away. So Hewitt just needs to try and keep cool here. 3 minutes to go. Traffic on the horizon as well. This could be about to get very, very interesting.
Yes, indeed. That traffic being the slightly crabbing Villicuna in the Cayman Trophy car that is running damaged after contact earlier on in the race. We'll see whether that is a factor in the remaining 2 minutes and 48 seconds. This should be just about the penultimate lap of the race. It's going to go down to the wire, actually, as to whether we have 1 and a bit laps or 2 and a bit laps left to go, dependent on Jamo Hartling's progress over the last couple of laps. But here comes Alan Gabay going towards turn 4, not close enough to get alongside Hewitt through this section of circuit, where often you do see them go side by side, but he is certainly close enough that Hewitt can no longer see the headlights of the Porsche in his rear view mirrors. Instead, he can probably see the whites of the eyes of Alan Gabay at the moment, as they are running in tandem here through the first sector. Here is then potentially the jeopardy card, because here is the lap traffic. Villicuna, I imagine, will be seesawing at the wheel with that crabbing.
Oh, no.
And Hewitt drifting wide there, getting slightly thrown off by one Porsche and then completely thrown off by the other. Gabay tags the left side of the Aston, and that for Maximilian Hewitt was, to put it gently, most unfortunate. And let's hope it's a rally car. Should just about get out of the gravel, but for Maximilian Hewitt that is hugely unfortunate. And once again, Racing Spirit of Le Mans lose their luck right at the end there. We're yet to see them up there in those top positions through no fault of their own on this occasion, I feel. But that is a critical moment that hands the podium over, potentially, to Alan Gabay.
Yeah, I just think Hewitt was slightly distracted by the slower car ahead of Villicuna, missed his braking point, opened up maybe half a car's width on the inside, and Alan Gabay knew that he had to capitalise on that, tried to convert half a car's width into a full car's width, and sadly couldn't do that without there being some contact. So around went the Aston, and yeah, what a shame that that battle had to end in such a way. I'm sure that will be discussed post-race, and we will await further news on whether or not that result is going to be amended. It does, however, give us a bit of an opportunity to turn our attention to another battle that I think is going to ignite on the final lap, and that's the battle in the Cayman Trophy. Oscar Rindzovic is being reeled in at a rate of knots by Michael Sander. I'm talking a couple of seconds a lap at least by Michael Sander. The two of them are only, I reckon, about 2 seconds apart now. There is something amiss, I fear, with Oscar Rindzovic's Mertel Motorsport Porsche, and the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau, an example of Michael Sander behind, is rapidly closing in. The checkered flag may come too soon for him, but he's certainly going to get close.
They haven't even started their final lap yet. They're just coming through the final corner now, just ahead of the car that's about to win the race. So a battle potentially in Cayman Trophy begins now, but for Jamo Hartling, a perfect race ends now. Pole position inherited to a win for Jamo Hartling, the actual pole sitter, of course. Charlie Hart not able to start the race with what seemed to be gear selection issues, so Jamo Hartling gladly picks up the baton and strides to victory ahead of Tom Levin. Levin takes second place. Alan Gabay will cross the line third overall, ahead of Tobias Bill Clausen, who of course has moved up to fourth place courtesy of Max Hewitt's issues at the end of the race there. Next up will be Ravi Ramyed, and in 6th will be Hewitt. Joachim Bolting will cross the line in 7th to be the AM winner. But here is the Cayman Trophy battle, Andy. Oscar Rindzovic is indeed under pressure.
Yeah, that car is ailing. Has he got enough performance under him to keep Mikael Sander behind for half a lap? That is how long is left in this race for the Cayman Trophy leader. But Mikael Sander is closing rapidly into the left-hander at turn 8. This is where Rindzovic has been wide already a few times in this race. He is wide again this time around, but hooks up the late apex, gets out of the corner in front, and realistically now only really 2 places left for Sander to attack. This was one of them into 11. He forced a wobble out of Rindzovic, who drifts a bit wide of the apex, and they'll go side by side towards turn 12. This is not an easy corner to go through door handle to door handle. Sander on the inside.
Whoa!
Excellent switchback manoeuvre from Oscar Rindzovic. Textbook stuff. He's back in front as they head for the final corner with a little bit of a gap to spare. That was not the racecraft of someone only a month into their racing career.
And yet somehow he is. Brilliant stuff there from Oscar Rindzovic. My mind was going, careful, mate, it's a rental. You don't own that one. And nonetheless, he will own a P1 trophy at his first attempt in the Cayman Trophy class of the GT4 Winter Series. What a way to finish race 1 of the weekend. Oscar Rindzovic sweeping past Mikael Sander after he very briefly regained that lead in Cayman Trophy. Of course, Sander was recovering from a drive-through penalty, and I bet you Oscar Rindzovic is delighted. I think he's probably celebrating at the wheel as we speak. The adrenaline rush will be significant, and that was possibly one of the moves of the season so far from Oscar Rindzovic. Incredible stuff. Lights flashing on J-Mo Hartling. He had a perfect race. No need for overtakes for J-Mo Hartling. He led it from the first corner. He was meant to be second on the grid, but of course, Charlie Hart on the sighting lap, not even the formation lap, having issues with the McLaren, and that meant that the Mercedes from the SR Motorsport team, SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaum Racing, and it is now a race-winning car once again, the number 11, putting in a great shift. This is not their first win of the season, of course. It's their second. They took a victory in race 2 at Portimao, and now, for the second time this season, it's going to be a winning run for SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaum. J-Mo Hartling pulls up to the number 1 spot then. Alan Gabai was seemingly quite eager to get to underneath the podium. He's already there in 3rd place, and Tom Leben is quite happy, I'm sure, with 2nd place. He, of course, is preparing for a season in a GT3 Ferrari as Elite Motorsport continues to expand its racing efforts, but wanted to keep his tools sharp, as it were, and have a good showing in the GT4 Winter Series this weekend. Meanwhile, just behind them is Oscar Rindzovic being greeted by his mechanic from Myrtle Motorsport. I'm sure there are celebrations going on there with that late move. The overall winner, meanwhile, pulling up, and a fairly reserved J-Mo Hartling, I will say, but all the same, a brilliant effort from the driver of the number 11. Our series photographer Daniel Björgen, videographer Emilio Petrovic, both there with their camera lenses, as is our man Joe behind the roving camera as well. I'm sure Izzy Browning will be down there to catch him in just a minute, but for now, J-Mo just taking stock of the situation and getting himself ready to head up to the podium to claim a P1 trophy. Congratulating the Elite Motorsport team as well, which is really nice to see. J-Mo, quite a reserved young man. We heard that on the grid earlier on as well. You could see that he was relaxed in the zone, but relaxed. And sure enough, he drove away at the front. Ultimately, 12.5 seconds, the winning margin for J-Mo Hartling. Tom Leben, 2nd. Alan Gabai in 3rd. Lots of drama and a fair bit of contact over the course of that race. J-Mo Hartling can watch it back in the hotel this evening and see all of what he missed from the front of the field. But quite a few incidents taking place over the course of that one. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We're 2 races in so far, and I say that the local fans have seen quite a bit of action so far from the Formula Winter Series and the GT4s. Unfortunately, the gravel traps have also seen a good bit of action, but J-Mo Hartling, a flawless performance, no kicking up of the gravel from him. Meanwhile, Izzy Browning, I believe, will be down now with J-Mo.
Well, I am with J-Mo, but the mechanics just coming in to congratulate him. J-Mo, congratulations, another win, 2nd win of the season for you. You were flying out there. Did you have fun?
Yeah, so much fun. The car was fucking fast. Thanks to the whole team, to the mechanics, to my boss. It was so grateful.
Apologies for the language if you heard that. Yeah, confident for tomorrow now you must be, considering that you guys have got plenty of pace out there.
Yeah, we're trying to catch the pace up. Also Enrico, he was doing a very, very great job in the qualifying today. Yeah, he's trying to catch the pace up, and I think it will be nice to have a great Sunday.
And with the Race Lab duo not starting the race, you guys are now P2 in the championship with the potential to catch elite, maybe?
Yeah, that's yeah. I forgot it.
That's the goal.
Yeah, that's the goal, to take the lead in the championship. Yeah, so we're looking for that.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you go up to the podium. Thanks for speaking to us, and we will go back to you.
A man of few words, but many fast laps at the front of the order. J-Mo Hartling for SR Motorsport. Another great result for the number 11 driver for the Mercedes team. The race got underway. Well, not underway initially, unfortunately, for Charlie Hart. He wouldn't get to take the start from pole position. And so when we did get to racing, unfortunately, we were down 1 white McLaren. That allowed J-Mo Hartling into an early lead. And it was a very good start from row 2 of the grid for Maximilian Hewitt. He would hold an early 2nd place in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, but just a few corners in, Tom Leben had already gotten himself through back into 2nd place. Tobias Bill Clausen dove to the inside of Ravi Ramyid, who started well in the invitational class BMW M4 GT4 Evo. That car in invitational for the time being, as it's not formally homologated until March. Unfortunately, Franz Linden had some contact, and that meant his car was crabbing. Meanwhile, the number 111, Mikael Sander, was leading the way in the Cayman Trophy class. Guzi Saitak was in amongst the battle in the Cayman Trophy and indeed with the club class BWT Muka Motorsport Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and was slowly making his way through the order and also getting firmly involved in the Cayman battle. Of course, the 4-litre full-fat GT4 car versus the slightly more standard 3.8-litre GT4 Club Sport machine. And Kuzi Saitak was using that car very well indeed, pursuing the likes of this man, Oscar Rinzovic, who was on his inside going into turn 14. They continued to battle for overall position. And while that was going on, unfortunately, Mikael Sander would prove to be under investigation and then receive a drive-through, which meant that the 80 car was the leader in Cayman Trophy. Rinzovic was leading the class, but trying to continue to lead the battle up against the advances of the 32 of Saitak. Tobias Clausen, meanwhile, having to defend quite sternly from Tim Horrell. Horrell would eventually end up letting him through. There was contact between the 110 Cayman and the Thilo Goss Aston Martin, which would damage both cars. Goss headed into retirement. Meanwhile, the Porsche Cayman GT4 CS would continue on with some crabbing going on. Tim Horrell was now fighting against Ravi Ramyid, and unfortunately they met at the apex of turn 9, and Horrell got the worst of it, sending some birds into a scatter and indeed sending some gravel flying through the air. Unfortunately, Tim Horrell, the 110 car in a spin. That was Vili Kuna, who already had suspension damage, was really struggling to keep that car under control. Kuzi Saitak was still fighting with Oscar Rindzovic. This was a battle that went on for at least 20 minutes of the 30-minute duration, but that was the moment that finally through went Kuzi Saitak. Rindzovic could therefore focus on retaining a Cayman Trophy lead that was ever shrinking. Meanwhile, the battle was going on for third position overall. Alan Gabay pressuring the American Maximilian Hewitt. Hewitt straying wide on a couple of occasions, but just about retaining the position. Villicuna was then ahead of them heading into turn 8. And Hewitt would get ever so slightly distracted, seemingly drift wide, try to cut back across, and they met in the middle. Unfortunately, the Aston got the worst of it. A potential overall podium instead gives way to a spin. Alan Gabay continues on. Max Hewitt also continued, but only finished in 6th place. Jamo Hartling came across the line to win the race, but there was still a battle going on further around the circuit. Oscar Rindzovic seemingly had lost the position to Mikael Sander for the Cayman Trophy lead, but Rindzovic with fine precision sweeping from outside to inside, claiming the Cayman Trophy win. And Jamo Hartling, with rather less of an aggressive final lap, won the race overall. Hartling then with the most dominant performance I think we've possibly seen so far from SR Motorsport, at least this season, and the dominant car of Estoril, Elite Motorsport, finishing second with Tom Leben in the number 77. Alan Gabay in 3rd place for W&S Motorsport. We'll have to see whether anything is said or done about that contact with Maximilian Hewitt, of course. Tobias Bill Clausen in 4th position overall for BWT Muka Motorsport. He'll be happy with that, largely inheriting positions where other people faltered. Ravi Ramid in 5th position in the Invitational class, Century Motorsport BMW. Max Hewitt salvaging 6th place, but he'll be agonising over that moment where he just drifted wide, then tried to get back to the inside line, and unfortunately made contact with Alan Gabay's Porsche. Joachim Bolting, speaking of Porsches, winning in the AM class in 8th position. Kuzi Saitak in the W&S Motorsport number 32 car. Oscar Rindzovic with one of the most exciting things we've seen in the Cayman Trophy class this year, just about winning on his debut in the category in 9th ahead of Mikael Sander in 10th place. In 11th position was Marcin Karsevski ahead of Villicuna. In 13th place, Tim Horrell. Of course, he was one of the DNFs along with Thilo Goss and Franz Linden. Meanwhile, as I understand it, we are practically ready to go down in the podium. In fact, we are ready now. So let's go to Andy McEwen.
So, podium time for the GT4 Winter Series after another very entertaining race here in the Valencian sunshine. We will start with our top 3 in the Cayman Trophy, which produced some of the best wheel-to-wheel battling in the race. And we start with our 3rd place finisher in the Cayman Trophy, Marcin Karczewski. Marcin Karczewski is somewhere in the room, I think. We are waiting for Marcin. We'll try that again. He's just grabbing a bottle of water, I think, from behind the podium. So, we'll try again. 3rd place, Marcin Karczewski. Congratulations, 3rd place in the Cayman Trophy. In 2nd position, having grabbed the lead briefly on the final lap, is Mikael Sander. Congratulations, Mikael. Overcame a drive-through penalty to come home 2nd place in the Cayman Trophy, but another massively impressive performance. His first race in the Cayman Trophy, still only a month into his racing career, and a brilliant last lap move to seal the victory for Oscar Rindzovic. Congratulations, Oscar. What a fabulous performance that was to claim the race win right in the final few moments of the race after a ding-dong battle with Mikael Sander, who, as I said, himself had overcome some real adversity with that drive-through penalty that he picked up early on in the 30-minute race. Trophies handed out by Pirelli and GEDLICH Racing representatives, and photographs taken by, again, a sizable crowd down below in the pit lane. The Cayman Trophy swelling in numbers slightly this weekend, but they produced some good racing at every round of the Winter Series so far, and they continue to do so again here at Valencia. So, podium concludes then for the Cayman Trophy. The drivers can make their way back off, although I think they're all quite enjoying posing for the photos. They can make their way backstage if they're ready. And congratulations once again to our top 3 in the Cayman Trophy. Now, it was another Porsche Cayman driver who we're going to welcome to the podium next. This time, though, for claiming another race victory in the AM category. Give it up, everyone, for Joachim Bolting! An AM class victory for Joachim's 7th overall, and once again mixing it with the Pro and Pro-Am teams. Joachim Bolting with a fantastic performance again. Starred in the wet last time out in Portimao, and once again is towards the sharp end here in the sunshine in Spain. Joachim Bolting getting very used now to posing on the top step of the podium by himself and getting very used to receiving the applause from the other teams. Congratulations, Joachim, on another AM class victory. And finally, we move on to the top 3 overall, and of course our Pro top 3 as well. In 3rd position after a dramatic conclusion to the race, Alan Gabay. Congratulations, Alan. Survived that late race tangle with Maximilian Hewitt to come home 3rd in the Pro category. It was a pretty quiet run in the end for our 2nd place finisher, but more solid championship points scored by Tom Lemon. Well done, Tom. The elite motorsport driver climbs to the 2nd step of the podium, but it was victory this time for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal Racing and for Jamar Hartling. The SR Motorsport team down below to celebrate with their driver, who dominated race 1 in the GT4 Winter Series here at Valencia, and we'll be hoping for more of the same tomorrow. Yes, there was a bit of fortune there for SR Motorsport with the Rafa Racing McLaren not taking the start, but Jamar Hartling was more than up to the job of capitalising on that opportunity and claiming, in the end, a runaway race victory. Jamar Hartling then scores some good points, moves into 2nd place in the championship as well as a result of that race win, and that is a result he'll be hoping to replicate tomorrow in races 2 and 3. One last round of applause then for our top 3 drivers, and we move on now to our first race of the weekend for TCR Spain.
So then, it's time for a little bit of pre-season action for TCR Spain. A winter warm-up, if you will, at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. And of course, we will, later on, next month, see the season opener for TCR Spain's main season on the same weekend as the Barcelona 6-hour held by GEDLICH. That'll be a very exciting weekend indeed, but we are delighted to welcome some of our TCR Spain competitors onto the grid for this one then. You can see there some Peugeots, some Cupras heading out onto the circuit, but it's all Honda at the front of the order. Ruben Volt and Felipe Fernandez at the sharp end of the order for this one. They will be starting together on the front row of the field. The series, these days promoted by Rivazza Branding. They are in their 3rd season as the promoter of the series, becoming more and more international as a grid. You can see that even in this pre-season event, which some teams have opted not to compete in. But last year there were 14 countries represented on the grid. And that is just the latest indication of some of the health from TCR Spain in its current guise. They will be back here at Valencia in June, so some valuable mileage here for some of the leading drivers in TCR Spain, who will be competing against the drivers of the TCR World Tour at Valencia in June. It is a World Tour date as well as a TCR Spain weekend. That will be very exciting indeed. So we are going to have a no reverse grid for this one. Since it is pre-season, they will not be doing a reversing of the grid. Of course, all cars running on Kumo tyres for the TCR Spain, and that also carries over into the pre-season event. But an all Honda Civic FL5 front row of the grid. And indeed, it is two different teams there as well. The Auto Club RC2 Valles entry of Felipe Fernandez, and then Ruben Volt, who is also a junior class driver for ALM Motorsport. He is a regular at ALM and has been in the TCR Spain category since 2023. We saw him in the 2 pre-season events that we held for TCR Spain on the GEDLICH Racing weekends in 2024. So great to welcome him back into the paddock for this weekend. It does seem as though we've got one car still waiting to leave the pit lane, and that is Sandro Pilati in the another of the FL5 Civic Type Rs. Pilati, who raced last year as well in TCR Spain. I believe we saw him in at least one of the pre-season events last year as well. Area Motorsport are here, some British representation on the TCR Spain grid, and that is Stephen Laidlaw and his son Sam, both in the VZ generation Cupra Leons. So those two will be certainly worth watching, starting from 5th in the case of Sam in the 101 car, Stephen Laidlaw in the number 100, starting from 7th on this grid. The TCR Spain machines lining up at the moment. Some older generation cars out on the circuit, as you will have possibly noticed if you are a regular follower of TCR competition. The Hyundai, the Peugeot 308 Racing Cup cars, that's from the VRT team. And that is certainly one to watch. A Cupra in the Cup class as well. Meanwhile, down on the grid, Izzy Browning is ready with some touring cars getting ready to go racing.
I am indeed down on the grid for the official pre-season event for TCR Spain Race 1, coming up very, very shortly, 25 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, we did have Gabriel Alonso here, who is one of the promoters from TCR Spain, who's going to come and have a brief chat with me about how things are going. Gabriel, can we grab you for a quick chat? Great to see you guys on the grid, first of all. How excited are you for this pre-season event?
Okay, yeah, it's great for us. It's pre-season. You tell, good, very good way to start the 2025 season. We will start really the championship in Montmeló with GEDLICH also, and so happy, enjoying.
And of course, you guys will race at Valencia later in the season as well, so useful learning for the drivers.
Yeah. It's, for us, it's very, very important this race. The 2024 we visit here three races, and this year we will be again in the middle of June. So here we have 8 new drivers for the season, and this is a very, very nice place to start the championship.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for speaking to us. We'll hope for a good first race. We are going to have Ruben Volt on pole position. Now, I'm just going to quickly let you know that according to the regulations of the championship, they are only allowed 1 installation lap. As far as I saw, Ruben actually took 2. So interesting to see whether that acquires a penalty later in the day. But I'm going to see if I can jump in with Ruben. Ruben, are you able to have a quick chat with us? Pole position for this pre-season event. What are you expecting for this first race?
Yeah, I think it should be a calmer race since it's race 1. Nobody wants to destroy themselves, so all I'm looking for is get a clean start, and I know I have the speed to just go out and pull away. So yeah, my plan is to do that.
All right, well, we wish you best of luck. Thank you very much for speaking to us before the race. We're going to continue down the grid. We've got the number 19 of Felipe Fernandez on P2. I think I may be able to jump in with Felipe, potentially. I'll try and grab his attention. I know the teams are just leaving the grid. No, I'm not sure that I can jump in with him, but he will just give us a little bit of a wave. So great to have our TCR Spain drivers on the grid with us, and great to see some different cars giving us great action today. We're hoping for a very good race. Of course, as I said, they have race 1 today, 25 minutes plus 1 lap, and then race 2 to tomorrow. And as Gabriel has just said to me, of course, they will be having their championship opening round alongside us in Barcelona as well, alongside the Barcelona 6-hour race. Now, on the second row, we've got P3 here, Guillaume Salvadelli in the number 117 car. Joe just doing a great job of getting a little look of our drivers. I spotted they've got a little GoPro in the front of the car as well to get some good onboards. Now, we have got a driver missing here on our grid, so we've got one driver missing. I believe that would be Victor Fernandez, so I'm sure Adam can give you a little bit of an update as to potentially what's going on with Victor Fernandez. I will maybe run down the pit lane and see why he might not be on our grid today. Alongside here, we've got number 101 of Sam Laidlaw, of course. British driver has raced in TCR UK in 2024. So I'm sure he will be looking forward to being on the TCR Spain grid as this first race is just about to get underway. Enjoy the TCR Spain.
Ruben Volt then is set to line up from pole position for this first race of the TCR Spain pre-season event. And Felipe Fernandez will be joining him in all Honda front row of the grid. Next up, it is Guillaume Salvadelli in the Audi RS3. Absolutely love the saloon style on that machine. Victor Fernandez, unfortunately not there at the moment, hasn't seemingly taken the start or rolled away from the paddock. Meanwhile, Sam Laidlaw starts from 5th position, might well have been called 4th position. Sandro Pilati alongside him, and then it is father of Sam, Stephen Laidlaw in 7th place, Samuel Chalin in 8th position in his Cupra Leon VZ, and then it is a similar car of Miguel Romero, slightly older spec Cup class entry for Romero in 9th place. Then it is Jose Felipe Pedraza in 10th position, the number 55 car, the Hyundai i30N TCR machine. Adrian Agote in the VRT team, Peugeot in 11th place, and then Alexander Bobrovs in 12th position. Two Cup class cars there, the slightly older 308s. They made their first appearances in TCR back in 2016. Still a very strong machine though, and exciting to see them at the rear of the grid for now. Let's see if they can make up any places and potentially challenge Miguel Romero for position there. So then, it is Ruben Volt that leads the way in this formation lap, trying to get some heat into the tyres, Andy. And of course, with these cars, uniquely compared to the rest of our Winter Series package, it's those fronts that you really need in your favour.
Indeed it is, although it's always a balancing act with front-wheel drive touring cars. The front tyres always heat up much more quickly than the rears, and so actually you need to make sure that the rear tyres are getting a bit of love on this warm-up lap as well. That is vitally important too, Adam.
Yes, indeed. Getting heat into the tyres, into the brakes, into the minds of the drivers potentially as well. Going through this formation lap, it's Volt and Felipe Fernandez. No Victor Fernandez, unfortunately. The car has some issues. We don't know exactly what, but they are expecting to get it out there for tomorrow's race. For Saturday then, Victor Fernandez joins somewhere in the region of 3,000 interested spectators on the main grandstand here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. I dare suggest his son Felipe might be his favourite for this race. Ruben Volt, though, is our pole sitter. Keep an eye on Guillaume Savoldelli on row 2 of the grid. Of course, he's not going to have to worry about defending from the driver alongside him going down to the first corner, and that may prove advantageous. The cars have all lined up at the back of the field. You can see the yellow flag on the far right of your screen. That's given way to a green flag. The timer is already ticking, but the revs are rising, and now we go racing for 25 minutes of action in the TCR Spain pre-season event. And look at that start from Ruben Volt. He heads down to the first corner with a comfortable lead, a little bit close for comfort in third place. Meanwhile, as Sam Laidlaw gets a magnificent start. In fact, Stephen Laidlaw gets a magnificent start. That is a very, very good start indeed from Laidlaw Senior. He's up to third position then as he finds the inside of Guillaume Savoldelli. And yeah, that was a brilliant launch then from Stephen Laidlaw. P3 for him. Here comes Sam now trying to match the old man and get past the Audi. He does just that. The Laidlaws are moving forward. The Audi is falling back, and Ruben Volt is clearing off at the front.
There's a lot to be said for racing and learning your racing craft in the UK, because it generally means you're quite good on cold tyres, and I think that is definitely something we've seen there from both of the Laidlaws, supremely confident. And on the other hand, unfortunately, Guillaume Savoldelli really struggling for confidence, seemingly, losing another place now to Sandro Pilati. So the Audi slipping way down the order, having started third on the grid, towards the back of the top 10 now as we come towards the end of the opening lap. But both of the Laidlaws absolutely on it. Steve Laidlaw started all the way down in 7th and had a rocket ship start, and then was very confident around the outside into turn 1. Stephen, a race winner in TCR UK last year at Thruxton, seemed to remember that being one of those sort of damp and greasy races in slippery conditions. He really came to the fore in those conditions. It's not wet here, but again, that would suggest that he's a driver who's pretty comfortable when the rear of the car hasn't quite got the full quota of grip available to it.
When you started that sentence at the very beginning there, Andy, I thought you were going to say there's something to be said for learning your racecraft off of your dad in reference to Sam Laidlaw. But your point stands regarding the UK as well. Felipe Pedraza, otherwise known as Pipe Pedraza, is running down in 9th place in the Hyundai. He's just behind the Cup class leader, Miguel Romero, in the slightly older first generation spec DSG gearbox Cupra as well. Meanwhile, you see there the 72 car, Sandro Pilati, another one of these FL5 Civics, getting quite loose there on corner entry at turn 5. As you said, a bit of a bump there, and if you try and turn at the bump, things can get a little bit uncomfortable quite quickly. Pilati has also got past Savoldelli, of course. So Savoldelli in the Audi, not with the first lap that he would have enjoyed or would have envisioned perhaps in his head. The RC2 Civic now just ahead of him, and we'll see what Pilati can do. As I recall, Pilati was in some fabulous battles here in the Winter Series weekend a year ago, the 2024 TCR Spain pre-season event, and we'll see if once again he's going to have to do some defending and perhaps some attacking over the course of this first race.
It looks as though that might be the case. Looks as though Ruben Volt might have some defending to do as well before too much longer, because Felipe Fernandez is going after him fractionally quicker than the leader in the middle sector. So the two Civics at the head of the field are not separated by an awful lot as we come towards the end of lap 2. And then keep an eye on Steve Laidlaw up into third position. What pace does he have now in clean air? It's a 1:40.8 for the leader, a 41.0 in the end for Fernandez, and actually Stephen Laidlaw 1:42.4, so quite a bit slower than the two Civic drivers out in front, as the FL5 Civic, very pretty version of the Honda Civic TCR car this, a car that has had great success around the world in TCR, and two of them now running not quite nose to tail, but within a second of each other anyway at the front of the field. But we've spoken already in, I think, both of the races we've had so far today about tyre degradation. If ever there was a kind of car that is going to suffer from tyre wear, it's a front-wheel drive touring car. That right front tyre will take a beating over the course of 25 minutes plus a lap of racing. And again, drivers might just have to have that in mind at this stage. Look after the tyres now, and they might repay that favour for you in 20 minutes' time.
Some interesting dynamics up and down the grid. Just looking at the entry list, you look at the Claret team, the French outfit. They're running across multiple manufacturers. They are entering Savoldelli in the Audi RS3. We've mentioned him extensively, and indeed Samuel Chalin's Cupra Leon. They also raced last year in TCR Spain for the finale at Barcelona, so perhaps they're scoping out future opportunities to race in the summertime as well. But that is something that seems to be a consistent part of TCR racing is, yes, as a rule, a team will stick to a manufacturer, but you do sometimes see a little bit of mix and match going on in the awnings in national level TCR competition. Ruben Volt is due across the line now, and here he comes. The gap was 0.84 of a second. Make that 1.3 now as he completes lap number 3 of the race. Volt, of course, someone we're quite familiar with, someone we know is always fast. And once again, the Latvian driver is showing his stuff. There are the Laidlaws getting closer and closer together. You're the resident TCR UK man here. Who usually comes out on top in this one then?
Well, certainly from what we saw last year, Steve Laidlaw had the better results. He won a race, Sam didn't, but Sam did have top 5 finishes through the second half of the season, so they are pretty evenly matched, and there were times right at the end of the year where I seem to recall Sam being quicker. Silverstone finale in particular, Sam really was a standout star, so at the moment he is proving that point, isn't he, because he's closing in on his father as they debate third position. The danger here is if they really debate third position, they could open the door, couldn't they, for Sandro Palatti behind, and indeed Savoldelli is not that far adrift either in the Audi, seemingly picking up speed now as the tyres come to temperature. So a four-way battle starting to develop here, and Steve Laidlaw rather looking like he might become the cork in the bottle.
Absolutely right, yes, this could well be a four-way battle before too long. Those area motorsport cars were very, very quick indeed on the first lap, but I do wonder if maybe they've already lunched through some Kumo tread, forgetting what series I'm dealing with there for a minute. Thinking to the days of the American Le Mans series, John Field would always start incredibly fast in his LMP1 Lola, and then 5 laps in, his tyres were cooked to a thorough 350 degrees. I just wonder if maybe that's what we're seeing out of the Laidlaws as they start to get closed in on the 2 area motorsport Cupras. I must say, very, very well turned out machines with some company now from RC2's Sandro Palatti. Again, a TCR Spain regular. He's raced at this circuit before. Big advantage for him potentially, especially knowing the surface is abrasive, knowing perhaps that he has to look after the tyres to an extent. And indeed, he seems to be perhaps no longer thinking about tyre preservation, now thinking of getting past some Cupras.
It's a valid point you make, though, because the Laidlaws were so quick at the start of the race. The temptation is there, isn't it? If you've got a car that works well on cold tyres, the temptation is there to push it. Steve Laidlaw pushing a bit too hard there through turn 5, runs wide, and sweeping to the outside is his son Sam. So Sam Laidlaw trying to steal third place away from dad Steve, but also Steve trying to make sure that the door is not left open for Sandro Palatti. Palatti's on the outside line. They almost bang wheels as they drop downhill into turn 8, but Stephen Laidlaw does manage to keep Sandro Palatti at bay for now. Sam Laidlaw then taking advantage of that little moment from Stephen to move into third place. But yeah, the temptation to push hard when the grip is there at the start of the race is not always the right thing to do. And again, this is a kind of track, and these are conditions in which perhaps the Laidlaws don't have a huge amount of experience. The Area Motorsport team, though, they know what they're doing, don't they? Rob Baker and his team, they know how to set up a TCR car. They've had so much success in TCR UK, and the Laidlaws, really, their new protégés. They'll be running them full-time this year, I believe, in TCR UK, and they certainly are gunning for the championship, hence why they're trying to get as much track time as they can pre-season here at Valencia.
Absolutely right, and perhaps they may make some further trips across the channel for the TCR Spain season. If they like Valencia, they might come and play with the World Tour boys in June. We'll have to see how that works out, but this is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in the race. So overall podium is at stake. That's what Sam Laidlaw has inherited from Steve. It strikes me that Steve Laidlaw is maybe just struggling a bit in the mid-corner. It seems that it drifts wide towards corner exit, scrubs a lot of speed off, and then that leaves him liable to attack from behind.
Looks the way, and that is something that front-wheel drive cars are often prone to do, particularly if the front tyres are starting to cry enough. We are nearly 10 minutes into the race, and in these sort of temperatures on this kind of track, that is enough for that to start taking effect. Again, he's wide there, to your point, heading through turn number 6, the front of the car just wandering away from the apex, and now surely Pilati is sizing up for a move into turn 8. Laidlaw defends the inside, and they both outbrake themselves. Pilati into the gravel trap. That was really quite bizarre. I think he maybe was sort of gauging his breaking point from Steve Laidlaw. Laidlaw missed it, and Pilati missed it by even more.
Sold him a dummy, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Steve Laidlaw, the wily veteran. That has rather changed the complexion of the battle then. It looks as though Steve Laidlaw is trying to feel out the car there, as if he feels something is amiss, and certainly something might well be at the rear, because that was a huge slide through turn 12. Here then comes Salvadelli into the number 117 car from Team Claret Racing, coming back through the order, of course, after dropping places earlier on. Does Steve Laidlaw stay on the circuit? Yes, he does, but clearly he feels something's going on at the rear. We were talking about the understeer, but that was certainly not understeer.
This is only a pre-season race, Steve, and I wouldn't recommend throwing it into a wall if the car is really trying to throw you off the track, which it seems to be. He elected not to pit, though, and so clearly feels he can drive around it. The rear of that area motorsport Cupra, though, is wandering around all over the place, and all of a sudden Guillaume Savoldelli feels that there is a chance to move up into 4th position. He's been handed 5th already with Pilates off, and now sees an opportunity maybe to take another place for himself. Laidlaw, though, his car, in fairness, seems to be calming down a little bit. Maybe he's adjusted the brake bias. That will at least help on corner entry. I wonder, and this is pure speculation, Adam, but I enjoy doing this, so I'm going to. I wonder whether, realising the car was starting to become a bit prone to understeer, he's wound the brake bias back to try and help the corner entry and maybe gone a little bit too far.
Yes, maybe that little weave he did towards the corner was trying to suss it out, and then, well, when he got to the corner, he found out he needed to go a little bit back on where he'd adjusted from. That could be the solution to the query. Of course, he'll be keeping half an eye on Salvadelli, and he'll also be thinking, well, I wouldn't mind putting Sam in his place if I can get to the rear of him before the end of the race. Thrilling battle going on then for the bottom rung of the podium. The top 2 rungs aren't too far apart either. Granted, they're 10.6 seconds clear of Sam Laidlaw after all of that fighting that we saw in this battle for 3rd thus far. Ruben Volt is just 1.6 seconds clear, though, of Felipe Fernandez. Meanwhile, there has been a spin further back in the field. That's one of the Cupra Leons. That's Samuel Chalin in the Team Claret car. He was running, I think, relatively on his own, but he has had a spin there at T12.
Yeah, well, we saw from Laidlaw, didn't we, a lap ago? It's easy to get that corner wrong. He very nearly ended up in the same position. Luckily, Chalin has got the car out of the gravel. It's not a particularly deep gravel trap there for some reason, and so he's able to dig the car out and get back on the road. But you could see the car hadn't been buried at all in the gravel, fairly hard surface. He found some traction. Back underway he goes. So yellow flags quickly withdrawn. Racing can continue, and that's good news for us because I'm enjoying this 4th place battle. Stephen Laidlaw seemingly now getting back on top of the balance of the car. He's not got the pace of Sam, who is now 2.5 seconds or more in front of him, but at least he's keeping Savoldelli, I wouldn't say at arm's reach, but he is at least keeping in front of the Audi for now.
Yes, to quote something from earlier in the decade, it's not quite social distancing, but at least Savoldelli isn't all over the rear of Steve Laidlaw for the time being. The toy box-backed area motorsport car then just about holding on to P4. Of course, Sam will be willing on his dad every inch of the way to make sure that that Audi doesn't close back in later on. Ruben Volt just coming out of the final corner now, still retaining about 1.6 seconds over Felipe Fernandez. What's the gap this time by? In fact, it's got out to 1.8. The lead battle is growing a little bit. Also, to shout out the Cup class, Miguel Romero leads in the Cup category. He's 5.8 seconds clear of the leading VRT Peugeot, Adrien Agote, in the 110 car, second in the Cup class.
Yes, he is. Back across the line we go then, and that is Savoldelli flashing the lights now at Stephen Laidlaw ahead. 4th position, they remember, are battling for. The area Cupra staying ahead for the time being. Track limits warnings for everybody. Let's just summarise it as that. 5 drivers, 6 maybe, being warned about exceeding track limits. Not a huge surprise, I suppose, and I'll give you 3 guesses which corner that is most likely to be at, but that is something that happens here at Valencia, and again, in their defence, front-wheel drive cars prone to understeer, high-speed first corner, and an acre or 2 of runoff area to utilise. You can see why they occasionally will go beyond track limits there, but hopefully we won't have any penalties applied which sort of disrupt what, in particular in this case, is a pretty entertaining on-track battle.
I think you misinterpreted that, Andy. I think that's the total number of track limits warnings given out so far across the week here at Valencia. But yes, that is a few slaps on the wrist. There is Miguel Romero, just alluded to him a few moments ago, of course, in the DSG gearbox Cupra, the first generation car, which debuted as the TCR concept debuted all the way back in 2015. We are celebrating 10 years of TCR this season globally, and I'm sure that the governing body will be working hard to make sure that across the globe TCR is having strong grids in its 10th season as a concept. That car then, DSG, as we alluded to, that does mean indeed that it is an automatic gearbox, so he'll be a bit less busy at the controls than some of his sequential friends elsewhere.
Here's the battle for 4th place. Meanwhile, Savoldelli's got the run out of the final corner. He's on the inside of Stephen Laidlaw into turn 1. Laidlaw tries the switch back. The car fishtails around again. Has he got the inside line into turn 2? He maybe has. He's late on the brakes, tries to get to the apex first, and they're door handle to door handle off the turn. Laidlaw, in fairness, leaves Savoldelli just enough room on the exit, and still they are side by side towards turn number 4, where the Cupra, by a fraction of a foot or so, stays in front. That was good racecraft, that, from Stephen Laidlaw. He knew that he'd lost turn 1, but that didn't have to mean that he'd lost 4th place, and he got that switchback nailed going into turn 2, so nicely done. Laidlaw's car, though, it has to be said, still doesn't look happy, does it? It's really fishtailing around. Not just on corner entry, but on corner exit as well, and I did spot it doing that even on the very first lap of the race. So there is something in the rear of that car, whether it's setup or damage or a failure of some sort, I don't know, but it really is very loose. Perhaps they were anticipating that front tyre wear was going to be a big issue, and so they've dialed in a lot of oversteer, and that is fine as long as that oversteer isn't a little bit too much for the driver to handle, and I think even the very best touring car drivers out there would struggle to keep a handle on what is clearly a fairly lively Cupra.
Yes, exactly right. You do need some compliance in the rear end, especially in those wheel-to-wheel racing scenarios when you can focus on hitting your marks. That's one thing. You know, a qualifying setup, if you will. You can have the car on the edge then, but maybe in the race you want to dial in that little bit of extra leeway for yourself. Nonetheless, Steve Laidlaw continues to make it work, regardless of what's going on in his rearview mirrors. Savoldelli continues to apply the pressure here for 4th overall. The VW group then being represented by both parties here. The Audi RS3 up against the VZ Cupra Leon machine, the 3rd generation of Cupras that has come into the TCR concept. I must say, dashingly handsome automobile, and Steve Laidlaw keeping it clean just at the moment with some of those corner entries.
Yes, he's certainly going to have had to work for this if he hangs on to 4th place till the flag. Don't, by the way, count out Sandro Pilati either, because he's 5.5 seconds back, but was a 1.5 seconds quicker than these two on the previous lap. Of course, they lost more time than usual because of their side-by-side antics, but even on this lap, 0.3 quicker in Sector 1 was Pilati. We'll get the Sector 2 time shortly, but I reckon that Honda is starting to creep back towards these two after his trip through the gravel a little bit earlier on at turn number 8. Laidlaw, though, for now, keeping the Audi in his rear-view mirror. Savoldelli has tried a few things, let's face it, to try and make this move stick. It does seem that the final corner is where he has the biggest advantage. That's the section we're heading towards now, and that makes sense. It's a downhill braking zone, and you're braking on a turn. Look, you're turning to the left and then onto the brakes. If Laidlaw's car it's not really if, is it? Laidlaw's car is handling a little bit irregularly, shall we say, in the braking zones. That is going to be a corner where maybe he's lacking confidence, and again, the gap shrinks through that last corner, which means it's game on, heading towards turn 1.
Indeed, let's see. Savoldelli once again closing in, making the 117 car look particularly imposing on the outside, then the inside of Steve Laidlaw. Laidlaw again having to fight the rear end on corner entry, but manages to keep it under his control just about. The area motorsport team will be willing Steve on, saying, go on. Keep him there, keep him there. I think we're at the point now where Steve is no longer really playing rear gunner for Sam. Sam is now 6.6 seconds clear and potentially on his way to a podium here in the TCR Spain pre-season event, race number 1 of 2. And that is probably going to be a very early highlight to the year for Sam. But for Steve at this point, it's all about pride and all about getting as much perhaps airtime for Area Motorsport as possible, and what I have to imagine is his personal sponsor at the toy box, who have been on camera for a majority of the race.
Yep, well, that has certainly been what he's been able to do in this race, hasn't he? He's managed to achieve that objective. He's had plenty of screen time, and rightly so, because this has been the best battle of the race by far, and I have a feeling it's not over yet. Sandro Palati, by the way, was about a second, 8 tenths or so quicker than these two on the previous lap. Isn't taking great chunks out of them on this one, though. So now that this battle's calmed down temporarily, Sandro Palati not gaining at quite such a rate of knots. Again, though, the Audi closes in towards this last corner. It's the final sector where Savoldelli is quicker. He just snatches that unloaded left rear tyre as they drop downhill. It looks dramatic, but didn't really prevent him from making the corner. Now the Audi tucks into the slipstream, maybe a little bit more performance in a straight line for the Audi. Certainly he's able to close in again as he flashes the headlights towards turn 1. Goes to the inside just to try and distract Steve Laidlaw, but he's been doing that lap after lap, so it sort of stops being quite so effective after a certain amount of time. And I'm not really sure Stephen Laidlaw is the kind of driver that you can distract all that easily anyway.
Yes, he showed his cards, then shown them again, and then made sure that Steve has seen the cards through the wing mirror. He's going to have to try and pick something new from the deck, I think, in order to catch Stephen Laidlaw out here. You can see Laidlaw laser focus there as he fights with the car on turn-in. He was, of course, really struggling earlier on, maybe in the mid-corner. We saw him drifting out wide here at turn 6 on several occasions, but he does seem to have hooked it up. I think there's something to your theory there about in-car adjustments. Took the car one way, then all the way the other way, and now perhaps he's found a comfortable middle ground.
Yeah, and you know, maybe they did have that car set up a little bit edgy at the start, knowing the front tyres were going to wear out. That's sort of been the Area Motorsport way in TCR UK over the years. Their cars often look a little bit of a handful, but they're really consistent over a long run, and Stephen Laidlaw, I think, may be getting first-hand experience of that this afternoon, but now his car looks like it's handling all right, and Guillaume Savoldelli not able to find a way through. He's got time still to do this, though, 2 3/4 minutes plus a lap to go, so probably 3 more laps left in this opening race of the weekend for TCR Spain. And Stephen Laidlaw, whilst he's got a handle on the car, has not yet been able to shake off the Audi, filling his rearview mirrors.
So while our race leader here, Ruben Volt, continues on, now 2.8 seconds clear of Felipe Fernandez. Worth noting, Miguel Romero in the Cup class lead. I knew he was young. I didn't realise he was still only 17 years of age. But he's been racing, I think, since he was 15 in TCR Spain. Certainly he was racing in 2023, but I'm not sure if he'd quite turned 16 yet or not. But the Cup leader is, shall we say, armed with experience beyond his years and using it to good effect in the lead of the Cup class. While that's going on, Steve Laidlaw continues to drive quite a wide Cupra, I think an ever more frustrating Cupra for Savoldelli in 5th position, powering out of the corner at turn 6. Of course, turn 7 is this little kink. It's not much of a corner, unless perhaps there's someone ahead of you or it's extremely wet, but turn 8 always a good overtaking opportunity if you set it up nicely at turn 6. There's a lot of steer and brake here, isn't there, at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and in a front-wheel drive car, that again is potentially a tyre wear factor, as we see Miguel Romero.
Yes, who is managing the tyre wear, managing the technically challenging Valencia circuits, and dominating in the Cup class at 11, nearly 12 seconds up the road from Adrian Agut, and not looking likely to be challenged. But yeah, it's a good point you make there, and you know, not just for tyre wear, but just the balance of the car. You've got to have a car that is on the nose, as drivers would say, and that means that a lot of the weight is pitched forward. The rear of the car is often set up very stiff, which helps it to rotate, but it can over-rotate pretty easily on you if you're not too careful. And that is what makes this kind of circuit, and corners like the final turn here at Valencia in particular, really, really difficult. Here though comes the Stephen Laidlaw and Guillaume Savoldelli battle. Savoldelli now just sort of hunting around to the inside into turn 2, and Laidlaw chops across his bows right at the last second, just in case Guillaume had any ideas of following through with that attempted manoeuvre. I don't think he was really close enough, but Stephen Laidlaw taking no chances.
No, this has been a really interesting chess match between these two. Just wonder if before checkmate comes, Savoldelli just flips the board over and goes Hail Mary with 1.5 laps left to go. I almost called it, didn't I? He's compromised his run, though, massively out of turn 6, so that will affect him all the way down to turn 8. Oh, he's found the headlight switch. He's letting Steve know he's there. Steve is very aware indeed. They've certainly filled our entertainment quota, haven't they? Steve Laidlaw and Guillaume Savoldelli running very well in 4th and 5th position. Either one would be a worthy 4th place holder at the end of this, but Steve Laidlaw has held the high ground for a majority of the race so far.
Yes, he has, but will he be there at the end of the race? In the background, you can see Sandro Pelati. He is closing, but not really close enough. He's just had a huge moment as well through turn 12, I spotted out of the window. So he's not given up hopes of challenging these two, but he will need them to start delaying each other, shall we say, on this final lap, which may well happen because Laidlaw had a poor run there off the final corner, and Savoldelli is closer than ever as they come across the timing line. There's a yellow flag at turns 4 and 5. We'll get to that in a moment, though, because heading into turn 1, Guillaume Savoldelli is to the inside. They bang doors. The Audi comes through. Can Laidlaw get the switch back, though? We've been here before. Yes, he can. Savoldelli didn't make the corner, and for the second time in this race, Stephen Laidlaw kept his head, read the situation well, executed the switchback, and reclaims 4th place.
A little bit of experience goes a long way, and while Steve Laidlaw, I'm not sure, has encountered this circuit before, he certainly knows the car.
That's Fernandez.
That was Fernandez from 2nd place in the back of shot there. Felipe Fernandez off the circuit. As you alluded to, Andy, turn 4, turn 5, yellow flags, and it's going to affect the podium. It's going to affect the position that Steve Laidlaw is defending. Sam Laidlaw will be bumped up to 2nd place. Steve now defending P3.
Well, and they will both have seen that, and I think they'll both be fully aware now of what this battle is for. They've got half a lap left yet to settle it. Here, though, Adam is the race leader, now comfortably on his own.
Ruben Volt has lost his closest competition, but he's going to feel like he was driving out there on his own. ALM Motorsport start their season in the best way possible with Ruben Volt, their regular driver, one of their regular drivers. Great to see them out in TCR Spain's pre-season event. Sam Laidlaw is going to cross the line in 2nd. Will it be his dad on the 3rd step of the podium? If not, if Guillaume Savoldelli gets the inside, I don't think he's quite going to do it. You can see that he's committed. Again, you see the rear wheel hopping there. He did try and commit to late braking. It wasn't enough. Sam Laidlaw takes 2nd. Steve Laidlaw makes it an Area Motorsport double podium. Late drama there, bumping up Steve then. Savoldelli, of course, up to 4th place as well. Pelati takes 5th, 6th place to Pedraza, and Romero in 7th. Let's take a look back then at what happens. Oh, it was a big failure for Felipe Fernandez. The rear wheel there, I think the rim specifically, failing on Felipe Fernandez. Late drama, and surely an uncomfortable moment for him as Miguel Romero crosses the line to win in the Cup class. The teenager adds to his already significant list of TCR Spain accolades in this pre-season race. In 8th place, the recovering Samuel Chalin, who of course had some off-track moments of his own. Adrian Agote there in 9th place, finishing 2nd among the Cup class cars. Felipe Fernandez, though, with that spectacular moment coming out of turn 2. That was a really shocking replay, but good work from our camera up down at turn 2 to catch that as it happened. That was not the end to the race for the RC2 team. They would not have wanted to see that, especially given, of course, Felipe Fernandez's teammate and father Victor Fernandez. That car is also damaged, so it's going to be a lot of work for the RC2 squad going into Saturday evening, possibly even into Sunday morning as well. ALM, on the other hand, have had a brilliant outing in the TCR Spain pre-season event. Ruben Volt, who is more than familiar to this paddock. Those fans of TCR Spain who have gathered here for the pre-season event would have been expecting Ruben to be a favourite. And sure enough, the smart money on this occasion has paid off. He will, however, have a bit of work to do going into Sunday. Will be racing hard for a second win. For now, though, the driver there clad in the JAS Motorsport Driver Development Program colours. Of course, JAS, the developers of both the Civic in TCR and the Honda NSX GT3. And that pathway up the Honda ladder is getting stronger as well. Honda recently announcing, a team announcing the arrival of a Honda NSX GT3 into the British GT Championship for the first time. While that's going on, some reactions going on there. That's Steve Laidlaw hopping out of his car looking, shall we say, a little bit elated. I'm sure the rush of endorphins and adrenaline is more than enough to keep him smiling well into the evening after that great battle with Guillaume Savoldelli. The Laidlaws making it an Area Motorsport double podium. I'm sure that the British team are going to be very happy with that, and I hope that someone has room in either the van or perhaps in their luggage for some trophies. They're going to bring at least a couple home with them, and who knows what race 2 might bring here in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series weekend, which is joined for this time by the TCR Spain pre-season event. And we can now get a little bit of insight on that race with Izzy Browning.
We can indeed. I am with our winner, Ruben Volt. Ruben, we spoke to you on the grid, but that was a fantastic race from you. Congratulations. What a great way to start the year.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't ask for more. I mean, Fernandez was giving me lots of trouble because I wasn't expecting him to be that fast. So yeah, I was pushing every lap, 110% basically. Yeah, and it was a shame that he had to retire on the last lap because we were way off into the distance. So yeah, I mean, it was fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun pushing every lap, as you said. Of course, you'll be starting, you think, P2 tomorrow. So what's possible tomorrow? Do you think you can get another win?
Yeah, I need to do the same start as I did today. And yeah, then we have a chance.
Do you anticipate that it'll be more difficult tomorrow?
Yeah, because P2 and P1 are polar opposites. So you have to overtake, not defend.
Exactly. All right, well, congratulations. Well done for today, and we'll let you get up to the podium and enjoy the win. Thank you very much for speaking to us, and we will go back to you, Adam, for the highlights of that race.
Thanks very much. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting highlights package, I'm sure. A lot was going on there in TCR Spain. Race got underway, and Ruben Volt, absolutely flawless, off the line. Felipe Fernandez followed him in second. Third place man, Guillaume Savoldelli, was under a little bit of pressure from the Laidlaws and indeed from Sandro Pilati, and he would fall back behind all three of them. Unfortunately, Savoldelli struggling in the early stages, perhaps to switch on the tyres in the Team Claret Sport Audi. Good battling further back among some of the Cup cars, as well as the Hyundai i30 N of Pipe Pedraza. And And the Laidlaws were having a good scrap as well. This at the time, of course, was for third overall, which Steve Laidlaw was holding. He was struggling to hold on to the car. Sam Laidlaw sensed an opportunity, got around the outside for turn 6 and powered through into third place. Sandro Pilati would then begin the process of trying to get past Steve Laidlaw, who was seemingly struggling with the car balance a little bit. It looked like it was understeering more so than anything. And then maybe, just maybe, a bit late on the brakes for Steve Laidlaw, but Sandro Pilati was even later, skating across the gravel, getting back onto the tarmac on the outer remits of the gravel track. And then Steve Laidlaw Tokyo drifting a little bit as he continued to try and hold off Guillaume Savoldelli, who was charging behind him. Pilati would start to close in on those two, but he wouldn't quite get back into the battle. Samuel Chalin also got loose in his Cupra VZ, and he would find the gravel, unfortunately. The first generation car of Miguel Romero continued to lead in the Cup class. Comfortable advantage for the young and talented teenager. This was Steve Laidlaw briefly losing out to Savoldelli in the battle for what was, at the time, 4th place. But Laidlaw managed to get the position back at P2. A little bit of, I think, almost contact between them there, running towards turn 3, but Steve Laidlaw just squeezing out Savoldelli in the 117 machine. Ruben Volt was disappearing up the road a little bit from Felipe Fernandez. It was only momentary gains, a 10th or 2 here and there for Volt, but the ALM driver was doing more than enough to maintain and grow that lead. Ipe Pedraza in the RX Pro Racing Hyundai was doing a solid job. He would ultimately finish 6th, inheriting several positions, including on the last lap, Felipe Fernandez's position. His car would have a spectacular failure on the rear axle. While that was going on, Savoldelli had a last lap lunge at turn 1 to try and get past Steve Laidlaw. But he outbroke himself, didn't quite get it stopped at the corner, and Steve would move through into what of course became 3rd place because of Felipe Fernandez's issue. It was a win though for Ruben Volt and ALM Honda Racing. A great result for them in the TCR Spain pre-season event, race number 1. We're a little under a month away from the first round of the season, but Volt has already claimed a win, and we're only in mid-February. Sam Laidlaw in 2nd place, Steve Laidlaw in 3rd position, Savoldelli in 4th for Team Claret after a great battle with Steve. In 5th position, Sandro Pilati for the RC2 team. They have a bit of work to do, to say the least, on some of their cars. RX Pro Racing's Pedraza in 6th position, ahead of Miguel Romero, the winning car among the Cup class TCR machines. Samuel Chalin in 8th position, Adrian Agote in 9th place, and Felipe Fernandez registered 10th. Of course, that dramatic failure preventing him from reaching the checkered flag. Alexander Boblovs rounding out the 11-car order in that race. Hopefully, we see Victor Fernandez out there in race number 2 on Sunday. So, everyone catching their breath now after that TCR Spain race. I must say, we've been treated on Saturday here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Both of the GEDLICH categories that we've seen so far, the Formulas and the GT4s, have been great value for money. And indeed our guest category, the TCR Spain pre-season event, was great fun too. I think we could make it 4 from 4, but for now, let's celebrate with the TCR Spain drivers and Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Adam. We're ready to go then with our first podium of the weekend. For TCR Spain, we'll start with our overall top 3 drivers. And in 3rd position, Stephen Laidlaw.
El tercer clasificado, Steven Laidlaw.
Congratulations, Steve, onto the 3rd step of the podium. Area Motorsport down below making some noise, and they'll make even more noise, I'm sure, for our 2nd place finisher, Sam Laidlaw. Well done, Sam. 2nd step of the podium, 2 Area Motorsport cars in the top 3. It was a Honda on top, though. Our overall and junior class victor, Ruben Volt. Well done, Ruben. Out onto the podium he goes, and he will climb to the top step of the podium. We also have a representative for our winning team as well, and we welcome them out onto the podium too. And a good day to be in a Honda, at least for Ruben anyway. Now, the national anthem for our winning driver.
Escuchamos en honor del vencedor el himno de Estonia.
Ruben Volt victorious in our first race of the weekend for TCR Spain. It's now time for the trophies to be delivered onto the podium, starting with our third placed trophy. And Gabriel Alonso from the committee of the TCR Spain organisational team to present our third place trophy. That goes to Stephen Laidlaw, who defended like his life depended on it at the end of the race to hang on to third position. Our second placed trophy will be presented by a Kumo representative. Frank Campbell is here to hand over the second place trophy to Sam Laidlaw, again of Area Motorsport, who had a pretty quiet time of it, all things considered, after a lively first few laps of the race. And of course, our winners trophy and the junior race trophy presented by Gabriel Alonso, two trophies to be presented at once to our overall and junior race winner Ruben Volt. So Gabriel is here to present our second place trophy, I beg your pardon, to Frank Campbell. So our second place trophy coming out now then. And there is Frank with the second place trophy. Apologies for that. So we had our team trophy handed out, then the third place trophy by Maria Lanzon, and Frank Campbell here with our second place trophy to Sam Laidlaw. And then the winner's trophy and the juniors trophy as well, presented by Gabriel Alonso once again. And it is going to be a pair of trophies eventually handed out to Ruben Volt, who dominated that opening race of the weekend in TCR Spain. And the junior trophy makes its way out as well. The Estonian driver collecting two very hefty bits of silverware at the end of race number one here in Valencia. So big congratulations to Ruben Volt, then our race winner in our first TCR Spain race of the weekend. And the celebrations, I'm sure they'll be hoping, will continue tomorrow as well. Big crowd of people gathered down below to take photos of our top three. And I think we are almost ready to move on to our cup podium in a few moments' time. So, top three, big congratulations once again to Steve Laidlaw, Sam Laidlaw and Ruben Volt. And we can now, I think, move on to the Cup class podium. So, yep, those three can make their way off the podium now, and we will make way to for our Cup top three to make their way out next. The champagne is flying. Didn't expect that at the end of race number one. I thought they might save that for tomorrow, but something tells me the Laidlaws like to have a party on the podium when they're given the chance, and they now very much. Ruben Volt getting his own back on them. He was a bit slower with the cork than he was on the track, Ruben Volt, but as was the case in the race, he ends up with the last lap and a race victory. So overall top three podium then is complete. We'll move on very shortly to our Cup podium. Our top three drivers in the Cup class will make their way momentarily onto a very soggy podium at the end of that first race of the weekend. Well done then to our top three. And we can now welcome then our top three finishers within the Cup class for TCR Spain Race 1, starting with third place finisher in the Cup category, Alexander Bobrovs. Congratulations, third place finish for Alexander's in the Cup category. He is joined now on the second step by Adrian Agote. But the race victory in the Cup category goes to Miguel Angel Romero. A Spanish driver on the top step of a Spanish podium. It's only fitting in the Cup category for TCR Spain. Trophies once again then will be handed out. Maria Lanzon from Rivalza is here, the director, indeed, general director of Rivalza, to hand out the third place trophy. The second place trophy will be presented by our Kuma representative, Frank Campbell. Thank you very much, Frank. Onto the podium he goes then. Kuma Motorsport supporting TCR Spain once again this weekend. And finally, our Cup class winner will receive the first place podium from Gabriel Alonso from the committee organisation of TCR Spain. And the biggest trophy accordingly goes to the race winner, dominant race winner in the Cup category for that first race of the weekend. So celebrations begin then on the podium here at Valencia after an enthralling opening race of the weekend for TCR Spain. We move on now though to our final race of the opening day of Winter Series action here in the Spanish sunshine. It is GT Winter Series Race 1 coming up next.
So the cars making their way out onto the circuit in the GT Winter Series, a deluxe entry of 38 cars taking to the circuit. The GT3s are at the front. You've got the GT2 Mercedes-AMG GT2 a little bit further back in the field as well. That's from NM Racing Team. We've got, of course, Cup 1 for the Ferrari Challenge 296s. That's some 15 strong this weekend. A bit of Ferrari challenge within the GT Winter Series, to say the least. You've got Cup 2 for the Porsche 992 GT3 Cups, their most populated grid of the season. Cup 3 for McLaren Artura Trophy cars. We've got a couple of them out on the grid as well. Cup 4 is reserved for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos. And there's even a Cup 5 for the 488 Challenge Evos. You can also enter an original 488 Challenge or a 458 into that class if you happen to have one laying around in the back garden. Plenty of exciting cars on the grid here then. Plenty of leading teams as well. Schubert Motorsport are set to be on pole position in their invitational class BMW. It's an M4 GT3 Evo. Therefore, it's not quite ready for homologation yet and is not entered into the GT3 class proper. He is alongside CTWS Racing and Mathis Lismont, the Belgian racer who is 20 years of age, and we very much look forward to seeing how he performs on the front row as well. So two big name teams at the front. Schubert Motorsport, the current teams champions in DTM. CTWS Racing, who recently took the first Spa 24-hour victory for Aston Martin since 1948. That was CTWS Racing's biggest achievement, I would argue ever, but certainly in 2024. Enxler Motorsport are there as well in third position. And then it's SR Motorsport's Kenneth Heyer in fourth position. Conrad are back on the GT Winter Series grid as well. Conrad Motorsport's Carrie Schreiner is at the wheel in fifth place. We might hear from a few of those drivers at the sharp end. We might see a lot of those pretty cars as well, as Izzy Browning now takes us on a walk off the grid.
We will indeed welcome down to the grid for the last time today for the first race of the weekend of the GT Winter Series. And as Adam has already alluded to, we have plenty of new entries on our grid today. So very, very exciting. And the new entries have really dominated, or will be dominating, the first few rows of the grid. One of them, the 700 alongside here of Mathis Lismont. He's going to be in the car on P2. I'm going to see if I can jump in. Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Kept the door out the way. Mathis, welcome to the GT Winter Series. First race of the day. You're on the front row. How are you feeling? What are you expecting?
No, it's quite fun, to be honest. It's a nice championship to prepare for my main championship in the hot season. But yeah, we're expecting a lot, of course. Starting front row, first in class, but we're aiming for first of all. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah, let's see what you can do. How possible do you think it's going to be out there?
The car is on rails, to be honest. So the team is doing a lot of work to make the car as competitive as possible. So I think we have a good chance to be able to fight there in the front.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thank you very much for speaking to us, and welcome to the grid. We are missing the pole position at the moment. The Schubert Motorsport number 56, the invitational class of Giuliano Holtzum. Haven't seen him come down. It's potentially him coming down now, though, because can see some headlights. One other thing to mention, as I was coming onto the grid, our videographer Emilio, thank you very much, Emilio, told me that the NM Racing 15 car will be starting from the pit lane. So a little bit of insight there, but we'll continue back just to watch out a little bit, just in case the pole position car comes down to this, number 8, and this is the GT3 Pro of Luca Engsler and Jonas Karklees. Jonas will be in the car first today. This will come round. The door is open. I don't know if I can grab a word. The mechanic just going in there, so just giving him final words. And can I jump in with the driver quickly? Doors open still. Jonas, can I jump in? Jonas, great to see you. Welcome to the grid. You've got a gap in front of you at the moment. The Schubert Motorsport car just now coming down, so we are going to get him on the grid. How's Valencia treating you so far?
It's all good. First race with Lamborghini this year, and overall first time with Lamborghini, so it's pretty exciting. I didn't have a clear qualification, so P3 could be better, but yeah, it's a slightly mess when we have so many cars, but overall I'm happy.
Yeah, a lot of cars on the grid, so could be quite tricky going into turn 1.
Yeah, it's always tricky turn 1, but let's see. Hope for the best.
Wish you best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Right, we're going to continue down. Just close the door for them there and continue down the grid. We are about to get the 1 minute board, I believe. Cars actually still coming down the grid, so we will just watch out a little bit. But as you can see behind me, the number 11 Conrad Motorsport car of this will be Carrie Schreiner in this car, and she'll be sharing the car with Danny Sufi. Danny Sufi couldn't keep away from the Winter Series paddock for a single week, so he has decided to join us once again on the grid. He is just over here. I'll just grab a quick word with him before we get the 1 minute board. Danny, we couldn't keep you away from the Winter Series paddock, could you?
No, you could not. I'm enjoying this too much.
We've just got the 1 minute board, so I will let you go actually before we get you in trouble, and we'll go to this race now.
I've been using the hotel gym for this one. I've got to get through 38 cars on this grid. Let's go through the order. Giuliano Holtzum in the invitational entry, the Evo spec. Schubert Motorsport BMW is our pole sitter. And welcome to ComTU Racing, Mathis Lismont on the second position slot. Then it is Jonas Karklees in the GT3 Pro class, since Luca Engsler is a gold-rated driver. Jonas Karklees starting alongside Kenneth Heyer in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm Racing Mercedes. Carrie Schreiner lines up 5th in her Conrad Motorsport debut. Great to see her back in the GT Win Series alongside Severin Mazur in the number 79 GT3 Poland Lamborghini. Then it's our Cup 1 pole sitter, the highly experienced Erik Chung for AF Corsa in 7th, alongside Anders Bidstrup for DC Motorsport. Great to welcome the Danish team into the series. Ricardo Baptista lines up 9th position in the all-Brazilian, all-Paulistano entry. The ComTU Racing number 270. Ulrich Larsson rounds out the top 10, also for DC Motorsport in his Lamborghini. Then it's James Owen, who was a gold medalist last year at the FIA Motorsport Games here in Valencia, alongside Rafael Duran. Let's up the tempo a little bit now as the cars are rolling. John Dillon 13th on the grid, alongside Autosport Racing's Alessio Ruffini, starting from P14. Shintaro Akatsu in 15th place for the Reparto team. Talal Shahir returning for the first time since Barcelona last year in 16th. Måns Svalin, the all-Swedish Porsche, 17th on the grid, and the first of the Cup 2 cars, alongside Oscar Rindzovic, who probably still hasn't come down from the high of that last lap in the GT4 Winter Series. Paolo Scudieri in 19th place, alongside Sven Schurmer in 20th position. 21st is Cristiano Mathiel on their second chassis of the weekend after an accident on Friday. Petar Matic in the other Autosport Racing Lamborghini in 22nd. 23rd on the grid, the return of Hubert Darmetko, the Polish racer. Delighted to welcome him back. He is alongside Mariusz Górecki in 24th. NM Racing Team's GT2 Mercedes is 26th on the grid, 25th on the grid, sorry, alongside Alfredo Hernandez in the number 77 car. 27th is Przemysław Bienkowski in the number 27, alongside Jakub Twarog in the 28th place spot, one of the Fuchs Racing Porsches. Joachim Bolting 29th, alongside Steen Almsgaard in 30th. 31st is Alberto Duran. 32nd is Alvaro Ramos. 33rd on the grid, Ryan James, the first of the Cup 3 McLarens, alongside Andreas Greiling. In 35th position is the Cup 5 pole sitter, Darren Howell, in the number 5 AF Corsa car. Giuseppe Casillo alongside him in 36th. Germana Tognella in 37th on her return to racing, first time since 2021. And Jakob Bidstrup is hopefully going to be there at the back of the field. In fact, he is out there, but he's in a 488 challenge, so he has been moved into Cup 5 just in time for the start of the race. That car did have an issue. It was smoking in qualifying earlier on, so I think that probably is the diagnostics we need there. So yet more competition in Cup 5. So much competition this weekend in the GT Winter Series, but there is no competition for the sound of 38 supercars firing off into the distance at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already contact in the Cup 1 field. One of the cars stricken on the start line, and thankfully everyone avoided the stricken car after that initial contact point. Yellow flags. Obviously, it was the 124 AF Corsa machine of Rafael Duran. No, 124 car, sorry, is not sure quite who that is, unfortunately, on my timing screen, but it is in the lead as we go to safety car. One of the Cup 1 cars, I think one of the Cup 1 Ferraris, got a mega start. It was Eric Chung who was in the lead there as we went to safety car. I'm not quite sure how he got there, watching all of that in the background. We know the Ferraris are quick in a straight line. He got a mega start, and he was leading, I think, by the time we got to the first corner. We were rather enthralled with what was going on further up in picture, but by my eye, it looks like Eric Chung is our race leader.
And it was Talal Shahir in the 124 who got turned sideways. He's at the bottom of the timing tab because he never made the start of the race, technically, because the car hasn't even made it to the timing line, and I'm afraid that might be the last we see of that car this weekend. Here, another replay of what happened. His is the car that will shoot to our left towards the pit wall. Oh, there was already contact with another of the Ferraris, and I think that pitched his car across the road. A miracle, really, Adam, that nobody else then collected him as he bounced back across into the middle of the track. And perhaps unsurprisingly, we are getting the notification now of a red flag, a race stoppage, and we will restart at some point. But there is quite a bit of clearing up work to be done along the main straight.
Yes, indeed. A great start for Eric Chung. As I alluded to, I was rather busy trying to pick out the parts from that collision, so apologies to Eric for not calling out just how amazing of a start that was. Unfortunately, said amazing start is now nullified by the red flag. The cars will return to grid order. So for Giuliano Holtzum, that's possibly a measure of relief, because of course that car was going to be, let's say, a little bit challenged in trying to get past the Ferrari challenge car of Eric Chung. Yes, through the corners, quicker. On the straights, not so much. But we've lost 2 Ferrari challenge cars then to that accident. Talal Shahir, and I'm not quite sure who the other car collected in that was. It's one of our new coming machines, but I'm not quite sure of which number it is. And unfortunately, even from our wonderful commentary box window, we can't quite see the number. But the blue and yellow Ferrari also coming to a halt. I think it may have been one of the Reparto cars, potentially Shintaro Katsu, I think, could be. And Oscar Rindzovic has also pulled up there with a lot of wheel damage. So I think he was the driver who initially pitched Talal Shahir into a spin. Well, from the elation of earlier on in the Porsche, the Ferrari hasn't quite worked.
No, I think his was the red Ferrari that we saw launched into the air, wasn't it, that kind of triggered all of that. So Rindzovic, unfortunately, finding himself airborne, and that kind of triggered everything else that was going on around him. I wonder whether maybe we've lost Sven Schirmer, Adam. Would that make sense? His car never made it to the end of Sector 1.
That would make sense.
Swedish driver, blue and yellow Ferrari. I'm putting the pieces together.
Sven is German, I believe.
Oh, well, there you go.
I still think the science might be adding up there.
Okay, I saw a name like Sven and made the wrong assumption. I do apologise. But anyway, one assumption I will make is that he didn't make the end of Sector 1.
Yes,
and so perhaps
you're correct,
it's reasonable to suggest that he's the car up against the pit wall, but it's right against the pit wall, at least from our angle, too close for us to see the numbers. So that's a shame. We were talking up this sort of inflated grid of Cup 1 cars, lots of Ferraris on the grid, and unfortunately we've lost 3 of them before the race even really got underway, but hopefully upon the restart we'll have a cleaner start to the race and we will be able to get things going again fairly swiftly. But yes, lively start to proceedings. To be expected, I suppose, that things could go wrong when there are 38 cars all occupying a relatively small piece of real estate, but yeah, certainly a shame for those who now have sustained damage. We hope that we will see maybe 1 or 2 of them back out again tomorrow.
So getting confirmation that the 1-7 car of Sven Schirmer is the blue and yellow machine. One thing I didn't manage to do was a colour code list of all the AF Corsa entries for this weekend. So Sven Schirmer, unfortunately, out of the race, and that is hugely unfortunate for him in particular because the Ferrari 296 Challenge car for him is a brand new steed. This is his first race in a 296 Challenge machine. And he has previously driven the 488 Evo in Ferrari Challenge competition. Actually took a victory in the 488 Evo class of Ferrari Challenge Europe at Imola at the tail end of last year. But not the way he would have liked to have opened his logbook on the Ferrari 296. These 2 cars will hopefully be easy enough to remove for our drivers. But as you can see, they're kind of studying the wheels of the car and trying to figure out what might come next for the recovery process. 38 cars running towards the first corner at speed was always going to be a hard scenario for the drivers to keep in check. But what we've seen here is that unfortunately we didn't even get to turn 1. I am noting that just behind the safety car there at pit entry, the NM Racing Team Mercedes-AMG GT2 is looking like it's heading towards the paddock entrance at the back there. It's parked in front of the paddock entrance. I just wonder whether that car might have been caught up in something out there on the circuit. It was down there in the 20 positions where anything could have happened, frankly, in the midst of that scrum. The cars will be put in line according to the starting position, says the graphics on our screen, which is exactly what we expected and exactly what Eric Chung would have dreaded, unfortunately, in the AF Corsa Ferrari that he is driving. Cup 1 pole sitter in 6th position, had profited massively. But talking to drivers, including Danny Sufi, who we briefly heard from on the grid, the GT3 guys were fully expecting this scenario, whether it was the Ferraris, whether it was the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars. Those Cup 4 and Cup 1 cars in particular have huge legs on the run to a corner, as we've seen many times.
Indeed so, and unfortunately it's a fairly narrow bit of racetrack actually, that main straight here at Valencia, and so it can sometimes lead to a little bit of a mess. Right at the centre of this mess was Oscar Rinzovic, and well, I was about to say I'm happy to say we can talk to him now. I'm actually not. I'd rather he was still in his car out there racing, but he has met up with Izzy Browning in the pit lane, and perhaps he can shed some light on exactly what happened.
He has indeed, and to be honest, I'm quite glad to see him myself, because of course that means that you are okay. Of course, no longer in this race, but you were right in the middle of that. Just tell us what happened from your perspective.
I think just a good start. Came right up the middle of the two cars in front. Next thing I know, I think maybe the car to my right maybe pulled over and maybe just caught my wheel, and it literally just, next thing I know, looking up at the sky a little bit, down, and you could tell straight away because I couldn't steer anything, and you could hear the grinding of the wheel on the ground. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but it looks like there's no actual bodywork damage, it's just the wheel, so something must have clipped it to fling it up or something like that, but is what it is. Shame to be out, but and it was a good start as well.
Yeah, a good start. A good start, and it has been a good day for you up until this point. Of course, the red flag now, but do you think you're going to be able to get back out tomorrow?
Should be. I think we've got Alan's looking at the car right now, but I think we've got some spares just in case. But hopefully should be out tomorrow.
Well, the important thing is that you're okay, so we'll let you go back to the garage and start the debrief. And well done for earlier today. A shame to see you out of the car and out of the race now. But thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Yeah, big shame to see Oscar Rinzovic in this capacity, stood outside of the car now under this red flag. You could see Andy on the podium in the GT4 race earlier on. The buzz was still going for Oscar on the podium, just an ear-to-ear grin after that incredible move on Mikael Sander for the Cayman Trophy win at the end of that race. It shouldn't be too long before this half-hour race continues. I do note that on our timing the clock is still ticking. I don't think that is a sign of anything, hopefully, other than maybe one switch not flipped in race control. I suspect we will see something on the verge of a 28-minute race, maybe. That's somewhere around the precedent we've seen previously. Regardless of that, let's take one last look at well, how we got into this mess to begin with. The race start was a messy one, unfortunately. The collision just going off there. You see Oscar Rinzovic colliding with Talal Shahir, the 1-2-4 car, getting caught up in that mess, as was Sven Schurmer. And now it is all about the clear-up, which the Valencia marshals have been doing a very good job at today in general, it must be said. There were occasions where even the safety car couldn't get out quick enough, and the circuit was already active in this day so far. And of course the marshals always on the ball pretty much anywhere you go in the world. A remarkably diligent breed of motorsport enthusiast that takes on the role of a marshal. But indeed at circuits like this, like the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, where perhaps they get more practical practice than, you know, some other circuits, they are very efficient indeed.
Well, yes, and already the track is clear. I think marshals are now running to get out of the way. They've just got the one car now, Talal Shahir's AF Corsa Ferrari, to be moved out of the way, and then I think we're good to go. So really good work there from the marshals. They were concerned, I think, a little bit with the fluid that had spilled out of Shahir's car after it had sort of come to a stop over on driver's left, our right, as we look at it. Pretty much in line, really, with the third and the second row of the grid. Were this to be a standing start, that would be more of an issue, of course, but I don't think that's anything tremendously to worry about. There is the flatbed truck heading wrong direction up the main straight to pick up Shahir's car, and after that we should, as I said, be able to get the race restarted under safety car, which I think is probably a sensible decision. Also standard protocol if we have a red flag at the start of the race. or indeed at any part in the race, it will always be a safety car, single file restart. Hopefully that will mean we actually get into the race and we could really see what we've got on our hands, because after qualifying this morning, Adam, a really intriguing race, I think, is what we have on our hands. We've got 5 of the GT3 cars at the front of the grid, all covered by only a second in qualifying. An intriguing battle ahead, I think, once we actually get up and going.
Absolutely, and then you've got the X Factor from 6th back with the Cup cars as well. There is we briefly saw there the Com2U Racing Aston Martin, immaculately prepared cars as you would expect from Com2U. Of course, Com2U Racing, only about a decade old actually, founded in 2014. I think initially did one of your favourites, Fun Cup, Andy.
Yep.
But has long been associated with touring car racing and Audis within touring car racing specifically, is now a part of the Aston Martin racing family, and I dare suggest after the events of 2024 a favoured part of the Aston Martin GT3 fold, having taken that overall victory in the Spa 24 Hours last year. We're seeing quite a few leading Aston Martin teams in our paddock this year. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who of course are competing in the World Endurance Championship this year in the GT3 class, the LMGT3 category, and now Com2U Racing in the GT Winter Series as well. And then you've got teams like Conrad Motorsport, whose resume, if we stretched it out on one sheet of paper from one end of our commentary box to the other, our commentary box is about 2/3 of a tennis court, and you still don't have enough room for the CV for Conrad Motorsport, or indeed the eponymous founder, Franz Conrad. But a really interesting new combination there for Carrie Schreiner joining the team. It is with a view to future projects, I've heard things, but Carrie doing the rest of the season as well in the GT Winter Series. We know that they'll be at Aragon and Barcelona, which means we've got Carrie making more depth in the GT3 class, which is really exciting. And of course, we'll have some appearances from reigning and currently firmly defending Prototype Winter Series champion Danny Sufi, which I think is going to make things very interesting. Well, for me and other Andrew Mather, who comes in from Aragon onwards. But that will be fun to watch, won't it?
Absolutely, yes. Interested to see how he gets on, that's for sure. And just adding talent onto this GT Winter Series grid, it really is a phenomenal thing, isn't it? It's already kept us thoroughly entertained all season long for the last 4 weeks or so, but has kept us thoroughly entertained. And now we've got these enormous grids of cars, more and more potential front-running teams coming in. It's this second half of the Winter Series from last year that I remember being so entertaining, and the Spanish leg will once again deliver the same in 2025. We are getting close, I reckon, nearly to having a restart. There's a bit of a struggle, I think, getting Talal Shahir's Ferrari behind the barrier, just opposite the pit lane entry. They're actually not taking it back to the pit lane, interestingly, but hiding it behind the barrier just to our right as we look at it on screen. And once they fit the Ferrari through what I think is just about a Ferrari-sized gap in the Armco, we should be good to go. Look into the cockpit of one of the cars there. Always fascinates me that there's a circuit map on the wheel of an awful lot of cars. I can't imagine the drivers need that to navigate their way around. I think it's more if they're trying to report back to the team, maybe, that the car is doing a certain thing at a certain corner, so they can refer to that part of the circuit. If they do end up off the road, they can report back that that's where they are as well. That is something you still see even in top-level motorsport quite often. Always fascinating to take a little look around in these cars, particularly a GT3 car. They are like spaceships now, aren't they, compared to what they were even 10 years ago, I think. Obviously, this is the way things are. Motorsport develops, but looking inside a GT car in particular these days, I find fascinating.
I think it's probably it's a legacy, isn't it, really, of days gone by where perhaps we didn't have moment-to-moment tracking of the cars on the timing screens, live streaming necessarily as well, lights during a night race. It's just an easy way if a driver has a moment to go, okay, where am I? Turn 14, guys, sorry. Giuliano Holtzem, of course, in his first run in a BMW M4 GT3 Evo as well. That's worth noting. His brother Sandro, twin brother Sandro, in case you're curious, has raced the M4 fairly extensively in the DTM, in the ADAC GT Masters, but for Giuliano this is a bit of a new thing, a bit of a new flavour for him to try out, and they of course joining up with Schubert Motorsport for the first time, and Schubert a leading team in BMWs, the sole flyers of the BMW flag in the DTM in 2024, and you don't get that honour to be the flag bearer for BMW in DTM, to have the factory drivers like René Rast, like Marco Wittmann. That doesn't come unless the manufacturer itself has significant faith in your team's abilities.
Indeed so, and what a feather in the cap that is for the team, and it will help them, of course, to then generate more business for themselves. Let's face it, going forward, you know, once you've got that little seal of approval, then you can suddenly find yourselves very, very busy indeed. But that's exactly what these teams want, of course, and if it brings them to our paddock, all the better. Yes, more manoeuvring going on down in the pit lane. You're chuckling away, Adam.
I have a little trivia question for you.
Oh, I certainly won't have an answer. But you
Schubert Motorsport. Who do you reckon won their first ever championship?
I do not know.
It was a chap called Markus Giedlich.
Oh, was it now?
Yes. So our founder at GEDLICH Racing, Markus, was a significant part of German touring car racing in the late 90s into the early 2000s, and he was the first ever champion for them all the way back in 2001 in the Deutsche Tourenwagen Challenge. And Markus, I'm sure, probably still one or two old soldiers from back in the day that he went to go and say hello to in the paddock this weekend. I've always nudged Markus about the idea that at some point he needs to compete in his own series, you know. Long-time racing driver, and of course turned his track day business now into a fleet of racing series and this kind of travelling circus throughout Iberia. It's such a fabulous paddock to be in, and it's always nice to see those kind of connections forged over multiple decades continuing to last and reappear in some form much later on. Incidentally, we did open a thread earlier on about the fact the clock was still ticking. The clock has disappeared from my screen now, which I can only assume is good news for us and our hopes of having a fairly full red flag DT Win Series race post red flag. Interesting to see then that Jakob Bidstrup did make it out onto the circuit in a Ferrari 488 challenge car, which means they've been reclassified into Cup 5 in the case of Bidstrup. He's one of two Bidstrup brothers on the grid, incidentally, and they have competed in the Danish Endurance, Danish Special Saloon Car Championship, and Ferrari Challenge itself previously as well. Speaking of the Danish Special Saloon Car Championship, I've mentioned it, therefore I have an excuse to talk about it. One of my favourite championships, if I'm being completely honest with you. The team founder down there at DC Motorsport, the Danish team who join us this weekend, is Ulrik Larsen, and he was champion last year in the Huracan Super Trofeo Evo, and it's always interesting to see a domestic champion jump into an international series, and sure enough, Ulrich qualified within the top 10, second among the Cup 4 drivers, and was more than a measure for Severin Mazur, seemingly on pace based on what we've seen so far. So really interesting to see what Ulrich Larsen is capable of. It's always that little bit of intrigue, isn't it, when we have situations like this. However, further back in the pits, we have Izzy doing some great detective work and getting another driver to talk to in the form, I believe, of Carrie Schreiner.
That's exactly right, Adam. I do have Carrie Schreiner alongside me. Carrie, we didn't get a chance to speak to you on the grid. Great to see you. Welcome to the GT Winter Series. Welcome back to the Winter Series paddock, I should say. How is it being back in the Lamborghini?
Yes, it's a good experience. I mean, yesterday was the first time after 2 years that sitting again. So yeah, everything is a bit new again. But every session I get better and I feel more comfortable. And of course, my first start now was I was a bit nervous before, but now everything's okay. So hopefully we have a good race later.
And you're back with a team that you competed with in 2018 in Super Trofeo. So does it feel like coming home a little bit?
Sorry, someone was talking on the radio?
You're back with the team that you've competed with in 2018 in Super Trofeo. So does it feel like coming home a bit?
Yes, I mean, I had good experience with the team already. We've won a championship together, of course in a different car, but I know the team, so yeah, it's good to be back and good to race again in GT3 because that's where I belong to. I'm a GT driver, but it was good experience to gain seat time in the Formula car because I think I learned a lot in that time.
Well, it's fantastic to have you back in a GT3 car. Of course, we've got a little bit of a delay now. How do you reset and keep calm while we've got a delay?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time for me. Yeah. I'm driving for a long time now, so everything what's happening, I've had it before already. So yeah, it's a shame that someone crashed. It's always bad if something like this happened, but good that no one got hurt.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. We'll let you continue with the re-preparations for the restart and wish you best of luck in this race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Carrie, and apologies as well. I did write in my notes that Carrie has previously raced with Conrad and indeed done rather well with Conrad in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. I did erroneously say she was making her Conrad debut earlier on. My apologies. Carrie Schreiner, though, as she said, I think always felt she was more of a natural GT3 driver, but was, I think, excited by that new platform of F1 Academy and had a couple of good seasons in that category. That class that, of course, started here in Valencia back in 2023, F1 Academy. They are flying through these boards a little faster than the minutes themselves. The 10-minute board went up about 90 seconds ago. We've now got the 5-minute board. The marshals, the race control, just as eager to get these cars back underway as ourselves.
Indeed so. They've got everyone lined up. The track is clear. Marshals all back at their posts. Debris is swept away. Fluid generally mopped up, I think, down on the start-finish straight. So, yeah, circuit perfect for racing. I think most of the delay, honestly, was getting everyone in the correct order because, as you'd alluded to, they weren't really in the correct order by the time they reached turn number 1 because of that very jumbled start. And therefore, it just took a moment or two to get everyone where they ought to be. 25 minutes now, the renewed race distance, so slightly shorter than the advertised 30 minutes, but still pretty reasonable given the fact we've lost much more than 5 minutes because of this this red flag procedure. So 25 minutes of racing, plenty of time for this all to shake out, and a couple of fascinating battles to be had, not only for the overall victory. Cup 1 pretty close as well, it has to be said, and well, we'll see where that GT2 Mercedes ends up. Is it going to be taking its grid position? That perhaps looks unlikely, Adam.
Not so sure what's happening there, whether maybe they'll do, I think personally, they might be waiting for a pit lane start, given what just happened.
Yes.
I think that might be the plan there, if I'm to read into the actions in some way. Won't be too long then before these cars roll for what will be a 25-minute race, so a short, sharp sprint. And for Giuliano Holtzen, the measure of mercy is going to be the fact that as a safety car restarts, it is, of course, single file. Ergo, a pesky Ferrari challenge car like that of Eric Chung is a little bit further back than it was initially scheduled to be. And yes, that's some measure of relief, I'm sure. Eric Chung, we've alluded to his great start. The Canadian racer has long since started his career in Ferrari Challenge machinery. First year back in 2011 in Ferrari Challenge, and is a two-time champion in Ferrari Challenge Asia Pacific back in 2013 and 2015, the precursor to the current Ferrari Challenge Japan. 2 laps behind safety car confirmed on our screen. And just this past year, actually, in 2024, Chung won the Copa Shell-Am 488 Evo race, the world final race at Finale Mondiale in Ferrari Challenge. So still very much a fast driver, has been racing now since 2008. And also also a part of the Cliente program, the XX Cliente program. I know at least an XX and an XXK, a Ferrari FXXK and a Ferrari XX, two very exciting cars. And one of those drivers, again, who clearly likes all of his time on the track, isn't it? It's another Oscar Rinzovich or Joachim Bolting style situation. He's got racing to do, but he'll also take to the track sessions for the FXX runs.
Can't say I blame him. I think if the opportunity were presented to me, I would probably do exactly the same thing. So, yeah, good for him. And he's enjoying himself, I'm sure. Looking forward now to getting a bit more racing under his belt.
The only thing that stands between a commentator and a career in motorsport as a driver is opportunity and funding, I think, usually, isn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes talent as well, I fear, in my case. But yes, definitely so. We can dream, can't we? And live our dreams through some of the drivers that we come to meet on our travels. Green flag lap number 1 then, underway. Although I say green flag lap, the time has started. So actually the race has restarted now, but this is one of 2 laps behind the safety car, just to make sure that all of the drivers have got some heat in the tyres and are good to go. So another few minutes, we'll have them up to full racing speed. By the time we get there, though, closer really to a 20-minute sprint this will be. So not a lot of time for those who feel they're a bit out of position on the grid to do something about that.
We've talked a little bit about the ComTU Racing Aston Martin that, of course, sits second on the grid. The other car, the number 270 ComTU Racing entry, that's quite a compelling case as well. Ricardo Baptista and Rafael Suzuki, both highly experienced racers in their native Brazil, and in Rafael Suzuki's case, he's also raced quite a lot in Japan, and those 2 drivers also champions together in the Endurance Brazil GT3 class in a Mercedes, now moving into the Aston Martin with ComTU, and it sounds as if they will be doing GT World Challenge Europe Sprint. I've seen some reports of that on the sports car racing news sites, whichever one you tend to choose. So that's exciting news as we build the summer season for the SRO's categories. And of course, we are ever more involved with SRO here in the GT Winter Series now, with the SRO BOP being adopted for the GT3s, and of course the full SRO licensing partnership for the GT4 Winter Series as well. So 25 minutes of the race as we rolled away from the pit lane. It's probably going to look more like 19 minutes by the conclusion of this safety car period. One more lap behind the safety car for Schubert Motorsports' Giuliano Holzem. And one last opportunity to get some temp into those tyres before he has to get underway. And I suspect that some of our diligent photographers out there on the circuit are a little bit excited, because now they properly get to shoot these cars as they go into the dusk.
Yes, it has got noticeably darker, hasn't it? But quite a lot of grey clouds have blown over the circuit in the last 20 minutes or so. Nothing I don't think to worry about. They look high enough in the sky that I don't think they're about to rain upon us. But yeah, certainly the ambient temperature dipping, good news really for tyre management, etc. But yeah, also makes for some moody lighting, doesn't it, for the fleet of photographers that we've got here at the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. But yes, as impressive as these cars look now, they will look and sound even more impressive in a couple of minutes' time, when we do finally get to unleash them properly at race speed. And that run towards turn number 1 will begin. The Schubert BMW, the ComTU Racing Aston Martin, and the Enxler Motorsport Lamborghini, the top 3 cars on the grid. Then a Mercedes, 4 different cars filling out those top 4 positions. They all look different, they all sound different, they all generate their lap time differently. Although interestingly, 3 of them, Adam, are front-engined. Again, continuing that theme from GT4, where the front-engine cars, for whatever reason, seem to like the Circuit Ricardo Tormo.
Yeah, that is an interesting point for sure, and we'll see if that translates this time around. Last year in the GT Winter Series, Finn Wiebelhaus swept the deck. 3 victories here at Valencia, of course, in a front-engined Mercedes. So that data is consistent with your hypotheses, Mr. McEwen. And we'll see now who will win the 1x1 drag race down to the first corner. Giuliano Holzem will lead the field away as we finally get to go green flag racing in the GT Winter Series. 38 cars has become 35, but I suspect that's still more than enough to keep us on our toes. We have 20 minutes left on the clock. We have the leading teams in GT3 competition up there at the sharp end. Schubert Motorsport, ComTU and Engstler, your top three, with SR Motorsport, the GT Win Series champions, in fourth, or maybe not, because here comes Kari Schreider challenging Kenneth Heyer, and Severin Mazur in the Trofeo Spec Lamborghini manages to get past briefly Kari Schreider as they now drag race and make contact on the run towards turn 2. Severin Mazur braver on the brakes around the outside, but Kari might end up getting the better of this, of course, in her GT3 car. As we get into the twisty stuff, the superior downforce works in Kari Schreider's favour. While all of that's going on behind him, though, Giuliano Holtzim in the Invitational Class Evo Spec M4 GT3 leads the way.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Kari Schreider went from attacking for fourth place to briefly losing fifth position. Such was the pace advantage in a straight line of the Cup Lamborghini of Severin Mazur, but it all sort of balanced itself out after a moment or two. Ricardo Battista there in the second of the Aston Martins, going all defensive, trying to keep James Owen behind in the Engstler Motorsport Ferrari. Again, two cars running in different classes, but clearly pretty evenly matched. At the front of the field, no big gaps appearing really between any of the leading 3 or 4 cars. Certainly looks like the second place ComTU Racing Aston Martin is going with the BMW in front of Giuliano Holtzim, and that bodes well for an entertaining battle over the next few laps or so. They drop down into the last corner. The order still remains BMW, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Mercedes, and Kari Schreider, in fairness to her, going back after the leading 4, having lost ground at the start of the lap.
Yeah, Kari always one to get into the fight and often win it. And we're seeing that again here as further back the Aston Martin from Ricardo Battista, just losing out there to James Owen in a straight line. James Owen, who, as I said earlier on, gold medalist at the FIA Motorsport Games here at Valencia back in October in a Ferrari 296 Challenge car in the single make race. And that is certainly a driver we've seen before here in the GT Win Series as well. I think made his very first steps in racing in the GT Win Series, and great to welcome him back into the paddock. Here's the variety show then, the Lamborghini Trofeo cars, the Ferrari 296 Challenges through the midfield here. So many Ferrari 296 Challenge machines here this weekend, and not even just on the entry list, but also in the trucks. They somehow have spares, even with this many on the circuit. Meanwhile, Hubert Darmetko there, all over the back of Mons Thallen, and that is for the Cup 2 lead. Mons Thallen then, the young 16-year-old, under significant pressure here from Hubert Darmetko, who is an elder statesman compared to Mons, but less experienced, having debuted last year. And just behind them, third in class, Mariusz Gorecki as well, right up there in the battle. So the Cup 2 class coming alive here with the return of Hubert Darmetko, a multi-time race winner in the class in GT Win Series last year, and Fuchs Racing coming back into the GT Winter Series, an exciting addition there. And those Porsches very aggressively hopping the outer curb at T12.
Yeah, these three absolutely tied together. It's a similar story at the front of Cup 1 as well. Eric Chung, Anders Bidstrup and James Owen nose to tail, all sort of bottled in slightly behind Severin Mazur's Cup 4 leading Lamborghini. So some fascinating class battles going on up and down the order, but the Cup 2 brigade certainly looking more competitive, I'd say, this weekend than they have done in either Estoril or Portimao. There was almost a look to the inside there into the first corner from Darmetko, decided against it. What about at turn 2? No, not quite close enough, but closes in pretty significantly there on Mons Thallen's class leading car. They all clamber over the curb there through the kink at turn 3, which is actually a 90-degree corner, but taken flat out in these high downforce GT cars. And Mons Thallen certainly is going to have to work for this if a Cup 2 victory is to go his way.
Yeah, Mons is going to have to work extremely hard at the wheel of the Valeco Motorsport SPV racing car. Meanwhile, Cup 1 battles ongoing. That's the 101 car, the Adler Group backed machine, being driven by Paolo Scudieri, who is very heavily involved indeed with the Adler Group, and just moving up there into what will be 6th in class in the Cup 1 category. And his his brother-in-law is racing here this weekend as well, that being Giuseppe Casillo.
Back across the line, second place battle now starting to ignite, isn't it really? Mathis Limon here being caught by Jonas Karklis in the Extra Motorsport Lamborghini, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:33.2, tenth of a second quicker than the race leader, 3/10 quicker than Mathis ahead of him. So the Lamborghini starting to come into form here, it would seem, and if he could find a way past Mathis, then Giuliano Holtzum is not a million miles up the road. Only 1.3 seconds was his lead at the start of the lap. There is the BMW look. That is what 1.3 seconds looks like, roughly. Actually less than that, because it's a purple first sector for Mathis now, as he takes a tenth or so back out of the leader. So again, ebbs and flows by the sector, because they're all such different cars, and they're going to be quicker or slower than each other at various different points on the circuit. They drop down through this really tricky downhill, never-ending left-hander at turn 8. They bounce over the curbs, flick through the left-hand kink at 9, the right-hand kink at 10, immediately onto the brakes into 11. In fact, on the brakes mid-corner there for Jonas Karklis in the Lamborghini, which on this lap seems now to be slipping back away from the Aston Martin.
Yeah, really interesting battle here, and a really interesting lineup at Engstler Motorsports as well. Jonas Karklis joining Luca Engstler, those two former rivals in the ADAC TCR Germany. Alberto Di Martin carrying some damage on the wonderful GT2 spec Mercedes AMG, unfortunately. Front splitter has come uncoupled from the car as he makes his way through the order, still dispatching the Cup 5 Ferraris though, just getting himself past Giuseppe Casillo, leading that Cup 5 class at the moment. So Casillo coming under pressure there from Jakob Bidstrup for the lead of the Cup 5 class, and Darren Howell is right behind them as well, as Alberto Di Martin started throwing sparks out of the under tray of that Mercedes.
I wasn't chuckling at Alberto's misfortune necessarily, but they did elect to start from the back of the grid to stay out of trouble, I presume. They yet still managed to find some trouble as they then, of course, had more cars to overtake on their way back through the order, so that hasn't quite gone to plan. Here, the battle for fourth position, Kenneth Heyer and Carrie Schreiner together. This is, of course, the fight for second place in GT3, and so of some significance here, particularly for Kenneth Heyer and his championship aspirations. More GT3 cars this weekend, so all points on offer for Kenneth if he can finish well, and he definitely wants to try and keep Carrie Schreiner at bay if he can. There, Mathis Limon heads through turn number 8, and is that lead gap coming down? Well, on the previous lap, no, but on this lap, yes. Quicker in both of the first two sectors so far has been the Aston Martin than the BMW, and if ever he could get within striking range, I'm sure he'd love to have a go at getting the overall race lead.
Okay, very interesting to see how this one unfolds. Mathis Lismont, certainly a very motivated young driver, and will be looking to try and get one over on Giuliano Holtzum. He has the experience edge, Lismont over Holtzum in his current steed. He raced the Aston last year. If you're wondering there, just looking at the timing tower, the black on the Giuliano Holtzum car, that's because it is an invitational entry, it is an Evo spec car that isn't homologated until March. The pink, meanwhile, on Jonas Karklis is because it's a GT3 Pro entry. Jonas is not a gold or above driver, but Luca Engstler is. Therefore, it is a GT3 Pro class entry. So this is riding on board now with Mathis Lismont in the Aston. You can see him there fighting the wheel in the number 700, getting a little bit crossed up there at the apex, and that is one of the things that I think people sometimes maybe slightly misunderstand about these GT3s. They are still edge of adhesion sometimes for our drivers. We do have a car stopped. It's the 117 spinning out of, I believe, the Cup 5 lead, unfortunately. That is Giuseppe Casillo into the gravel. That is more than likely going to cause a safety car, and perhaps not too soon for Giuliano Holtzum, because he was running deep at turn 8, and I think in general being closed in on by Mathis Lismont. We are going to lose out on some exciting battles here, including this Cup 2 scrap going on further back. Przemysław Bienkowski, fourth in class, being pursued by a couple of drivers there as well. For now, it's being covered by local yellows as the cars go through. But we'll have to see how that unfolds. Kenneth Hire, I think, has an issue at the front, does he? He went very, very wide indeed. Now, was that because something went wrong on the car? Yes, it did. I thought that looked a bit more than just an error. For Kenneth Hire, I think something is wrong at the front right of that car. And Kenneth Hire, the defending GT Winter Series champion, unfortunately, is going to lose out on some points here.
Yes, he is. That was all very odd, wasn't it? Down into turns 1 and 2. Good Cup 1 battle here. This is for the lead, isn't it? So Anders Bidstrup has got ahead of Eric Chung. We had a lead change then in Cup 1. James Owen there as well. But look, they're all ahead of Severin Mazieur. So I presume it was as they went past the Lamborghini that all started to change. And just in the nick of time, because we have, I feel with some sense of inevitability, it ended up with a safety car period, with now 2 cars in potentially dangerous positions around the circuit and going no further. We do require a safety car. 9.5 minutes to go. Well, we've referenced and indeed praised the efficient work of the Valencian marshals already today. Hopefully they've got one last shift in them, because if we can get these cars out of the way quickly, we might yet get a few more laps of racing under our belt, and there's plenty more racing still to be done, particularly among the Cup 1 and Cup 2 divisions.
Hard to say what they're going to do with that Cup 5 Ferrari of Giuseppe Casillo, because rather awkwardly positioned. It's quite far away from any of the kind of access points. It is, however, pre-pit entry. I wonder if maybe they just push it straight into the pits. I don't think typically you want to move a car across an active track, even though it's under safety car conditions. We'll have to see how that unfolds, but we are back under safety car. 8 minutes and 40 to go. I'm confident that we'll get some racing. The question is how much. I think for Giuliano Hodson, the question is quite how far back will Mathis Lismont be from me going into turn 1 as the race resumes, because that Aston Martin was getting quicker and quicker in the phase of the race. We were halfway through there. Ooh. There is Giuseppe Casillo, having just lost the Cup 5 lead to Jakob Bidstrup, unfortunately, and that was the replay there of Kenneth Hire. It just looked like something was going wrong at the front right.
I suspect brakes. I know that's maybe not that big a leap to make since the car wouldn't stop, but I did see something. There were sparks as you went into turn 1, and something flew out of the right front corner, perhaps a brake disc exploding in some ways, and that was a little bit of the brake system exiting stage left, so to speak. I'm not sure, but that's what it looked like, and for the car to suddenly lose all braking capability into turn 1 of all places must have been pretty scary, even for someone of Kenneth's experience. He, I'm sure, has experienced stuff like that before, but that doesn't make it any more pleasant, that is for sure. So Kenneth Hire's car being recovered up at turn 2, and we've got the Ferrari being recovered as well of Giuseppe Casillo at the final corner. Again, hopefully this will all happen fairly swiftly. From a championship perspective, it's never too early to start thinking championship, and we are kind of halfway through-ish the GT Winter Series now. Kenneth Hire, of course, here Maurice Fitzgerald second coming into this weekend in the GT Winter Series points, while they were 10 points adrift of Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas in their AF Corsa Ferrari. Remember, you score points in GT Winter Series based upon your class position, not your overall position, and the more cars, generally speaking, there are in your class, the more points there are on offer. So in theory, this should be a big advantage to Cristiano Maciel, who's running in Cup 1, which makes up about half the grid this weekend. Lots of points on offer, except he's only 8th in that class. Cristiano Maciel is not scoring particularly heavily. Kenneth Hire, of course, is not going to score at all. Andreas Berg Sorensen, I think I'm right in saying, is not here this weekend.
Yes.
So actually, this is not a complete disaster for Kenneth if he does want to try and reclaim that title in 2025. Not ideal, but it could be a lot worse.
It could be. For Cristiano Maciel, this has been a weekend with some speed bumps, as I alluded to while going through the grid at the start of the race. His car had to be replaced, effectively. He's on chassis 2 of the weekend, having had a moment on Friday, hitting the wall at turn 3, and we now see a telltale moment. Oh, goodness me, yes, the warmth getting to the marshal there. Half a brake disc from, well, we would have to assume Kenneth Hire's Mercedes-AMG GT3. That was indeed down at turn 1.
Yeah, so it was a brake disc exploding then, wasn't it? And yeah, if you ever doubted just how hot those things get when they're being used at full speed, We got a graphic illustration of it there. I would not recommend approaching one and trying to pick it up straight away anyway. So yeah, what caused that, I don't know. That's generally something you would see happen hours into an endurance race where you've been really using the brakes for a long period of time. It's why in 24-hour races, brake changes are fairly commonplace, because you can't expect the brakes to do a full 24 hours, that's for sure. Even in 12-hour races, not unheard of. So yeah, that is a bit of an odd one. You have to think maybe something led to that and was the catalyst for the failure. But anyway, it matters little, I suppose. It's taken Kenneth Heyer out of the race. The team will diagnose and adjust accordingly for tomorrow. Here, meanwhile, more sparks coming from a Mercedes, this time the GT2 example.
Yes, Alberto Di Martin in the Mercedes-AMG GT2 with the splitter issue that we'd seen previously. Still out there on the circuit, still not come back in to the pit lane with the problem, so they're determined that potentially the car will perform a self-axle grind out there on the circuit, angle grind, sorry, going out there onto the circuit. Now they've pulled the Casillo car well away from harm's way, but they haven't tried to put it behind the barrier. It is now out of harm's way. The vehicle that was towing it is now out of harm's way, and we're about 2-3 corners from the end of the lap, and Kenneth Heyer's car has also been moved, and the lights are out on the safety car. So we are indeed going to go racing this time. I was a bit worried that they weren't quite going to get to make the call in time, but no, as this race goes further and further into the dusk at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, we are going to have, I think, a 2, maybe even a 3 lap dash. I think it will end up being 2. Giuliano Holtzum now controlling the field with Mathis Lismont behind. Jonas Karklees, who was setting good pace earlier on, he could capitalise on this as well, as could Kari Schreiner. Let's see what happens. We're underway. We are racing once again with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. I think it will be a 3-lap dash. Actually, Giuliano Holtzum desperately getting some temp into those tyres as he flings the BMW into turn 1. I think he went deep into turn 1 there. It looked like he was fighting to get to the apex. He must have got to the apex. Ultimately, he did get round the corner in one piece, and then you've got the Cup 1 battle. James Owen pursuing Eric Chung there, 2 drivers with numerous Ferrari accolades, but they're both behind Anders Bidstrup, who's a fairly new boy to this whole game, just a year or so into his racing career and doing a brilliant job.
Yeah, so they're the 5th, 6th and 7th placed cars, all fighting for class podium places, all absolutely together and no longer stuck behind the Cup 4 leading, yes, Lamborghini of Severin Mazur, who had lost those places to the Ferraris just before the safety car period began. Down towards turn 8 we go there, and that was very late on the brakes for the 477 of Ulrich Larsen. Ricardo Baptista was the Ferrari who nearly got assaulted ahead of him, and as they turn through the left-right kink, that battle, John Dillon, excuse me, they've swapped positions. Dillon's moved ahead into 11th place overall upon the restart. Dillon in the black Ferrari that was a bit of a star at Portimao last time out, I seem to recall, fighting, and indeed I believe winning, I seem to recall, one of the Cup 1 races over in Portugal. Leaders then out of the final corner. Lead gap is the smallest it's been, I would say, in this race so far. They've got 2 laps left to settle this. As usual, it seems, in GT Winter Series, Adam, you need about 6 pairs of eyes to follow all of the action, but we could have some action right at the head of the field before too much longer.
Yes, we could. Giuliano Holtzum leads the way then in the Evo M4 GT3 BMW, but Mathis Lismont is pursuing him with a vengeance in the number 700 car at the moment. We've got yellow flags down at turn 14. I think that might be just to be completely sure of the situation in regards to the stricken Ferrari from earlier. Severin Mazur, on the other hand, has had a spin down at turn 2. His wing mirror is ajar, and hopefully he can get that thing fired up and out of harm's way. He decides to reverse it off track, which honestly, not a bad call from Severin Mazur there. We have a minute left on the clock. I think we're just about going to cross the line to do one last lap of the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Of course, these cars very aero-dependent indeed. It is a big ask for Mathis Lismont to find a way past Giuliano Holtzum in these circumstances, but he's certainly giving it the good old college try.
Yep, not going to give up, is he? Trying just to get close enough to force a mistake out of the leader, and there was one through turn 12 as Giuliano Holtzum's BMW stepped out from underneath him into the high-speed kink. Not really a kink, is it? It's a proper corner, turn 12. Full commitment required, and the rear of the BMW just letting Giuliano down ever so slightly. He gathered it together though, and does lead them across the line with, yes, about 15 seconds left. So one more lap to go, and the lead gap is 0.8 of a second. BMW, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, the top three. What's going on behind? Well, in Cup 1, still Anders Bidstrup with the lead over Eric Chung. Actually over a second now between the Cup 1 leaders. Cup 2, meanwhile, Hubert Darmetko, having got ahead of Mans Stalin earlier on, has now got Mariusz Gorecki chasing him down. They, in fact, all three of them, are still nose to tail, heading on to the final lap of the race.
Yes, they are. So then, clock has hit 0. We are on the final lap of racing action. Giuliano Holtzum has had certainly an interesting first ever race in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. It hasn't been straightforward. Mathis Lismont's line out of turn 6 also not straightforward, to say the very least of it. We are in the dusk here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and the sound of over 30 GT machines is a thrill all of its own. Giuliano Holtzum leading the way, and he is just 2 corners from home now. Jonas Karklis running third and going to win, of course, in GT3 Pro, which is the only, was a standalone class. He's on his own, but the overall win and indeed the GT3 class win will go to Schubert Motorsport. It's the first time we've seen Schubert in the GT Win Series in 2 years, and they come back with a bang. It's a race win for Giuliano Holtzum and Schubert Motorsport. Com2U Racing taking second position with Mathis Lismont and taking the GT3 class win, since Giuliano Holtzum is an invitational car. Anders Bidstrup is in 5th position in the Cup 1 class. Anders Bidstrup winning in the Cup 1 class. In Cup 2, there was a switch of some description, but still seeing battles come across the line at the moment. Lots of fighting through the classes, through the order. As they continue to stream across the line, the Cup 5 winner is Jakob Bidstrup in his yellow Ferrari. We just see him come through shot. Cup 1 won by Anders Bidstrup for DC Motorsport. Congratulations to them on their GT Winter Series debut. Ulrich Larsson winning Cup 4 as well, so that's another trophy for the DC Motorsport team. And then Cup 2, PTT Racing's Hubert Darmetko winning in his return to the GT Win Series after a couple of rounds absence. It's great to have Hubert Darmetko back. Mariusz Gorecki just behind him, taking second place. So Mans Stalin unfortunately fell back a little bit in the number 44. The Valenica Motorsport car that was at one point leading the way in the Cup 2 category. Lots going on in that race, rather expectedly, one would say, in the GT Winter Series. A brake disc sheared in half for Kenneth Heyer, a start line crash, but at the front, no dramas at all for Giuliano Holtzum. He has had a brilliant start to his 2025 season. And he has, indeed, set his benchmark for his brother. Sandro Holtzum will be at the wheel tomorrow, of course. Jonas Karklis, I think, will be pretty happy with third overall as well, the Lithuanian racer. He told me earlier on that Luca Engstler, his grandfather was also Lithuanian, just like Jonas Karklis. So in a certain way, that's a bit of a Lithuanian super team down at Engstler Motorsport. All the same, Giuliano Holtzum, I think, will have run an interrupted race. He won't feel like he had much time to relax in that one. And his brother Sandro is the first one to come and greet him and tell him well done after that rather dramatic race. I note that the helmet isn't quite updated to their current machine at the moment. Of course, these two shared an Audi last year in the ADAC GT Masters. So both of them have very similar driving styles, as they told me in the paddock earlier in the week, so they can set the car up optimally, which is always a big advantage. And in the case of Sandro, plenty of BMW GT3 experience as well. So Giuliano will rehydrate. Congratulations will be received by the team as well. And then, of course, we will hear from him with Izzy in just a few moments. And in fact, Izzy there just handing over the winner's cap to Giuliano Holzem as well. Schubert Motorsport will be adding a trophy to the cabinet, of course, in just a few minutes as well with the podium presentations. But for now, we can take a deep breath and analyse that race. We'll, of course, see some highlights after we hear from Giuliano Holzem as well. But lots of moving and shaking through the field. Certain drivers, like Anders Bidstrup in Cup 1, having to work very hard indeed for their victories. Others having to fight hard against competition in their class. Meanwhile, Giuliano Holzem is down with Izzy, so let's hear from him now.
He is indeed here with me. Giuliano, first race in this car and a win. But that wasn't the whole story, was it? You had a lot to deal with during that race.
A lot, two safety cars, and was difficult to keep the tire warm, but we managed, and we showed also in the qualifying we was the fastest, and we did it again in the race, so perfect.
And as I said, of course, first race in this car, so how comfortable are you feeling in the car?
The car feels amazing. Last year I drove the Audi GT3, and compared to that, this is a much newer car from the inside, the technique and everything, and feels really good.
A great start to the weekend. Of course, your first weekend in the Winter Series this weekend. Well, we've seen you in the Prototype Winter Series before. Your brother will take the car tomorrow, so do you think he can do the same?
I hope so, but I'm confident, and the team and the car is perfect, so we will see tomorrow.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you get up to the podium and enjoy it, and we will go back to you.
The editor of our highlights hasn't had one moment of peace today. All the races have been very difficult to recap. But let's take a look at the opener of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. We got started with a bang, unfortunately in more ways than one. Talal Shahir being collected by Oscar Rinzovic from behind, and then collecting Sven as well. 3 Ferrari 296 Challenge cars unfortunately stricken from the race at the very first moment of asking. All drivers okay, of course. But soon the safety car would be deployed, and after that the red flag would be utilised, and everyone would have to get back into the order in which they formed the grid. And after a long, prolonged waiting period, we finally got back to racing. With about 20 minutes left on the clock, the race resumed, and Kenneth Heyer was immediately under pressure from Kari Schreiner. Schreiner, though, would come under fire from Severin Mazur in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car, the Super Trofeo Evo 2. Bit of contact between the two Lambos on the run down to the second corner. Kari would ultimately come out on top there. I think there may have been a collision there for Alberto Di Martino and his Mercedes-AMG GT2, because we'd see that later on he was carrying a little bit of damage. Fireworks in Cup 2 as well. Mons Thalen was trying to defend against Hubert Darmetko, but Darmetko would ultimately find a way by in that scrap. The 15 car from NM Racing team was having damage, as we said. The 270 car was, of course, ComTU Racing. They were having some issues as well. This is the moment that we saw the number 7 car move into the lead of class. This, however, was ultimately the cause of a safety car. The 117 car, the GT Cup 5 class leading machine, had an issue, a bit of a spin there. That was Giuseppe Casillo, and then Kenneth Heyer, unfortunately, went deep into turn 1, immediately deep into turn 2. Not quite the day that he wanted. The car had a problem, and that was the end of his day. One souvenir, though, for our marshal. Big throw as well. Back to green flag. And very briefly, with 3 minutes left on the clock, it would be a 3-lap dash to the flag. And for Mons Dallin, he was under huge pressure from Mariusz Goretzki. And Goretzki for Furch Racing managed to get through into second in Cup 2. Przemysław Bienkowski, meanwhile, went out wide. And Joachim Balting was making up places, while Severin Mazur was pointed in the wrong way. Meanwhile, lots of Cup 1 and Cup 2 and indeed Cup 4 battling in the middle team positions, drivers fighting within and outside of their class. But none of that was a concern for Giuliano Holzem. The invitational entry from Schubert Motorsport at the top of the order in the GT Winter Series. Mons Dallin went deep at the final corner on the last lap. We didn't see that live, but that does explain why he ended up dropping back to third in the Cup 2 category in his Porsche. Lots to unpack from that race. I dare suggest some busy stewards. Giuliano Holzem is your race winner overall, though. Mathis Lismont finishing second in the GT3 class. Of course, his car is entered, so he wins the GT3 category, finishes second overall. Jonas Karklees from Engstler Motorsport finishes in third position. The GT3 Pro car from Engstler finishing third. Carrie Schreiner in fourth place in her car, the Evo 1 spec Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Anders Bidstrup winning in the Cup 1 class ahead of Eric Chung. James Owen rounding out the podium in Cup 1. In 8th overall, just behind them, Rafael Duran, also in a Cup 1 Ferrari. Great to see him continuing to fight at the front of that class. Ricardo Baptista in 9th in the ComTU Racing Aston Martin. John Dillon for AF Corsa rounding out the overall top 10. He was ahead of Cup 4 winner Ulrich Larsen for DC Motorsport, the team boss claiming a win for DC Motorsport. Shintaro Akatsu for Reparto Corsa having a great effort there. Cristiano Mathiel in 13th overall. Paolo Scugieri in 14th position. Alessio Ruffini in 15th overall and second among the Cup 4s. Petar Matic in 16th place. Then it was Hubert Darmetko in 17th, winning Cup 2 on his return to the GT Winter Series. Great to have him back in the paddock. Mariusz Goretzki, his fellow countryman from Poland, in 18th place ahead of Alfredo Hernandez for BDR competition. Mons Dallin in 20th place, ultimately still getting a podium in Cup 2 despite losing some places late on. Joachim Balting finishing in 21st place for Plus Line Racing. In 22nd place, Przemysław Bienkowski, the other PTT racing car, of course, that is their full season entry. He might not be too pleased with 5th in Cup 2, actually. Might have hoped for some more points, given they have 6 cars in the class this weekend. Alvaro Ramos from Araujo Competición coming in 23rd position. In 24th place, Alberto Duran, the father of Rafael Duran, finishing 24th. Jakob Twalog in 25th position for Furch Racing. Ryan James, we didn't really see any of the Cup 3 McLarens out there on circuit during the race, but it was Ryan James that came out on top in that battle, when in 26th overall. Then it was Germana Tognella in 27th place, Alberto Di Martin in 28th in the GT2 Mercedes, Jakob Bidstrup in 29th, Andreas Greiling in 30th in his first appearance in the trophy spec McLaren Artura. Darren Howell in 31st position was second among the Cup 5 cars for the older Ferrari Challenge machines. Severin Mazur had a spin at the end. He ended up 32nd after running well within the top 10. Steen Almsgaard in 33rd. Kenneth Heyer with his problem down in 34th place. And Giuseppe Casillo in 35th position rounding out the order on screen there. Of course, Giuseppe unfortunately not taking the flag, nor did Kenneth Heyer. We also lost Oscar Rinzovic earlier on for Myrtle Motorsport with the start line collision. That also claimed Talal Shahir and the 175 AF Corsa car as well. So some damaged Ferrari 296s, unfortunately. But the teams will be working hard to make sure their drivers get back out on the circuit come Sunday. So then we are waiting for the drivers to arrive to the podium at the moment. Giuliano Holtzum, though, is the winner overall. Of course, that is an invitational class car, but he'll be competing with the GT3s all the same. Matisse Lismont will claim full points, although it's not a full season entry in the GT3 class proper. 3 classes in the top 3, of course, because Jonas Karklis is in a GT3 Pro entered Engstler Motorsport car. That is going to have some big changes, I think, to the overall championship, as Andy was alluding to during the race. And we'll have to do some maths, I suspect, overnight. Not before a drink or two, though. It's certainly been an exciting day of racing with 4 classes here, of course, at Valencia today. The TCRs were very exciting indeed. GT4s and the Formulas providing their usual thrills as well. But everyone was keen to see that 38-car grid in the GT Winter Series. There were some dramas, but what a spectacle to see the cars running into the dusk here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. It's a very different circuit from Portimao, where we were a couple of weeks ago, but it's one that is quite close to a major city, of course, being just a stone's throw from Valencia city itself, and therefore we have lots of fans in attendance too. That means we've got a great atmosphere on the main straight where the grandstand is open, and fans are taking in the action of the Winter Series categories from GEDLICH Racing. Schubert Motorsport winning the day in the number 56 car. And Sandro Holtzum will hopefully pick up the baton where he left off, where Giuliano left off, his twin brother. Those two have previously shared cars, of course, numerous times. We mentioned the Audi in the ADAC GT Masters. They also previously shared cars in the GT4 category as well. So it is not an unfamiliar sight to see the Holtzum twins together. It is their first time running a BMW GT3 at the same time, and that has been very entertaining to watch today. I'm sure that on Sunday it will be fun as well. Of course, Matisse Lismont's number 700 Comte Aston Martin that finished second today will be in the hands of his fellow Belgian Kobe Pauwels in the Sunday sprint race tomorrow morning. So that will be an interesting point of contention. The youngster who was ascended through the ranks largely with ComTU, actually, winning races in TCR Europe in 2023. If things get interesting and a little bit physical out there, I'm sure his touring car experience might come in handy. He was racing ComTU Aston Martins last year, as well as Audi R8s for Santalok, and was indeed a race winner in the Silver Cup at Jeddah, the season finale of the GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup in 2024. So I think we can expect Kobe Pauwels to be very quick indeed going into the Sunday race, and it will be a strong combination, of course, in the 55-minute pit stop race at the conclusion of Sunday. It will be 3 races for the GTs, 3 races for the GT4s, and 3 for the Formulas this weekend. Of course, just 2 races for TCR Spain, so we'll just get one opportunity to see those cars out on the circuit on Sunday, but it does mean a packed schedule of action for you on the Sunday. We'll be with you before 9 AM to bring you a full day of racing here from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. It will be no fewer than 7 races to talk you through. Myself, Andy McEwen and Izzy Browning will be doing just that. I believe Andy, though, isn't talking right now. He might be shouting at a couple of drivers to run them towards the podium. He is quite the negotiator, is Andy. He'll be shepherding drivers towards the podium with hope and luck. He will be doing just that anyway. But of course, drivers often want to debrief the race that was, want to understand maybe what happened to them in the race, and end up too busy talking to each other to even remember that they have a trophy to pick up. But we'll get there eventually, I'm sure. For now then, we look over the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Very compact facility ultimately. It's a 4-kilometre circuit, 2.5 miles in other money. And of course that is the minimum length for a Formula 1 circuit, 2.5 miles. We get to see a Grand Prix of the four-wheeled nature here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, but it is of course a repeat venue for MotoGP. The circuit has held a motorcycle Grand Prix every year since it opened in 1999, except for this past October. Of course, the circuit was affected very heavily by the flooding in the area, as was much of the local community here. And it's quite heartening to see the amount of rebuild that has already been done to try and build back after the devastation that took the local area a few months ago. And the Circuit Ricardo Tormo has been a great facility. That will not change, and the management here at the circuit have done a great job of making sure it's ready to go for the winter racing season, the test days and so on, that the circuit typically hosts at this time of year. So you can see there some of the service cars with a bit of sweeping up to do. There was a little bit of gravel, there was quite a significant amount of carbon fibre, there was lots on the circuit at the conclusion. I think even some fluid dropped around the circuit too, so the crews will be busy working their magic on the surface. Giuliano Holtzum will be, I suspect he'll be one of the ones who's eager actually. Knowing Giuliano, he probably wants his trophy. Some of the other drivers are maybe being a little less proactive about their podium ceremony, but hopefully we will see them up there with Andy very shortly. And there will be quite a few presentations for Andy to get through, of course, especially with some of the growing classes as well. Cup 5 with a full quota of 3 cars for this weekend, which is the most Cup 5 entries we've seen so far this season. I know that Darren Howell was itching for some more competition. He perhaps wasn't expecting Jakob Bidstrup, though, who was set to be driving a Ferrari 296 Challenge car. That car had an issue this morning in qualifying, so he's instead moved into the T car, which is the older 488. And sometimes you're lucky enough to have a spare Ferrari. Thankfully, Andy McEwen has found all of his spare racing drivers, and that means we can finally hand down to the podium.
So we are ready to go with our final podium of the weekend, of the day I should say, here at Valencia. The GT Winter Series will start with our Cup 5 podium. 2 drivers to welcome onto the podium. First of all, second place in Cup 5, Darren Howell. Well done, Darren. Second place for him in Cup 5, but the win in Cup 5 went the way of car number 40, Jakob Bidstrup. Out onto the podium he goes, a class victory in Class 5 for Jakob, and he makes his way to the top step of the Valencia podium. Trophies then to be handed out once again. Valencia Caso from Pirelli, Robin Selbach from GEDLICH Racing to hand out our trophies. And the Cup 5 battle won by Jakob Bidstrup today, but we'll see tomorrow whether we get the same result in races 2 and 3. A big crowd of people flashing the cameras down below, and the Cup 5 drivers pose for the photos. Congratulations, guys, then in Cup 5. We move on now then to Cup 4, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo class, and in third position in Cup 4, Peter Matic. Peter heads to the third step of the podium. In second place in Cup 4, Alessio Ruffini. But the victor in Cup 4 was Ulrich Larsson. And Ulrich gets a big cheer from the team on the ground as he punches the air with delight, heading for the top step of the podium. Of course, it looked as though it was going to be another Cup 4 victory for Severin Mazur. It didn't quite work out that way, with the late spin, Ulrich Larsson in position to capitalise and claim the class victory. So Ulrich, Alessio and Petter will celebrate their Cup 4 podium, and we'll look forward to more good battles in Cup 4 tomorrow, where I'm sure Severin will be a part of that story as well. So Cup 4 drivers vacate the podium. We move on next then in a second to Cup 3, and this is for the McLaren Arturas. 2 drivers to welcome to the Cup 3 podium. First of all, in second place, Andreas Grayling. But the victory in Cup 3 went the way of Ryan James. Ryan jogs, no, in fact runs out onto the podium full of energy after that race, where he came home a class winner in the McLaren Artura class. 2 cars in that category this weekend, so they get a proper podium presentation of their own. And Ryan James it was who came out on top with the class win. A big round of applause from the crowd down below, who have waited for this podium, and they're going to enjoy it as it happens. And our Cup 3 drivers will head backstage. Next up, we move along to podium number 4. It is for Cup 2, the Porsche Cup class, and this was a particularly close battle between 3 drivers, all of whom will make their way out onto the podium, starting with our 3rd place finisher, Mans Stalin. Well done, Mans, onto the 3rd step of the podium. He was 2nd for a good portion of that race and came home in 3rd. 2nd position, Marius Gorecki. Well done, Marius, 2nd place on the Valencia podium for him. And he gets a big cheer as well, as I'm sure will our race winner in Cup 2, Hubert Darmetko. And as predicted, not only a cheer, but we've got the horns playing down below as the team celebrate with Hubert a very well-earned victory. Cup 2 was particularly close in that race, with all 3 of them under a very small blanket for the entire duration of the 20-minute race, as it turned out to be. And it was in the end Hubert Darmetko who found a way through to the front of the pack and managed to stay there until the end. The air horns blazing down below, adding to the atmosphere in the fading light here at Valencia. So Cup 2 drivers head backstage, and we move on next to Cup 1, the very exciting Cup 1 battle. And we start then with our 3rd place driver in Cup 1, James Owen. Congratulations, James. 3rd place finish for him in Cup 1. 2nd place, having led most of the race, Eric Chung. Eric heads to the 2nd step of the podium, but getting past him late in the race to claim the win, Anders Bidstrup. Anders is geeing the crowd along as he runs up to the top step of the podium. A late change in position in Cup 1, just before that safety car came at the end of the race, and Anders Bidstrup it was who found himself on the top step of the podium. Eric Chung will be a little bit frustrated at that, I'm sure, having led the bulk of the race, but still managing to come home in a solid 2nd place. So we look forward again to more battling from that class, by far the most popular class on the grid this weekend, and that means lots of points available for those gunning for championship victory. Now we move on to a new podium. We didn't have a GT2 car on the entry in Portugal, but we do here in Valencia. Our GT2 class victor, Alberto Di Martin. The Spanish driver heads to the top step of the GT2 podium, the only GT2 car entered, but great to have some GT2 machinery represented on the GT Winter Series grid. And Alberto De Martin survived being very close to that start line incident, then had a pit lane start upon the restart, and still managed to sustain a little bit of damage along the way, but he got the Mercedes, wounded as it was to the flag, to finish the race and claim the victory in GT2. Well done, Alberto. Now then, we move on to GT3 Pro, and again, just the one driver to welcome onto the top step of the podium in GT3 Pro, our class winner, Jonas Karklis. Another big cheer for Jonas as he heads onto the top step of the podium in GT3 Pro. Just the one car entered into the Pro class this weekend, but of course he was up there fighting with the other GT3 drivers who we will welcome onto the podium momentarily. 2 podiums, they've added 2 podiums. So, the GT3 Pro class winner, Jonas Karklis, heads backstage. And now we have our GT3 outright podium then, our GT3 podium. And we start with our 3rd place GT3 driver, Ricardo Baptista. Another big cheer emanates from the pit lane down below. 2nd place in GT3, Carrie Schreiner. Carrie up onto the 2nd step, but the victory in GT3 went to Mathis Lismond. It is Aston Martin Racing, Come To You Racing, who celebrate victory here at Valencia in the GT3 category. Of course, the Schubert BMW that won the race overall is an invitational class car, so the GT3 podium itself sees the Come To You Racing team celebrate a class victory, 2nd on the road at the end, but the top GT3 registered team. Now, we are going to add, I believe, 1 extra podium in as well for our invitational class winner. Only fitting, really, since they won the race overall. I think we do have the driver here to welcome out onto the podium, do we? I'm just hunting around for him backstage. No, we do not have our invitational winner. So that concludes our podium presentation here at Valencia for GT Winter Series Race 1. It's been a long day, a very exciting race. And now, to wrap up in the pit lane, let's catch up with Izzy Browning.
It has indeed, and it's been a very exciting day, as Andy says. Adam joins me now. Wow, I mean, an interesting first day, a chaotic first day, I think fair to say. We'll keep this short because obviously the podium took us a little while to get to, as you were alluding to in commentary. So we will start with the Formula Winter Series. Of course, Gabriel Gomez extending the championship lead, and things are looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, some interesting stuff there for Gabriel Gomez. I already had drivers who were like 4th in the championship telling me he's won it. I think it's still a bit early.
That is early.
It is very early, isn't it? I was trying to promote optimism. Of course, we saw great performances as well. Chloe Chambers came surging through the order. Shame what happened on the last lap for her, but I think a lot of drivers with positives to take from that. And looking at the grids for race 2 and 3, I think we can expect more of the same, and what we got was very good, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah, great race, and I'm very excited for tomorrow. Okay, moving on to the GT4s. I have to start with this, I'm afraid. Race Lab, heartbreak. The guys are still in the garage now fixing the car, and yeah, not entirely sure what went wrong. They said that the car just kind of couldn't get into gear on the lap to the grid, but a real heartbreak for them at the start. But Jamo Hartling then dominated.
Yes, he did. Regarding Race Lab, I saw it out of the window and momentarily thought it was the MS Racing car from the GTs because there are so many McLarens this weekend. Then remembered which grid we were covering, went, oh, you know, absolute deflation. But yeah, Jamo Hartling doing what Jamo did best last year in GT Winter Series, and that was dominate races. And now they're hunting down the championship lead in the GT4 Winter Series.
Absolutely they are, and we will see if they can catch Elite. Moving on then to TCR Spain. Of course, they join us this weekend for their official pre-season event. Ruben taking the win in that, and I kind of got the impression from him that he thinks that it will be slightly more challenging tomorrow to do the same.
Yes, he got quite lucky in the sense that third backwards were, you know, having their own little discussion in the early stages of the race. So that did ease things up ever so slightly for him, but we'll see how things pan out in race 2. It's going to be intriguing. Ruben's not going to have it all his own way, and the Laidlaws might have something to say.
Indeed, and they put on a show for us today. Andy now joins us, taking the trip down from the podium. I'm afraid we've already gone through all the series apart from the GT Winter Series, so I will let you take that one. Of course, chaotic, dramatic start to the race. Great to catch up with Oscar Rinzovic as he came back up the pit lane. So thank you very much for Oscar for doing that. But yeah, chaotic, dramatic start to the race. But then Giuliano Holtzum just kept his cool and did what he needed to do.
Under pressure the whole way, though. Matisse never let him go any further than about a second up the road, and that's just close enough that if you snatch a break, you miss an apex, you rattle over a curb awkwardly, you can lose that chunk of time. So it was a well-managed race, difficult as well with the safety cars and obviously the lengthy red flag as well. Difficult to get your mind back in the game really after that. But yeah, Juliana did a fantastic job, came home a race victor, but my word, the battling further back, Cup 1 and Cup 2 are going to be a real highlight of this weekend, I think. Shame we didn't get to see that play out over a full 30 minutes, but hopefully tomorrow we'll get that treat, and a treat it will be, I think.
Yes, exactly. You make a good point. More racing tomorrow, guys. We'll be back early tomorrow morning to have another full day of racing. Of course, all of the categories that you saw today, back tomorrow for more racing. So we will see you then.
Came on a last link for down racing. They both go deep into the corner.